Good evening. The 15th meeting of the 25th Council will come to order. All councilors are present this evening. We'll start with a moment of silence, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance in English by Vice President Lewis and in Spanish by Councilor Pena. Civic Plaza parking passes are provided for members of the public. You can obtain a parking pass from council staff at the table near the chamber's entrance. Members of the public, city staff, and the media have the ability to view this meeting in person and on live stream through 4 different platforms: GovTV on Comcast Channel 16, the GovTV website, YouTube, and Zoom webinar. The live streams can be accessed from most smartphones, tablets, or computers. Also, this meeting is closed captioned, and you may enable the closed captioning services on your television or device at this time. The video recording of this and all past meetings will remain available for viewing at any time on the City Council's website. City Council staff is available via telephone if members need assistance in finding videos online. Please call 505-768-3100 for assistance during business hours, Monday through Friday. The council will take a break at approximately 7 p.m. this evening if needed. We'll move on to proclamations and presentations. Proclamation by Councilor Pena.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think we have a couple of people here joining us from the Hispanic Heritage Committee. If you want to make your way to the podium. We have Orlando Marquez and Elisa Perea. So I'm just going to go ahead and get started by reading it. So whereas National Hispanic Heritage Month is a time to celebrate the heritage and culture of Hispanic and Latin Americans, and whereas the countrywide observation of Hispanic heritage started in 1968 as Hispanic Heritage Week under President Lyndon B. Johnson, and on August 17, 1988 was expanded by President Ronald Reagan to a 30-day celebration starting September 15th and ending October 15th. And whereas the City of Albuquerque recognizes the important presence of Hispanic and Latin Americans and the contributions they have made to our country by enhancing and shaping our national character with centuries-old traditions that reflect our multi-ethnic and multicultural customs of their communities. And whereas as of today, 62.6 million people, or 18.9% of the entire American population, are Hispanic or of Latino origin. And whereas National Hispanic Heritage Month recognizes American citizens whose ancestors originated from Spain, Mexico, the Caribbean, and Central and South America. And whereas the participation of Hispanics in today's economy has become vital for the growth of America, with Hispanics representing one of the major driving forces of economic success for millions of people residing both in and out of the United States. And whereas this year's theme, Unidos, Inclusivity and a Stronger Nation, and whereas this is an important time for our community to come together to recognize the traditions of Hispanic and Latin Americans and the rich history of culture they bring to the United States. Be it proclaimed that the Council, the governing body of the City of Albuquerque, hereby proclaims September 15th to October 15th as one of Albuquerque's National Hispanic Heritage Month. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Well, thank you for being here. I don't know if you wanted to say a few words, either one of you.
Yes, Councilor Pena, members of City Council, on behalf of the New Mexico Hispanic Heritage Committee, it's an honor and privilege to be and stand here before you. Hispanic Heritage Month is an integral part of not only a national celebration, but a local celebration. Albuquerque has played an amazing role in creating and fostering opportunities for Hispanics and Latinos in all different aspects of life. So once again, it is an honor to stand before you. We're looking forward to having a tremendous month of activities throughout Hispanic Heritage Month. You guys are all invited to join us tomorrow's kickoff celebration at Old Town, starting at 10 o'clock a.m., as well as the public. This is a free and open event to the public, and it's an opportunity to celebrate with us all the amazing things that make Hispanics and Latinos in Albuquerque such a special time. And just a very special thanks to Clarissa Peña for her years of dedication and support of this committee and the work that we do. So we're eternally grateful.
Thank you. Elisa, did you want to say something?
Thank you so much, City Councilor Clarissa Peña, City Councilors. Hispanic Heritage Month, very important time of the year, not only to preserve our culture, but also to support, advocate, and advance our Hispanic Latino community here in the city of Albuquerque and across the state of New Mexico. So we definitely, invite everybody to come out and join us, family, friends, everyone. We thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to thank you both and the entire committee. I know this has been an all-volunteer effort since its inception. So, it's a lot of hard work, and just want to thank you all for the growth and what you do in our community. So thank you. And
you very
with that, I don't know if the council president, I don't know how we're handing out the proclamations. Okay, so we'll get this to you. So congratulations again. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Next, we have Councilor Jones, a presentation regarding Imagine ABQ initiative, and Lieutenant Myers from Albuquerque Fire and Rescue will be present.
Thank you, Mr. President. And Lieutenant Myers, if you would come forward, you are the presenter, and I'm just the introducer. So thank you for being here, and we're anxious to hear your presentation.
Good evening, President Benton, City Council. Thank you for allowing me to come here on behalf of Imagine ABQ. My name is David Myers. I am the Health and Wellness Officer for Albuquerque Fire Rescue. I'm also the head chaplain. On Saturday, September 24th, the chaplains of AFR are spearheading a citywide cleanup/restoration project, obviously called Imagine ABQ. You can go to imagineabq.com for more details. But this initiative from the chaplaincy of Albuquerque Fire Rescue is in conjunction with Red Shovel Landscaping, our Local 244, and our AFR retirees. And we are asking that we designate the last Saturday of every September as kind of a local holiday of coming together once a year to tell our story and to restore our beautiful city. Designating one day to serve each other in whatever capacity that we can, and to effectively interrupt the unhelpful narratives that sometimes plague our beloved town. So the idea is this: start where your feet are, right? Start in your neighborhood, in your workplace, your place of business, your church, your school, and then kind of cover a few blocks out. And that way we are covering the entirety of the city. So along with all the people, our sponsors and our partners, the different entities and agencies that are involved with this, we will in fact do just that. The hope is to empower and to encourage and to inspire an entire community. So when we're done, we won't say anything like, look what fire did or look what Red Shovel did, but rather look what we did as a community, as a society. And I think that that's power right there. We were made by community for community, and I really do believe that. Now, as the chaplain, I'm a very unorthodox chaplain, as you can tell, but I'm a huge proponent of people that embody their own prayers, if you will. I'm not a big fan of the kind of prayer where people say things like, Lord, help that person. God, fix that thing, right? And if those are our prayers, and we're very sincere about that, I would hope that we would embody our own prayers, right? Answer our own prayers and not, leave it up to some different agency to facilitate that. I think that's a very disingenuous prayer. When we have the capability to embody our own and we don't, I think that's problematic. So we intend to do just that. And so I ask you to help us and add to the dignity of our rich history and our dynamic culture, our land of enchantment And I ask that you match everything monetarily that we've already raised and partner with us. People are upset, right? They're disheartened, they're on edge. Some are even angry. And in a lot of ways, like, anger is kind of the correct response to so much going on. But my hope would be that we could channel that energy into something restorative. And at the risk of being vulnerable, I suffer from debilitating anxiety and depression. But there's nothing that gets me out of my head faster than service for other people. This city could use a morale boost, I believe. So let's harness the energy of the genius that is our big city, small town mentality, and let's come together to uplift an entire community. Thank you for your time. Did you have any questions? Thank you.
All right, we'll move to general public comments. Members of the public can provide live public comments to the council in person or virtually if they have signed up for public comment per the instruction published on the agenda and on our website. Here are public comment ground rules. Each participant has 1.5 minutes to present. Comments are to be addressed through the councilors only, through the council president. Any disruptive conduct will result in removal from the meeting. There's a 1.5 minute time limit. The light on the podium will be green for the first minute, and then the light will turn yellow, indicating you have 30 seconds remaining to wrap up your comments. At 1.5 minutes, the light will turn red, and a bell will ring to indicate your time is up. Mr. Moya, please call the name of the first speakers.
Thank you, Mr. President. Our first speaker is Bex Hampton, followed by Alexandra Paisano.
Apologies, Bex Hampton is sick and is available for comment online.
We'll call Bex then when we go to the Zoom speakers. Alexandra Paisano, followed by Nicholas Reamer.
Okay. Hello, my name is Alex Paisano. I work for the Coalition to End Homelessness. We're asking that Safe Outdoor Spaces veto not be overturned. A key stakeholder has been left out of the discussion on this matter. That is the people themselves who are experiencing homelessness. Some of you had changed your stance on SOS. One reason being cited that you were not listening and people don't want this. You only listen to the people who have a door that you could knock on and ask for their vote at the next election. There was never a publicly advertised meeting held for our unhoused neighbors to give their voice and thoughts on this issue. I talked to around 100 people on the streets 2 weeks ago. Every single person said that they wish they could have a safe place to stay at night that was not a shelter setting. All of them had different reasons for not going to the shelter. Some of those reasons were past traumatic experiences in shelters, like being beaten or raped, being turned away because they couldn't complete their own ADLs, or having mental health issues like PTSD and anxiety where they couldn't cope in large congregate settings. Please consider all the different people who are experiencing homelessness right now, not just the people whose mental health issues or substance abuse issues you don't want living in your district. Today, my staff talked to a family with 8 children sleeping in a park. There is no shelter right now that can immediately accommodate the needs of a 10-person family. They deserve a safe place to camp at night until they can find housing or a space opens at Joy Junction. I talked to a domestic violence survivor who's been in shelter for 2 months and has 1 month left. She hasn't been able to find housing and most likely won't in the remaining month. She deserves a place to stay in the camp that's safe because she doesn't want to be in a congregate setting around men. Domestic violence survivors, families with children, medically fragile seniors, and unaccompanied youth would be great low-risk populations to give safe outdoor spaces for. Our people are functioning in extreme survival mode, and you should be more open and understanding of what they have expressed as their need to help them survive. Shelters are not appropriate and functional for every single person.
Nicholas Rimmer, followed by...
Mr. President, if I may. I know Director Pierce is here tonight, and at least can I ask that, especially with some upcoming agenda items regarding the Wellness 2 motel, that Director, if you can maybe find out who this family with 8 children is living in a park so that we can at least connect to services that way, that would be really appreciated.
Nicholas Rimmer, followed by Angelina Crowley.
Thank you. My name is Nick Rimmer. I'm a member of the legal community and an organizer with the People's Housing Project. As someone who represents Tenants and Unfair Practices Act and New Mexico Racketeering Act litigation against landlords, I'm here to tell you that we need new laws, regulations, statutes, and ordinances at every level of government to put an end to landlords' increasingly brazen disregard for legal and moral standards. At the dozens of Greystar, TNC Management, and other properties I visited, some of the residents are here today. I've seen complete disregard for humane living standards, price evictions through skyrocketing rent, and what I believe to be a deliberate effort to ignore and undermine the few tenant protections we do have codified in our state. Let me be clear, consistently over and over again, I've seen evidence of deliberate collusion within corporate ranks in an effort to intentionally violate New Mexico law to increase profit. Thank you. In our for-profit housing system, it should come at no surprise that illegal conduct is standard industry practice. When housing simply becomes an investment tool, the extraction of the highest return becomes paramount. The core issue we face in Albuquerque is that housing is treated as a privately owned source of profit for landlords. I believe that things can and should be different, and that housing should not be an instrument of private enrichment for a small number of landlords and developers. Instead, housing should be a guaranteed right, treated as a social good, and democratically planned and managed by the public. Thank you.
Nick, hang on.
Sir?
Nick, hang on just a second.
Sir, we have a question from a counselor for you.
Nick, would you come back for just a second? Thank you, Mr. Rimmer, and thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate that you've been here, and you've been here for a couple of meetings now, and
Yes, sir.
we've talked about this issue a number of times. But you're also the legal advisor for this group, or you've represented that you that you.
I'm not a legal advisor for this group. I'm just an organizer with them.
Okay, and I appreciate that. But you're an attorney, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you mentioned at one of our previous meetings, and I'm sympathetic to this. I worked on this issue. We passed the SAFE. Councilor Basan and I led this council to pass the source of income discrimination prohibition to prevent landlords from prohibiting people using public vouchers or other support.
Yes, sir.
But is the group, or are you helping the group find a way to organize with the state legislature who has the authority to do this? Because we just don't. Like you've mentioned before at our last meeting that you wanted us to pass an illegal law that was unenforceable, but we can't do that. Like, what do you want us to do? You're an attorney. You understand the law. I don't know how we can help here. The legislature is having interim committee meetings right now where this could be useful and could be gaining speed, but I don't know what we can do to help. Can you explain to me what you'd like us to do?
Yes, sir. I appreciate that, Mr. Davis. So you're asking exactly the type of question I hope all the counselors are asking themselves, which is, what should I do?
Could you speak up a little bit or come closer to the mic?
Yes, I apologize. I have the bad habit of mumbling. I'm always getting in trouble
You're
with my
fine.
fellow organizers as well. Mr. Davis, we are, like I said, every level of government, something has to be done to address the housing crisis. Other speakers who are going to come after me are going to address, we have 12 demands. They're going to go over those 12 demands. I think it's pretty clear, looking at the 12 demands and looking at my understanding of city ordinances, and I'm not an expert, that things can be done. Whether that's passing a resolution in support of ending the prohibition on rent control, by this body, encouraging the state legislature to take action, whether it's to take other actions internally, maybe through agencies or ordinances, to, focus on these, what we've seen, from my perspective, unfair practices, clear instances of racketeering, violations of the New Mexico Racketeering Act. There needs to be action taken. I'm here to tell you that action needs to be taken. I don't have your position, though, and I can't tell you what exactly needs to be done, but something has to be done.
Thank you, Mr. Rimmer. Thank you, Mr. President. No, I agree something needs to be done. I'm sympathetic to this. I support this. I want to work on this issue. We've worked on housing here, but we don't want to say our hands are tied. I agree with you. The proper process would be for you all to address the city council through our legislative priorities bill, and maybe you all could bring us some sample language that would do that. But in order to do that, we need a legislator to put that legislation forward as an interim bill to get vetted, to do all that work. And so I hope you're doing that work with the legislature so we can support it. We can't pass a bill that says support something that doesn't exist at the state. So I hope that's happening because I want to help you. But I also feel really bad that lots of folks are coming down here every week
Well-
and not doing anything in Santa Fe where the people can do the work. And so we need your help to get that bill started so that we can pass something to support it, but we can't support something that doesn't exist. And so I hope you'll help us work on that.
I appreciate that, Mr. Davis. As you can see, the number of us is growing. I don't think we mind coming down here every week, and we're going to keep on coming down until something happens.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I apologize, Mr. President. I don't want to take us off track, but we've heard this a lot, and I want to be sure that it can be productive. So thank you.
Please refrain from applause. If anyone who continues to applaud during this meeting will be removed from the room. We've got a long agenda tonight, and we don't have time for applause. I'm sorry. I know you're enthusiastic, and that's great, but let's obey that rule. Thank you. All right, we'll move to the next speaker.
Angelina Crowley, followed by Kristen Forgy.
I'm also here as an organizer with the People's Housing Project. I wanted to echo what Nick said earlier. We are doing work at different levels, but we all show up here and come here every week because we want to ask you to pass a resolution, declare a public health crisis, or whatever you can, because we want action at all levels. Basically, as a construction worker myself, this kind of reminds me of the political climate before OSHA was created. I mean, there was a huge health crisis. There was a Triangle Shirtwaist factory, and people weren't being kept safe in their workplaces, and they were exposed to a large public health crisis, and people wouldn't touch it, and they would say, oh, this is private businesses, this isn't, we can't do nothing. But basically, it started with small government bodies, and it was eventually taken to the federal government, and this keeps many workers safe. We need something like that for housing. We need people to be able to call and know there's gonna be an inspection, because yes, there are resources, but they're not accessible, they're not adequate. I've talked to many residents who try calling and try holding their landlords accountable, but there's really no effective outreach there, and there's no effective follow-up. And we really need action like that. It's a public health crisis. I've seen pools of black mold where people are paying thousands for rent, and families are being subjected to such health issues, and it's disgusting. And we already have such a homeless problem in New Mexico and such a health issue in New Mexico, so we need action on this now. Thank you.
Kristen Forgy, followed by Morgan Hobson.
In cities where people spend 32% of their income on rent, expect an increase in homelessness. That's an excerpt from a peer-reviewed and published study from June 2021. To quote them again, once housing costs enter the 30 to 34% of your median income, homelessness will spike drastically. And what's Albuquerque's median income? Around 30,000. So what's the take home? Around 25. So imagine your rent is $1,600. You're left with $500 for the rest of your expenses for the month. The new housing development in Nob Hill, a studio apartment is $1,650. In case you're looking, it's a studio. I could go on and on, citing sources and studies that time and time again that show that keeping folks housed costs astronomically less than evicting them and having them live on the streets. Like how providing permanent supportive housing cuts healthcare by 59%, cuts ER costs by 61%. But I only have 1:30, and I'm actually gonna throw out the rest of what I wrote, because I really just want everyone to see my eyes. And this is an actual crisis that is going to destroy the community. You have to do something. I don't want to hear anyone else say ever again, we can't do anything. We can. You can support us. We all have social media. You can email someone. You can contact them. You can get yourself involved with how we can pass something to stop this.
Morgan Hobson, followed by Jody Peacock.
Hi, I'm also an organizer with the People's Housing Project, and to answer the question that was asked to Nick, yes, we are on all levels. We go and volunteer our time on Sundays, and I'm curious, like, how many of you here go and talk to these residents and understand their circumstances. So you as a city councilor are supposed to be working for the people, our residents, our neighbors, not the millionaires and billionaires that are profiting off of the exploitation of our neighbors' human rights without oversight and regulation. I'm a mental health worker. I've spoken here before about how New Mexico is far above the suicide and drug-related death rates compared to the national average. Also appallingly, the adolescents have a much higher rate. So mental health is necessary in order to participate in the democratic process. People must have their basic human rights met in order to participate, having access to housing, water, healthcare. So true democracy is contingent upon this. We know that people in power are the ones who profit and benefit from this housing crisis. There is a direct pipeline made by those in power who exploit human rights for profit, pushing people into generational poverty, mental health crisis, drugs, sex trafficking, crime, and death. I don't know how many of you have had to make those difficult choices. As someone who has, you don't want to. And so you have the power to put an end to the pipeline of this in our city. We demand that those who say they're representing the working people of Albuquerque do what you can to end the exploitation. So with every state in our country making choices to either go down the road of democracy or go down the road of exploitation for profit, we must take the path of democracy, choosing human rights, including affording housing. The suffering of this country is partly in your hands, and so is the choice to end the exploitation, not with policing extermination for poverty being a crime.
Jody Peacock, followed by Annalie Desanier. Annalie Desanier, followed by Roger Culp.
Hello, my name's Anna Lee. I am also an organizer with the People's Housing Project. You've seen my face here before, and the first time you saw my face here was on August 1st. We're in September now, and in August, here, and countless families have gone homeless since then. So, you know, I was thinking about just talking about one of the many crises that have happened recently. 30 residents from Councilor Davis's district have gone homeless due to the Mountain View Apartments fire, and they don't have anywhere to go because rent's too high because of the prohibition on rent control. And you know, the city's answer was the same as Coronado Park: put them on the list for housing. We're sick and tired of hearing about the list for housing, and it really doesn't matter that now that landlords are required to take Section 8 vouchers, because they can still just raise the rent to a place where the voucher doesn't even matter anymore. So, you know, all of that money that people keep bragging about is, you know, for housing vouchers. Oh, we have so many millions of dollars for housing vouchers. Well, it might as well not exist, because right now with the prohibition on rent control, none of those people can find housing anyways. So we're gonna keep coming back here. We need you to pass a resolution in support of overturning the ban on rent control. And we're gonna rally out here on September 19th, and I hope while we're out there, you're in here passing a resolution. Thank you.
Roger Culp, followed by Jennifer Merriman.
Hello, my name is Roger Culp. I'm also an organizer with the People's Housing Project. I live in the International District, and I've seen personally how the homeless problem has increased greatly in Albuquerque ever since the start of the pandemic. All I need to do is go out my door and see 2 or 3 more new homeless people camped out on my sidewalk every day. These are people with physical and mental health problems who have been on SSI and SSDI, who've been priced out of the housing market by rent control, by rising rents. People who have not been provided with any place to go as far as alternative means of housing is concerned, or other services as far as mental health or homeless services. And this just creates a terrible public health crisis, because you can see the result of this along the street with the human waste and everything, and not let alone the inhumane living conditions. This is why we need to have not just pass rent control, but for the city to provide actual housing for some of these people. And a lot of these people also have had pets and such that have been, and they have criminal records. You're not allowed to rent if you. We need to lift the ban on criminal records.
Thank you, sir. Your time is up.
Jennifer Merriman, followed by Patricia Stern.
Good evening, councilors. I'm Jennifer with the People's Housing Project, and I have I ask you, where's the common sense in how you're using taxpayer resources? Seems like resources are either taken away or used as a catchphrase of convenience for those who hold power. Where's the common sense in cutting down the people's time by 30 seconds in public comments when we put you in that seat in the first place? This is a national problem, and that's just in here where resources are used. But out there, where's the common sense that using police resources to evict people and arrest unsheltered people for their homelessness? Working people think common sense looks like ending the prohibition on rent control, urgently building, acquiring high-quality, publicly owned affordable housing, and end homelessness with housing, not policing, to name a few. There's no doubt here. Who holds the power in this room when the phrase, "there are resources out there to help," you use them like you're handing out Band-Aids to stop the bleeding of an amputated arm? Well, you can't stop this bleeding with Band-Aids. Princeton Eviction Lab just predicted 3.8 million evictions in the next 2 months. This is a national problem. This is a global problem. You're telling me Albuquerque city councilors are not aware and you can't do anything and you haven't problem solved it? Well, I hope everyone joins us on September 19th at the 5 o'clock for the rally at Civic Plaza to look at the critical issues on affordable housing.
Patricia Stern, followed by Thea Woods. Thea Woods, followed by Danger Varos.
Hello, my name is Thea Woods, and I have a comment. We need to end the prohibition on rent control now. Residents should not have to live with the daily anxiety of their rent increasing while not having the funds to pay for the uncalled raises by landlords. Without a freeze on rent, this will only push people out of the places they have learned to call home and out of areas they've built communities in. Renters need to be protected. The initial agreements they make with landlords should not be ignored and disrespected. I think this is a lot has to do with like human empathy, and we need to have more empathy for people in our communities and learn that everyone needs to have basic human rights. That's all. Thank you.
Danger Varos, followed by Alyssa Sanchez.
Hello, it's me again. Last time I came and told you guys about how I was price evicted and they raised my rent from $825 to $1,300 and gave me a month to get out. And I told you about how my landlord then turned around and listed that unit at the previous rate because it's like the Wild West. And you guys told us that you can't do anything. And I respect that. I hear you. But also, there is a lot that you can do, starting with a resolution. Starting with individually to join our movement and understand the fact that there is a humanitarian crisis happening on your watch. And I know that whatever's going on your phone is really exciting, but I wish you would listen to me. One of my clients is a real estate developer, and he just bought an apartment complex with 16 units, and they're all fixed income. They're all senior citizens with disabilities, and he's throwing them all out. They have a month to get out. This is the situation that we're living in. 16 people are on the street. That's just the one that I'm one guy and I met these people. You have to do more than that. You have to do more than that. Pass a resolution. Join our movements. I don't care if it's in your heart, in secret. Do what you can on a personal level to help get this passed. I believe us, we will be at the state. Okay, thank you very much.
Alyssa Sanchez, followed by Ben Imbus.
Hi guys, my name is Alyssa Sanchez. I am part of the People's Housing Project as well. You know, I didn't want to keep repeating what everyone has been saying. I just thought I'd put out a personal story I've heard from going door to door to different apartments. A lot of them, especially owned by Greystar. We've seen quite a bit of dander, black mold, doors that don't work. We have people who say they're afraid of their neighbors. We have people say that they don't know where to go. This is the only place they could afford. When it's considered affordable housing, it's not really affordable anymore. We have seen a lot of people who have been evicted. We've seen a lot of people who just feel helpless in New Mexico. You know, a lot of working people in New Mexico aren't able to afford proper housing for them and their children. You know, it's hard to see that, especially since, sorry about that. You know, it's just, I see a lot of lack of human empathy for these people. We see them every single day. We talk to them, and, you know, a lot of these people are our friends, our neighbors, our family members even. Myself even has been homeless once upon a time with my mother because housing is unaffordable and it's unacceptable. We expect people to pay their rent, but we don't expect the
Thank you.
property
Your time
owners.
is up.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ben Imbis, followed by Jordan Newlander.
Hello, councilors. As you know, or as I hope you know, yes, we are seeing rent hikes. We're seeing maintenance not done. We're seeing ridiculous, exorbitant, and random fees and fines for things that don't even make sense or we're already charged for. We're seeing all sorts we're seeing amenities taken away. And tenants have no recourse. If you're a renter in Albuquerque, you don't speak legalese. If you're a renter in Albuquerque, you can't afford a lawyer to go up against these landlords. There's no recourse for tenants. So when, Pat Davis, when you asked, what can you do? One of our demands is make free legal protection, free legal representatives for renters. Renters cannot do it. They're not lawyers. Make legal representation, because there's already laws on the books. But if no one's enforcing them, then they're not really there. So enforce the laws that already exist by making this demand. Another thing I want to say, Pat Davis, you mentioned that some of the demands we're making, there are difficult because there's laws at the state level, rent control being the prime example. Well, that doesn't stop you. You can look at Texas, where an unpopular law was passed that violates people's rights, and city governments in Austin and San Antonio passed resolutions against it. If you're not putting limits on these landlords, you're not serving the people of Albuquerque.
Jordan Newlander, followed by Cynthia Rodriguez. Cynthia Rodriguez, followed by Robert Brito.
Yeah, I want to open up by saying thanks for acknowledging National Hispanic Month, considering you also were about to bulldoze a historically Latino neighborhood for a $50 million stadium for a millionaire. Anyway, so my name is Cynthia, and I'm also an organizer with the People's Housing Project. And so, yeah, you're saying a lot of you can't do anything, but there are resolutions, and you should support it. And you yourselves can support the ending the prohibition on rent control. You can come out publicly and say that. I'm sure you guys have followers and supporters. Another thing, too, is you can actually put an end to application fees and other pre-tenancy fees as well. Those are things that bar people before they even moving in. I mean, before they even consider like just the rent, they also have to consider their application fees. They have to consider their admin fees, pet fees. Can I afford the deposit? They have to save thousands of dollars. These are people who already are being priced out of their homes, scraping by already, paycheck to paycheck. The idea that they have to have thousands of dollars saved up, which no regular person can do under these circumstances. We're facing a major inflation. Like Jen said, there is 3.8 million evictions anticipated to happen in the next 2 months. The idea that you have nothing you can do is ridiculous. Again, considering you were gonna pay for a $50 million stadium. Your hands weren't tied then.
Thank you.
I doubt that.
Robert Brito, followed by Cameron Martinez.
Sorry, Jordan is available on Zoom, just so you know.
Good afternoon, Albuquerque City Councilors. It's a shame I have to be here. I work full-time as a caregiver. I work full-time as a caregiver for seniors with Alzheimer's and dementia. I've been renting for close to 35 years. And this isn't California or New York, but skyrocketing rents are on their way to being just as bad. I have never seen such scary and drastic increases. You can't even budget because you don't know how much it's going to be the next time around. This is not market rent or what the market bears. So many units wouldn't be sitting empty. If my wages don't keep up, I will be on the street because of a lack of affordable shelter and options. Rent should not exceed a small fraction of one's income. Landlords need inspections as many aren't making repairs. There's trash, squatters, bugs, noise, vacant apartments with gas lines open. We need these complexes to be held to some standards. One way to prevent more homelessness is to provide affordable, clean, safe apartments for workers. I implore you, for Albuquerque, the citizens of Albuquerque, and the future, to get rent under control. Thank you. Thank you.
Cameron Martinez, followed by Rin Bernhardt.
Real quick, Patricia is on Zoom.
Hello, I'm a young person who struggles to start their adult life because of unchecked greed and of landlords. This is a huge setback for me and many people my age. Rent has risen 4 times the rate of wages, meaning that we get poorer and poorer every time a landlord decides they want more money. My generation is having a harder time doing what they want in life and contributing to society because of this. Other generations before were able to afford housing, so why shouldn't we? You let this prohibition on rent control stand, allowing landlords to rob young people like myself of their futures. Now more and more people are becoming homeless every day, and there's nothing being done to stop this. No human being deserves this, which is why you need to pass a resolution in support of ending the prohibition on rent control now. You can sit here all you want and act like you care, but let's see something done.
Rin Bernhardt, followed by Loretta Naranjo Lopez.
Hello, my name is Rin. I am an organizer with the People's Housing Project. I also work as a social worker, and one of the main things that present to me as a problem that clients have is finding affordable housing. Most of my clients are disabled individuals who are living off of SSI or SSDI, and there is literally no housing that is available to them. I can get them signed up for the Section 8 wait list. I can get them on the wait list for subsidized housing or HUD tax credit housing, but there's only so many units for that. So the list could extend for years, you know, and then so what someone else said earlier is that landlords refuse Section 8 vouchers all the time. So even having a Section 8 voucher doesn't guarantee that you'll be able to get into housing. And it's just so sad to see that there's so many people, both working individuals who have earned income and also people who are living off of a Social Security income who can't find a place to live because the rent has raised so much that they're literally priced out of everything. In addition to landlords requiring that people have 2 to 3 times the rent in their income. It's just not a feasible thing for them to have. And many people who are becoming homeless are also disabled individuals and seniors living off of Social Security income. And I know that we can do better for them. Ignoring the problem isn't going to make it go away, and failing to take action is only going to make this issue worse. So we need special protections for people living off of Social Security income, and we need to eliminate the prohibition on rent control.
Loretta Naranjo Lopez, followed by Patty Buffett.
Good evening, President and councilors. My name is Loretta Naranjo Lopez, and I am the president of the Santa Barbara Martineztown Neighborhood Association. The city of Albuquerque has spent a large amount of money to battle the mental and drug addiction epidemic, but these efforts have had little positive effect. The conditions in Martineztown, Santa Barbara are nearly catastrophic. The city needs to have strong enforcement and have increased access to recovery service for the city's population of prisoners and other at-risk individuals, house the homeless, and start treating them as good as we treat the animals at the animal shelters. With a brand new facility, housing and apartments, the top-of-the-line care, medical services to treat their illnesses and provide counseling. Rhode Island provides services in their prison with mats and also outside with the legitimate nonprofit Kodak, a nonprofit organization that has been around for 50 years that provides methadone, Suboxone, and Vivitrol, medication that deals with the addiction. Get one Kodak and get rid of the nonprofits that are only here to make a profit and not cure the illness. No one is asked to live in the street in tents in Rhode Island. The homeless are given a chance to give their lives back to society. Stop the racial discrimination against the minority neighborhoods and vote yes to override the mayor's veto on the so-called safe outdoor spaces. Thank you.
Patty Buffett, followed by Catherine Huey.
Good evening. My name is Patty Buffett, and I come to you. I am a co-owner of Buffett's Candies along with my brothers. Our father started this in 1956. We have been here for more than 60 years. We come to you tonight to express our concern over our families and our employees, our customers, and our businesses' safety and security. Since we have been in this location for so long, we've seen a lot of changes. The changes have gotten dramatically worse over the past 2 years. The homeless, drug addicts, and shoplifters are getting more and more aggressive because consequences are not enforced. We have homeless and drug addicts approaching our customers in the parking lot panhandling. We have people running in and grabbing displays off of our counters and running out the doors. Just this morning, we had to lock our retail showroom because we saw a man walking with a crack pipe towards our front entrance. Our door is glass. We were able to lock it. He stood there for 20 minutes knocking on the door, and we asked him to leave repeatedly. We don't call 911 anymore because we are told that unless the person was armed, you have to call 242 cops. When we called 242 cops, it rang for 42 minutes and we gave up. We've had one employee quit and other employees' families express concern over continued working there. We pick up trash, blankets, clothes, needles, tinfoil, alcohol bottles every single day around our building. We had a man shooting up one couple weeks ago at 8:30 in the morning out in front of our front door. There was a cop next door. He came over and tried to tell him to leave. He looked at us and said, "That's all I can do. I'm sorry."
Thank you, Ms. Buffett.
Catherine Huey, followed by Zoe Johnson.
My name is Catherine Huey. I live in District 1, Councilor Benton's district. I want to start by acknowledging the City Council raising the budget on housing vouchers. I think that was a really good move. So the mayor's office claims an all of the above approach to ending homelessness, but there doesn't seem to be enough being done to prevent people from losing their homes in the first place. There are bad actors within this community who are raising rents 30 to 40%. These are corporate landlords trying to extract as much money as possible from lower income tenants. We need rent control to rein in bad landlords. So I have more remarks, but there's a $2.5 billion tax surplus in the city of New Mexico. We have people sleeping on the street. I know that the governor can call a special session. Is there anything you guys can do to request her to call a special session to end the prohibition on rent control and also get more money into public housing?
Zoe Johnson, followed by Don Schrader.
Hi, counselors. My name is ZJ. I actually came here today. I wanted to talk about my experience as an educator, watching our enrollment rate drop like flies because our students' families cannot afford the affordable housing. But actually, it's been made increasingly clear throughout this meeting that some of our counselors don't care what the people have to say. So I'll save it. Thanks.
Don Schrader, followed by Bex Hampton on Zoom.
If we adults want kids to be honest, are we always honest with them? If we adults want kids to be open and creative, do we welcome their questions, treasure their curiosity? Do they feel they can ask us about anything? If we want kids to be dependable, do we keep our promises? If we want kids to apologize and ask forgiveness when they wrong us, do we apologize and ask forgiveness when we wrong them? If we want kids to be affectionate, do they see us often warmly hugging our friends? If we want kids to reject all harmful drugs their friends offer them, do we reject all booze, cigarettes, junk food our friends offer us? We want kids to treat all people with respect. Do we ever tell? Do we ever laugh at racist, sexist, homophobic jokes? Are we two-faced? Do we hold grudges? When adults teach kids to obey authorities without questioning, sadly, many of them become soldiers murdering on command in Auschwitz, Vietnam, Iraq, Palestine, Chechnya, Afghanistan.
Mr. President, we'll now move to commenters on Zoom. The first speaker will be Bex Hampton, followed by Jordan Newlander.
Hello, my name is Bex. First off, I just want to demand justice for Keyshawn Thomas. He was unjustly murdered by APD a week and a half ago. The police lapel camera footage must be released immediately, and the racist cops should be fired, prosecuted, and jailed. But now I'm going to talk about the housing crisis. As many others have said, as rents skyrocket, the lack of affordable housing is driving more and more New Mexicans and Albuquerque residents into homelessness. This means that hundreds or thousands of Albuquerque residents are forced to use the bathroom outside every day and night. So our organization came here today to urge that the city council pass a resolution calling on the state legislature to end the statewide prohibition on rent control. And we are reaching out actively to senators, and if you have any more recommendations, we'd love to hear them. But yeah, so additionally, we have 11 other demands after ending the prohibition on rent control, ending homelessness. We should end it with housing, not policing, and investment in social services and mental health services, healthcare, so that people can maintain that housing. We want short-term rentals like Airbnb banned. We want to urgently build and acquire high-quality, publicly owned, affordable housing. Landlords should be banned from using criminal background checks that deny people housing. Ban landlords from screening applicants based on evictions, debt, and credit. Your evictions, debt, and your credit does not say anything about you as a person. It says you're struggling financially and you need cheaper rent. No more application fees, pet fees, and other pre-tenancy charges. All landlords should be required
Thank you,
to
Bex.
accept
Your
vouchers.
time is up.
Okay, thank you.
Jordan Newlander, followed by Scott Yelton.
Hello, I'm also an organizer with the People's Housing Project. Originally, I was going to make a different point, but my fellow organizer, Ben Imbis, brought up a great point. So the GRACE, or Guarding the Right to Abortion Care for Everyone Act, was passed on July 21st by Austin City Council, and it effectively decriminalized abortion within Austin by deprioritizing the enforcement of abortion laws and prohibiting the city from using public funds to compile or report information about abortion, about miscarriages or other reproductive healthcare acts. I believe that you could do something of that nature. I understand, we all understand that you can't end the prohibition on rent control, but you can do something. There are things that you can do, and you need to find alleys in which you can do them. Thank you so much.
Scott Yelton, followed by Lance Wilson.
It's time to speak. I would ask you just right off the top, please do not override this veto. It was short-sighted and it's not good as a blemish on the city. It was not sanctioned. Okay, and I've seen the material from other cities that said the encampments just did not work. So instead of falling in line with them, why don't we learn from them? Why don't we learn from their mistakes and implement a plan that incorporates solutions into it? Overriding this veto would really take us a step back, not forward. And you're basically criminalizing homelessness and left the homeless with absolutely no options. Even with the Gateway Center fully operational, it's not going to help. Thank you very much for your time. I appreciate it.
Lance Wilson, followed by Stacy Fuller. Are you Lance Wilson or Stacy Fuller? Sir? With the ABQ friends?
Yes, ma'am. Michelle, I was just going to say that, we're here talking about a lot of things that have been destroyed and discarded by the city. Well, what I'm here to talk to you about is something that you can't see, but you definitely, it's taken from us. It's our self-esteem. I hope you would agree that nothing should ever be taken from a man. And when our belongings that make us up to be human, to exist, get taken, thrown away, it's just, it rectifies your self-esteem. Maybe if we had the community where we're looking to camp, that we could start to build on that again and get our self-esteem back up to its potential. Because right now it's at an all-time low as far as I'm concerned. My name is Stacy Fuller, and I hope you're listening today. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. What was your name?
Stacy Fuller. And that's all from our Friends Meeting House tonight. The other people were not able to make it.
Great, thank you
Which is part of the difficulty. But thank you for listening to unhoused people.
Thank you very much. Celeste Romero, followed by Mia Augustin.
Hi, my name is Celeste Romero, and I'm an organizer with the People's Housing Project. I would like to ask that the city pass a resolution calling on the state legislature to end the statewide prohibition on rent control. In my experience with housing outreach in Albuquerque, I've met seniors on Social Security whose rent has gone up to 60% of their income due to rent hikes, who are being pushed onto the street and whose housing that is not affordable anymore was inadequate housing in the first place. Public resources are being put into treating these people who are being pushed into homelessness as criminals and policing them, while there is literally no check on landlords and how much they are able to hike rent. So we need to end the prohibition on rent control, and we are asking that the city pass a resolution asking the legislature to end the statewide prohibition on rent control. Organizers are going to be rallying at Civic Plaza on September 19th at 5:30 p.m. to raise this demand. Thank you.
Mia Augustin.
Good evening. I apologize if the name is confusing. I'm a trans individual. I am not affiliated with the People's Housing Project. I'm a retired and disabled policy analyst. my spouse and I's financial situation has hit crisis mode. Last year's rent increase of $200 represented 20% of our rent, a 20% increase in our rent. We cut everything we could possibly afford to do away with in order to accommodate it. We rationed our health care. We cut all our luxuries from our budget. We even put off vet visits for our pets. We cannot bear, we cannot absorb another rent increase of that magnitude. And as a policy analyst, I call upon City Council to do what it can do. That is to challenge this obviously unconstitutional law in the state legislature and in the court system. I've been in contact with the state AG's office myself, putting the case that this law is unconstitutional. It is a law that directly counters the public welfare for the sake of a single segment of the business sector. This cannot go on. We're going to have a statewide epidemic of homelessness and possibly rent strikes among renters. This would tax city and county resources to their last.
Thank you, Mayor.
And
Your
I
time is
appreciate
up.
your time. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. President, that'll conclude general public comments.
Thank you. Thanks, everyone who came out to speak tonight and spoke from home. And yeah, just a quick kind of response from personally. I feel like there are a number of us up here have really tried. I mean, and the whole council, in fact, has voted to, as was mentioned by one of the speakers, to increase the housing vouchers by a significant amount, $20 million recurring per year. All right, those are vouchers, and they're not apartments. And I recognize the concern that you have with regard to voucher or no voucher. Can you get an apartment and get a landlord to accept that voucher? So I don't think your words are falling on deaf ears with the council. To the contrary. And I appreciate that some of you said, yes, do something, and we can do something, which is as citizens and even as a council, to speak to the state legislature. So I don't disagree with that tactic. That's been a tactic that's been used in the past to try to advance what we would say is the city's position to the state legislature. But we can't make them act. And I think that's what Councilor Davis was referring to. Each of us has a representative and a senator, and those are the people we need to be contacting, both us up here and you. But I just wanted to make that clear, that we do take the crisis of housing seriously and are very aware of it. It's something that I worked on in my prior life in the construction industry, was housing, and it's obviously a critical need nationwide. We've got a real systemic problem nationwide, no doubt about it. So thanks, everyone, for speaking. Yes, Councilor Pena.
If I can comment too, I know that we're having, a housing crisis in just plain stock of housing and affordable housing and apartments. I was just wondering if maybe at our next meeting, the Albuquerque Housing Authority can present and let us know what they're doing and how much they've increased their housing stock over the years. I think it would be beneficial. As you know, it's kind of always been my desire to bring the Housing Authority back to the city of Albuquerque, because I think, especially in these times, it limits our ability to be able to identify what some of the issues are, and we don't sit on that board, and and they're operating independent of city council. So I think it's important to at least at minimum have a presentation at our next meeting.
Councilor, if you'd like, we could jointly reach out to them and ask them to come make a presentation and take questions from the council.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Councilor Davis.
Thank you, Mr. President. I know we have a lot of weighty issues this evening, but I do think this is an important conversation, and it relates to the big one that we're going to have later this evening. And I just want to call out, I heard some things that I think are really important, and I know sometimes, Mr. President, some of these folks will leave after public comment, But I hope you'll stick around for a minute because I think there's some other information that we'll be able to get to, and I'm going to queue up Mr. Real. Hopefully he has some answers, or we can get some after during the break tonight. But there's a lot of work going on in our community in this. Like the New Mexico Black Leadership Council was just featured in the Albuquerque Journal, but they've been doing work in our international district to do housing stability work, to document bad landlords and bad undermanaged properties, and to help get those to us so that we can get those to the housing authority and to get them to legal aid. Somebody mentioned we need legal aid, and we have the city of Albuquerque helps fund the Center of Law and Poverty, and some of these organizations that help do that work, but we need to do more. And so I agree with all that, and we need a comprehensive strategy. And so I'm going to queue up Mr. Real just to ask before we get to Q&A, because so many of these folks often have jobs and other things to do before we get to our midnight big stuff. Mr. Real, last year during the pandemic, or almost 2 years ago now, the city council set aside $10 million from federal COVID aid for new housing construction. Can you tell us what is the status of that, if you know?
Mr. President and Councilor Davis, Ms. Pierce here with the Family and Community Services Department, and her staff are here to give you an update on where they are.
Mr. President, if you have just a minute, I think it would just be an important chance for us to get an update on that.
Please, yeah, we're going to segue into administration Q&A right after this anyway. So, councilors, if you have questions for Family and Community Services Department, now will be the time.
Well then, okay.
Good evening, Madam Director.
Thank you,
Director Pierce, thank you.
Council President Benton and Councilor Davis. To just take a step back, I think the money that council allocated last year, we have $15 million, and this is the voucher money. $10 million in reoccurring voucher money, which is really critical, $5 million one time. So right now what we're working on is what we call a three-prong approach to get this money out the door as quickly as possible. So since the budget was passed beginning this new fiscal year. The first thing is to reduce the barriers that we do know exist. So that will include a landlord mitigation fund, because sometimes we do hear where landlords are struggling when there are repairs that are needed, or sometimes with other kinds of barriers. And so that's part of reducing the barrier. The majority of the money is going for supportive housing. So what we've done to kind of streamline our process, as you know, we often use requests for proposals. We've done a request for qualifications. That has already been out in the community. We've had about 5 respondents, and what we're trying to do is get a pool of organizations that will be nimble and ready to get these vouchers out the door. And we think the RFQ process for qualifications has helped us expedite that process. We have these 5 applications that award letters are going out right now as we speak to get these vouchers out the door. The third part I want to say that we've added with that money is to do some project-based vouchers. The city hasn't historically done that. It links it to an apartment, to a complex. We're trying to do that to address vulnerable populations such as youth and some of the city-owned apartment projects. So that's in the voucher world. Specifically to your question to get that money out the door, I do want to add, if I could, on other things, because I do hear this comment and the concern. The source of income that City Council passed will go into effect in 2 weeks, which I think will really help break down some of those barriers, a really important policy decision. As you know, our department's been working on a hotel purchase. We're getting closer, like very close. We're very excited to talk to you more about that here very soon. The wellness hotel that we've been operating continues to have about 300 plus people. All those are families in our care. And we're really exploring right now, again, probably leasing a hotel to have that expedite really getting some people off the street.
Mr. President and Director Pierce, Mr. Real, thank you. All those are big pieces of exactly what we want to hear. So thank you, and I'm glad to see that money's getting out the door. And the motel purchase, I think, is dynamic, not because it's the single bullet, but I think it's a really important one that will model how we can do this across the city and other places. I think my other question is more not about emergency housing, but permanent housing. We had $20 million that was put forward in the bond package. We don't have to wait for the bonds to sell for us to put that together. There was permanent housing dollars out of the COVID funds that was set aside as one-time money. What's the status of getting new units built online and available in the community to increase our housing stock, lower the pressure on rents, and make more stock available for those who need it.
Counselor Benton and Counselor Davis, we've got RFPs out on those permanent supportive housing fund, and also in addition to what you're mentioning, there was the 20 million gross receipts tax money that we've got a list of projects that we're working on, and we're happy to come back to council and present on some more specifics.
Mr. President, I don't want to prolong. Thank you, Director Pierce. That's great. I'll take the cue that we don't want to put that out in public yet, but I wonder if you could help coordinate with us to make to get a report back. I don't know we need a presentation, but certainly a status update on what projects are on the table, what those timelines look like. I think the public wants to know that we're doing that work. I know your department is because I've had some meetings, but the more we can tell them, hey, we're on this and stuff is coming, not 10 years from now, but next year and the year after that would be super helpful. So thank you for bringing that together.
Councilor Benton, Councilor Davis, thank you and happy to do that.
Councilors, any other questions for Director Pierce? Yeah, thanks so much, and we will anxiously await that report. We'll move on to the rest of the question and answer period, starting with Councilor Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. President. There was some comment made from tonight, a person from Buffett's Candy, from that store, and I wonder if the administration would comment on that. I think, and one of the reasons why they had to leave is they said that an employee called them and said that a catalytic converter on their car was stolen in their property just a little bit ago. But this is pretty common. It is something that many of the businesses around our city are telling me, and so I'm especially concerned about the they get to a point where they're giving up as far as reaching out to the city. But the city, we're about customer service, and certainly, they're one of the customers that we're called to serve. Our ACS department, I believe we doubled the size of our responders. I know our APD and our budget this year is fully funded. Our solid waste is fully funded. So I know we have the resources to be able to respond to, theft, to trash and needles that are on a business like that. People that are loitering and trespassing on public property, breaking into that facility. And so, Mr. Earl, if you want to if you all could just walk me through the response to something like that, from solid waste to APD to our ACS responders. What is the ideal city response, and are we doing that? Because I want to celebrate the fact that our incredible employees of our city and are just, they know what they're called to do, they have the correct procedures, they're responding quickly to it, and we're just taking care of those issues. And so if you can you walk us through that, Ms. Rowe?
Mr. President and Councilor Lewis, let me break this down a little bit. First and foremost, I am too appalled with the comment that was made about 242 cops, and that is totally unacceptable. As I was hearing Ms. Buffett describe that, I texted the police chief. There is no excuse for that type of, if you will, response, and we will get on that immediately. I also want to assure the citizens of the city that we are working that issue. You all have started a study to look at 911 and all the response times, so we're working through that with you all and getting that information. So to the family, the Buffett family, we will have someone go out and visit with them immediately to have that conversation. But Councilor, to your broader question, look, this council has been very supportive. You all authorized us additional positions to the solid waste department to hire encampments and crews that would be, if you will, assigned to each quadrant of the city. The last budget, you authorized 19 positions for purpose of doing that work. Hiring people has been a challenge, as with other companies throughout the city. It's challenging to hire people, but we are about halfway through the hiring process. We've had to resort to using a lot of folks from our temp agencies to fill those positions. We attempt to deal with those questions for cleaning up areas, et cetera, on a daily basis. We clean over 100 encampments a month, and we continue to do that in many of your districts, many across the city, And that team is a team that is really comprised of solid waste employees, and also with ACS employees. The Department of Community Safety Department, again, has employees out almost probably about 12 to 15 hours a day all over the city, responding to different issues in the community, whether they be in parking lots, on streets, anywhere in the city, to try and provide some support, give people some, if you will, guidance to where the services might be. And then we also have all city employees, Mr. President and members of the council. The mayor has asked all city employees that whether they're bus drivers or municipal waste folks picking up, fixing the streets, whether they're solid waste drivers picking up the cans every day, is to report that information and to make sure that we have a complete city approach to this. It's a challenge for sure, but we're working very diligently. I will say that the police department has stepped up tremendously with having every area command is now connected with our 311 system and with our cleaning crews to help support and provide the safety at each of these encampments that may be occurring across the city. On some occasions, we have some very aggressive folks in the community, and thus requiring some police support in that area. So, Mr. President, we're deploying as many of the resources as we have available. You all have seen those resources at work, and we'll continue to do so. But unfortunately, on some of these issues, like the one that was raised, we didn't do so well, and we need to get better at that, and we will certainly continue to do so.
Mr. President, and I do want to draw a distinction. By the way, our Northwest Area Command, and I think we got a command there that has some clear directives and some incredible responders, and have been able to deal with some things very rapidly. And I very complimentary of that command and the officers and the commander and responding to some of the issues that have come up over the last month or so have been great. I do want to point out that this specifically with with this store that was mentioned tonight and many others, this is specifically a crime issue. I mean, I think there might be some carryover into homelessness and things like that, but I really think that there should be a separation of looking specifically at what happened here, what's happening here, and what's happening in so many other businesses. This is drug abuse and use on the property and leaving needles and dangerous items on the properties. This is theft. It's breaking and entering. It's just a multitude of serious crimes, that again I think are in and of themselves, should be dealt with in that way, and not really. We had a multitude of other issues related to unsheltered and homeless, issues related to that, but this is specifically related to that. But anyways, thanks so much, Mr. Rao.
Councilor Sanchez.
Thank you, Mr. President. The comment that I want to make was exactly that we didn't even mention that these were crimes. You talked about a lot of the services that are rendered. I know all these services are being rendered constantly and continuously, and the funding is there. We've already discussed that. The problem that we're having is that we are dealing with criminals on the streets, and these criminals are not being apprehended. They're not being cited. We're continuing to hear these stories over and over and over again. These stories have not gone away. They have not diminished. Our homicide rate, again, is going to break last year's record. So we are not doing, the administration's not doing what it needs to do to take care of the issues that the folks are complaining to us about. And those are crime issues. Sure, we have issues with everything we've done. We've got everything totally funded, but we do not deal with the crime issue the way it needs to be dealt with. And that is the #1 priority that needs to be dealt with in reference to this administration, and it's not happening, and we continue to hear the same things over and over again. Thank you.
Councilors, any other questions for the administration? Councilor Grout.
Mr. President, thank you. I have a couple of questions for Deputy Director Gallegos. He's with the solid waste. Deputy. Central, going up from San Pedro to Louisiana, I travel that way every day from work. My business is right next door or right down the street from Buffett, so I've also experienced the same issues she's had. But my question is, we have visitors coming to town with the state fair starting, and that stretch from San Pedro to Loma or Louisiana on Central is probably the dirtiest I've ever seen in my life. It's riddled with trash and homeless folks, and I watch them do their drugs. I watch them do other things. And what are we going to do to get that cleaned up? Because I sure don't want our visitors seeing that.
Councilor President, Councilor, we've already started addressing that area. We focus on the Louisiana, Central, San Pedro, and Lomas corridor right now. Yes, there is a lot of trash. We do a daily sweep through there, through the ARC corridor for the trash pickup. We work alongside with transit. Sometimes some of the bus stops seem to be getting overwhelmed with trash, and they do throw the trash and it does blow into the streets. So we are addressing that. We did do a full sweep through there last week. They were out there today. They will be out there every day during the state fair to address the litter pickup on the corridor.
Good, thank you. There's also a parade on Saturday, and I don't want any children seeing stuff they should not be seeing.
Correct. So on the day of the parade, actually, in the morning, we actually will do the litter sweep. We do the cleanup afterwards. We're utilizing some of our trucks to assist in the parade, and we'll do some outreach from the FCS group that we do have working with us.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much.
I guess I'll just follow through with kind of a follow-up question related to these others. I'm not gonna say where this is, but it's let's just say it's a tourist destination and for both local ourselves who like to go there and visitors as well, with as was mentioned with the state fair and the balloon fiesta coming up. So I'm not going to say where it was because I don't want to put any negative framework and sense that people should not be going there. But we did have a report, and I hope everyone has seen it, but about persons, seemingly folks who are living on the street, but hard to say who they are, but people who are deranged and aggressive towards visitors to our city. And the person who made the complaint said that when APD did finally show up, they said there's nothing we can do about that, about someone who's screaming in the face of a customer, potential customer or visitor, just someone who's here trying to enjoy our city. I do not blame APD leadership for that. But I do know for a fact, because I've read it over and over again, some of the union representatives for the union have repeatedly inferred that there's nothing we can do, our hands are tied. So I think, we need to point that out as well and realize that there's some responsibility right there too that needs to be recognized. And I think many of us are supported, and politically and so forth by the union. And there's so many good officers out there that I think, this is a disservice to them when their own union leadership talks in this manner. And it's been repeated over years, going back to the DOJ settlement, that there's nothing we can do. And this was actually the response that we'd given to a constituent of mine and a business owner. And that's just unacceptable. Mr. Rao?
Mr. President and members of the council, let me just say, you all hear a lot about these issues. We do too in the mayor's office from constituents, et cetera. I would just say to all of you, if you have any instances of these issues occurring, such as the one you just described, I would really implore you to get in touch with me. Look, that is not an answer. I've heard the chief, I've heard the deputy chiefs, I've heard the commanders all talk about there's never an answer, there's nothing we can do. There's always something we can do. ACS department can respond to some of these issues when you have this kind of situation. The officers are citing more, they're doing much more aggressive work especially in the public rights of way, especially in parks where children play. So I just want to make sure that you all know that that's not an acceptable answer as well. And you know, and like all of you, we want to make sure we're putting our best foot forth, especially as these major events happen in our community. And so I would just ask you again to please let me know if that occurs again, because that's not what we should be doing, and that's not what's acceptable for this administration.
I appreciate that, Mr. Rowell, and of course, did notify my commander about it, and we'll see where they take it from there, but disturbing report. All right, unless there are any other, Councilor, you just had some questions, you have more?
Thank you, Mr. President. One of the things that I think is really, really important that we need to really just be working and discussing is what actually happened. I mean, we're actually dealing with the folks from See's Candy here, or Buffett's Candy here after the fact. So I heard we're going to go talk to them, we're going to send somebody there. What exactly happened, and what did we do, and what did we not do that they had to come into City Council to express themselves? So obviously something's broken, and we're not fixing it, and it's the administration's job to make sure that everybody under their watch takes care of business and does it right. And that must have not happened in this case. So what are we doing to correct that? What are we doing to make sure that we're answering the calls to the citizens in the proper way? Because this obviously didn't take place. And again, we keep hearing this over and over again. So what are we doing to rectify this and fix this situation?
Mr. President and Councilor Sanchez, I'm not quite sure that was more a comment or a question, but I'll just give you my perspective. Look, yeah, I explained to you, we didn't do a very good job on this particular issue, and the only way we're going to find out what happened is to visit with the owner of the store and have APD go out and review the situation. I can't go back and change the results, but I am certainly interested in moving forward. And look, you were a police officer at one time. You know how hard it is to go out and to try and answer every single call that comes in as a police officer back in the day when you were a police officer. We have a shortage of officers, that's for sure. And we're working very diligently to try and make sure that we get to as many calls as possible. So I would hope that you would give your former colleagues the benefit of the opportunity to going out and visiting with the owner to get the information and try and rectify and move forward in a positive manner. So that's what we're going to do, and we'll continue to work at that.
Mr. President, Mr. L., when I was a police officer, one of the things that we prided ourselves on doing is making sure that we took care of the business 100% while we were there. We asked the victim every question that we needed to. We worked diligently to find the offender and let them know what we were doing. We did the follow-up to make sure that the follow-up happened and that they were comfortable with what we had done. Those are the things that I'm looking at and looking for. We need to make sure that we're following up with these folks. If there's an actual crime that takes place, these people need to know what we are doing and what we're doing to follow up, what we're doing to rectify the situation, and they need to know it right then and there when we arrive. That's exactly the way we did our job when we were police officers. That's what we prided ourselves on as police officers, so that they wouldn't call. If somebody called me and said, look, commander or lieutenant or sergeant throughout my ranks, and they called me and complained about that officer was in trouble. He needed to go back there and fix that. And that should have happened in this case. It should happen in more of the cases that we keep seeing. These things need to happen over and over and over again so that we can make sure that we're doing our job as law enforcement officers. Not only that, I actually hear the same scenario playing itself out through other departments as well. So we need to make sure that we're doing a better job and find out what we're doing. So for us to be asking you to do that, you should be self-assessing and making sure that your employees are doing what they need to do, whether it's following the rules or not following the rules, doing what needs to be done. I'm a business owner. I know there's other business owners on this, and if somebody's not doing the job the correct way, then you do something about it. You follow through disciplinary processes, or you get rid of them. Those are the way
Counselor,
things
this is a
work.
question and answer period, and let's move on now to the journal.
Mr. President.
Yes, sir.
I have one
Vice
extra-
President Lewis.
I have one more
We're
question.
finished with the Q&A period, I'm sorry.
Mr. President, move approval of the August 15th journal.
There's a motion and a second for approval of the August 15th journal. All those in favor say yes. Yes. Opposed? And that passes unanimously. We'll move on to the letter of introduction. Are there any changes to the letter of introduction? I move that the rules be suspended for the purpose of placing EC 139 on tonight's agenda for action. EC 139 is approval of FY23 contracts to continue to operate the Wellness 2 Hotel for families experiencing homelessness. This will require a rule suspension, which means a 2/3 majority vote. All those in favor of suspending the rules to put EC 139, there's a motion and a second. Thank you, Councilor Bassan. Say yes and raise your hand. Yes? Opposed? And that passes. Vice President Lewis.
Mr. President, I move approval of the letter of introduction.
Thank you. There's a motion and a second for approval of the letter of introduction. All those in favor say yes. Yes. Opposed? And that passes unanimously. We have no reports for committees tonight, so we'll move on to deferrals and withdrawals. Councilors, any deferrals or withdrawals at this time? Seeing none, we will move to the consent agenda. Are there any changes to the consent agenda? Seeing none, for the individuals on tonight's consent agenda who are being appointed to serve on a board or commission, thank you for your willingness to serve. I know some of you are coming back for a second round of action on your committees and commissions, so thanks very much for that. Vice President Lewis.
Move approval of the consent agenda.
And there's a second from Councilor Jones. All those in favor of the consent agenda say yes. Yes. Any opposed? That passes. We'll move to announcements. Councilor Davis.
Mr. President, there will be a Finance and Government Operations Committee meeting on Monday, September 12th at 5 p.m. in the Council Committee Room on the 9th floor.
Councilor Sanchez.
Thank you, Mr. President. Public Safety Committee meeting on Tuesday, September 13th is canceled.
And Councilor Jones.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Land Use Planning and Zoning Committee meeting scheduled for Wednesday, September 14th is canceled.
Thank you, councilors and chair people from our committees. We'll move to, next is public hearings. We have no public hearings tonight. We then move to approvals, and I will move EC 122. This is the appointment of Lawrence Rael, MPA, to the position of Chief Administrative Officer. I move confirmation. There's a motion and a second, I believe from Councilor Davis. Is there anyone signed up to speak? No one signed up to speak. Administration.
I urge your support.
I bet you do.
Councilors, let me just say, look, meetings like we had, or the opening of this meeting like we had today, obviously are challenging for all of you as elected officials. For the mayor, I've been in public service for a good time in my life. I've been fortunate and honored to have been the CAO before for this city, and I'm honored that the mayor has asked me to step in and do the work again. I can commit to working with all of you and as being as professional as possible, working to ensure that we continue to move the city forward. And although Councilor Sanchez and I have some spirited conversations at times, Councilor Lewis, all of us, I just want you all to know, this is about doing the work for the city as a public servant. I don't particularly feel as if we are at odds with each other. We all have a different perspective, and I am very open to listening to those perspectives and working with all of you. So with that being said, I'm honored to be nominated for this position, and as I said earlier, I will work with all of you to try and move your agenda forward as elected officials and the mayors, and to move this community forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councilors, any discussion? And we thank you for your willingness to serve in this challenging position. Mr. Ryle, thank you. Okay, seeing no discussion, we have a motion and a second for confirmation. All those in favor say yes. Raise your hand. Yes. Opposed? And that passes unanimously. So there's a big show of support, and we're counting on you.
Thank you. Now it's all yours.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Rao. Next is item B, EC 139. This is the approval of the FY23 contracts to continue operating the Wellness 2 Hotel for families experiencing homelessness. I move approval. And there's a second from Councilor Feeblecorn. Any discussion, councilors? And I think Director Pierce gave us a summary. I don't know if we need to call her back down here unless there are any questions. But yeah, this is a good effort. The Wellness Hotel has been a proven facility. It's the kind we need more of. Councilor Bassan.
Mr. President, I'm just wondering, what is the vacancy right now at the Wellness 2 Motel? I just thought of it. Sorry, Director. And I'm hoping we can get a family of 8 or 9 in there. I saw Deputy Director Ogeen talking to her, so thank you.
Council President Benton and Councilor Bassan, yes, we've already done some problem solving with the family of 8. I will say, and I thank you for the support on the Wellness 2. I will say over the time that we've had that hotel open, we've exited 638 people there into housing, and that has included 374 children. So we've got the intensive case management that we're doing there with our partners from UNM, from Heading Home, and the intensive continuing to break down barriers to get families into housing has really worked. And by having people there in that hotel, that's allowed for that. So there isn't a current vacancy right now, but we've got some other problem solving going on with the coalition, Alex, who spoke earlier. And, you know, we continue to learn a lot there on what works and what doesn't. We're doing a little bit of, I want to say, floor reconfiguration to have our staff on each floor to have really develop the relationships there with the families. These are vulnerable families with lots of challenges and barriers, and I think we're doing a lot to learn about those and to overcome them. But we're really proud about the people that we've been able to house by having them there at Wellness 2.
Mr. President, and what is the maximum capacity?
It's got about 100 beds there, and usually, over a little over 100 rooms there that are occupied, and we usually have about 300 people there.
Thank you.
All right, councilors, any other questions for Director Pierce? Thank you, Director Pierce. So there we do have a motion and a second for approval of the contract extension for the Wellness 2 Hotel. All those in favor say yes and raise your hand. Yes. Any opposed? That passes unanimously. We're going to now move, juggle the agenda to other business, and this is EC 126, which is the veto by the mayor of R2256, establishing a moratorium for safe outdoor spaces as regulated in the Integrated Development Ordinance for a period of 12 months or until the Integrated Development Ordinance is amended, whichever occurs first. If a councilor wishes to attempt an override of the mayor's veto, they will make a motion to override. If no motion is made or if a second is not received, the mayor's veto stands. Also, if a motion is made, a second is received, but 6 votes are not obtained in favor of the override motion, the mayor's veto stands. Councilor, is there a motion to override? Councilor Vice President Lewis.
Mr. President, I realize this is completely at your discretion, but I would just make a request that we normally this, and I believe this was originally put on the end of the agenda, and normally a motion like this would be, and there's just some other, I think, important things on this agenda tonight that I'd like to see us. I know there's some people waiting on, and I think if we deal with this first, it's going to be a good while before I think there's a hearing tonight, some other things. And so, again, I realize it's your discretion. I would just make a request that we move this to the end of the meeting.
And appreciate the concern, Councilor. This is a big item. It's a quick item, and I'd rather dispense with it at this time. As chair, that would be my my decision. Councilor Bassan.
Mr. President, I would like to make a motion to override the mayor's veto.
All right, there's a motion to override the veto. Is there a second?
Second.
A second from Counselor Grout. So again, counselors, an affirmative vote will be to override the mayor's veto.
Mr. President, I did want to say a few things.
Yes,
Okay.
please. We actually have the ability for public comment and everything here, so.
Thank you.
There's a motion and a second to override, just clarifying how the vote would go. So there are people signed up to speak. Let's go to hear from them, and then we'll hear from counselors.
Thank you, Mr. President. Our first speaker is Julia Fong, followed by Loreto Naranjo Lopez. Loreto Naranjo Lopez, followed by Tony Watkins.
Good evening, President and councilors. My name is Loretta Naranjo Lopez, and I'm the president of Santa Barbara Martineztown Neighborhood Association. I'm not going to go over again what I've explained, that the conditions in Martineztown, Santa Barbara are nearly catastrophic regarding the closing of the Coronado Park. We've had to deal with a lot of things regarding the homeless, and it's because of those types of programs which we consider is being moved to the location in our neighborhood, and it will not be changed. So I'm urging you to please stop this idea that we have such a safe outdoor space. I think it's deplorable that we as human beings want a decision to put people in tents. There is something wrong with society. We're a greedy society when we consider that as a solution. So I'm really asking that you override the mayor's veto and vote against the safe outdoor spaces. I thank you for this time.
Tony Watkins, followed by Annette Castillo.
Hello, my name is Tony Watkins. I'm the program director for homeless assistance with the New Mexico Coalition to End Homelessness, a coalition of over 1,000 people and 50 agencies across the state dedicated to ending homelessness. Please do not override the mayor's moratorium on safe outdoor spaces. The mayor's veto of the moratorium on safe outdoor spaces. There's not enough shelter space to meet the need of people experiencing homelessness in Albuquerque, and there are reasons why for some, living in a shelter is not a bona fide option. I've been part of 2 petition campaigns geared toward hearing from the people experiencing homelessness themselves regarding policy initiatives that would impact them. Not one person I spoke to was against safe outdoor spaces. In addition, safe outdoor spaces should be evenly distributed across the city and not allowed to be developed solely in economically poor communities or communities of color. I visited the West Side Shelter and learned about its shortcomings from the people living there and the staff working there. There is no washing machine to wash clothes, the roof leaks, and there is a back door that isn't open properly, that is a fire hazard. It is also an old prison and still has the excessive fencing and other features that one associates with a prison. It is also 15 miles out of town. There are good reasons why people would not want to live there. The capacity of the West Side Shelter is about 600. We have 2,000 people in our central intake system waiting to be housed, and the average length of time to become housed at the onset of homelessness is 700 days. Even if you count the shelters, the other shelters, and the Gateway Center, we don't have the capacity to house everyone who needs it. Clearly, we need safe outdoor space.
Annette Castillo, followed by John Hendry.
Thank you, President and council members. My name is Annette Castillo, and I vote to override the veto from the mayor. This has happened about a year ago, and another thing that has happened a year ago was open borders. So let's address the elephant in the room, and we are in a crisis mode, and we are a border state, we're a sanctuary state. Open borders, we have more of everything, more of crime. We had the #1 drug bust just recently. I don't think, creating a tent city or safe spaces is gonna be feasible. I mean, are these people coming over the border? Yes, they are, because I've talked to them on the streets. We have women and children panhandling and their husband on the other corner. And I'm like, well, why don't you go get a job? They could barely speak English because they're from other countries. Open borders is treason. So let's address it as we should for what it is. It is a crime. And thank you, Councilmember Sanchez, for bringing up that this is a crime issue and it's not housing. Housing is not a right. However, life is a right. It's our First Amendment right. And that's what we should be focusing on instead of donating $250,000 to Planned Parenthood. Let's see if we can use that money to secure our borders and build the wall. Thank you.
John Hendry, followed by Nani Rivera.
Mr. President, Ms. Rivera and Mr. Henry are not here at the moment, but they're en route. If we could move them to the end if they're available by then, if that'd be okay.
Thank you, Mr. President. Councilor Davis. Geraldo Coinello, followed by Rebecca Armijo.
First of all, thank you, Mr. President, City Council members. Although I'm a retired city employee and here too, so I understand. So being retired or retarded, it's hard to enjoy the quality of life when you see all these things happening in our culture. So with that said, my name is Geraldo Chunello. I am American Filipino, first generation, residing in Albuquerque since 1980. And you and I have known since 1980, that's 4 decades, homelessness for over 30 or 40 years. From time to time, I have great opportunity to serve and feed the homeless in the community. As your constituent, concerned citizen, and alternative health doctor, I highly encourage you to override the mayor's veto on RR 25256, establishing a moratorium for safe outdoor spaces for 3 simple reasons. Now, did you know? According to the statistic, at least 70% of homeless have mental health illness, which promotes criminal acts, medical health diseases, and public health crises. Secondly, imagine having your own business with, such as insurance or restaurant buildings or facilities. Would you want homeless camps on your property? Now imagine owning your own home. Would you want homeless camps in your property and land with that? So I do have empathy and sympathy why the increase in your rent. So, and I would hope that you would override the mayor's veto on this. Thank you.
Rebecca Armijo.
Mr. President, can I just jump in? Just unrelated to the comments that this gentleman made, I would just ask him to really refrain from using the word retarded. People who are developmentally delayed are some of the smartest people I know, so thank you.
Rebecca Armijo, followed by Herbert Edmond.
Good evening, President and councilors. My name is Rebecca Armijo, and I am a resident who is concerned about our community as well as the city's fiscal responsibility. My husband and I have owned a small business in Albuquerque for over 30 years. And during those 30 years, we've learned a few things about projects and planning. Not every project that we planned was successful. However, we did learn that no project was successful unless we planned adequately and executed it adequately. We were always guaranteed sure unsuccess when we didn't plan well or we didn't execute well. And execution means following through with those plans and even tweaking some things that didn't work in the process. Success only comes from proper planning and from proper execution. But proper execution is being steadfast in carefully following the thought-out plans, and also willing, like I said, to tweak anything that wasn't working to accomplish the success. So instead of instigating another project merely for the fact of doing something, how about we commit to following through with the projects that are already instigated, like the Wellness Hotel, like Gateway Center, all of those other things make succeed. So please override the
Thank
veto.
you.
Herbert Edmond, followed by Diane McClager.
Good evening, Council President and councilors. After how you all doing, I gotta say hello to my buddy Lawrence Real and ex-councilman Eric Agriego. I've been living in Albuquerque since 1960 at 10 years old. I went to Vietnam, came back, joined the fire department, and retired from the fire department. Before I retired, I'm a founder of a program called Ishinru Club, located at 1314 Gibson Southeast. It started out as an old gas station. Then we got a metal building donated by Intel. Some may say it was unattractive, but we served the peoples, and we served homeless people, and we gave a positive quality of life to everyone in the area. We have a lot of problems in our neighborhood. It takes the policemen, and we sympathize with the police department being short of staff. To get someone out at our already existing problems, including in the past gangs, drugs, homelessness from our own peoples living in the park. We encourage, we've been in existence in our neighborhood before we had a mayor. The city council always made decisions. I urge your support to continuously veto the mayor's request. I hope my buddy Lawrence Real, he relates that to the mayor, that we do not want a homeless camp in our area because of the existing problems that we have. If that exists, it just make our problem even worse. I thank you all for your time. I urge you all support to veto that request.
Diane McClager, followed by Bruce Jefferson.
This is okay. Hi, my name is Diane McClagan, and I live in the Kirkland Edition. And the reason I'm here is because I heard that they were trying to get a homeless camp in our area. We have a lot of problems already. I'm a senior citizen, okay, and there's a lot of senior citizens over there, and then there's a lot of young families over there, and there's a lot of homelessness. I'm a home caregiver, and I travel around taking care of elderly people. And what I've learned is that the homelessness, they have no respect for anybody else's properties and stuff, and I don't think it's fair. And I wanted to say my piece, that I wanted veto too, for them to veto it this year. What is it, 22-126? I wanted to be vetoed too because of that. Thank you.
Please, no applause.
Bruce Jefferson, followed by Michael Miera.
Good afternoon, President and Councilman. I had a good speech that I was going to set forth, but you know what? After listening to everybody else, don't have a big speech. All I ask is, where's your compassion? I hear people talk about the homeless. We've heard a crisis about the homeless, people getting kicked out of their homes because of rent, and then all of a sudden, then we have this space, and we say somebody's on the west side. My problem is that we want to come up with a solution that's a one size fits all, and we're always either or. We're fighting to say we have to do this and not do this. Why can't we do it all? I'm here to say that I don't want you to veto safe house spacing, because people keep talking about, they say things like it's going to criminalize it. Look, we have the same issue in our homeless communities that we have in our society. there's an element of criminals in that, just like in our society. The percentage is the same. So stop trying to put the homeless in a criminal box, because when we do that, it makes us look at them differently. And then when you look at them differently, you can put them in places where they can be out of sight, out of mind. I urge you, I don't know what the solution is, but I urge you not to veto this, because you don't know if it'll work, because you have not tried it. So we need to try all things. As we talked about the hotels are already full. By the time that it takes to fill those up, we need everybody to do what they can to make sure that it works.
Thank you,
So
sir.
please don't veto.
Michael Miera, followed by Karen Navarro on Zoom.
Councilors, good evening. I'm here today to implore you to vote to override the mayor's veto on safe outdoor spaces and institute the proposed moratorium. There's been a substantial public outcry saying enough is enough in regards to the unsanctioned activities of the homeless throughout the city. As taxpayers, we have footed the bill for various services to include the Gateway Center, tiny homes villages, free bus service, medical services, to name a few, and have yet to yield any results from those efforts. You know, there are substantial services available for people that desire to change their situation, and it's time we realize a hard truth that people don't want to change unless they're forced to do so. This became evident with the closing of Coronado Park. Not only then did it make more people start utilizing the services that were available, but it forced them to make some tough life decisions as to what they needed to do. I think that today we need to stand up to both the mayor and the homeless and say enough is enough. It's time to help yourself and put the onus on the individual. It's a personal choice, and basically it's time that they take responsibility for the choices that they've made. So that's all I have to say.
Mr. President, we'll now move to speakers on Zoom. First speaker is Karen Navarro, followed by Reverend Bob Lavalle.
Good evening, councilors, and good evening, President Benton. First, I want to advocate for the opening soon of a safe outdoors parking space with sanitation facilities provided for people living in their vehicles at the Gateway Center in one of the parking lots that is empty. This could be restricted to women and elderly individuals and others who are the most vulnerable, as well as families who can't get into the wellness hotel. Council members, you passed the much needed zoning change to allow safe outdoor spaces in non-residential areas of our city. Now, please do not backpedal on your commitment by imposing a one-year moratorium. Why a moratorium anyway? Deputy Director Elizabeth Holguin and the Family and Community Services Department know what to do to set up safe outdoor spaces, provide sanitation, provide on-site security, limit the number of spaces for tents or vehicles, provide secure storage of residents' belongings, partner with healthcare and homeless services providers to come to the site and meet regularly with the people staying there. That's what providing resources really means, and it can't be done under the status quo. The support infrastructure already exists, just not a safe and stable place for people to be. I know because I volunteer at the Francis House every Monday. Why wait a year to enact the zoning change you voted for? Why wait through another cold fall and sometimes bitterly cold winter? Councilors, please vote no on overriding the veto. Thank you.
Reverend Bob Lavalle, followed by Rosemary Blanchard.
I'm the Associate Minister of First Unitarian Church of Albuquerque. It's at the corner of Carlisle Boulevard and Comanche. And I want to talk to you about two encampments. The first one sprang up about 3 months ago in an empty lot on the other side of the fence from the church that I serve. And over a couple of weeks, about a dozen tents went up, and I went over and talked to them, some mix of men and women, a few dogs. And they knew that they would get pushed out eventually, but they took what little respite they could have there one day at a time. Now, this was an unsanctioned, unsupervised encampment, so the expected shenanigans went on. Human shit was everywhere, pardon me. There was vandalization at the church, although that happens whether or not there's a camp there. There was a lot of trash. Eventually, they were cleared out, and who knows where they went, probably another encampment. The second encampment is on our side of the fence, on church property. It's the encampment that I've applied to the city to open. If it's approved, the residents will be screened, The encampment will have showers and bathrooms and security personnel. It'll be fenced in. People staying there will be safe and will have access to case management support, and they'll be held accountable for their actions. So my question to the council is, which kind of encampment do you want in this city? You have to choose, and the choice no encampments is not an answer. We cannot live in the fantasy that making camps illegal will make them go away. So I ask you, give safe outdoor spaces a chance. Don't veto the law. Thank you.
Thank you, Reverend. I have a quick question for you. Thank you for your question to us. Is what you're proposing in your church parking lot or property, does it in any way resemble what was going on at Coronado Park? Because that's what we keep hearing. that we're trying, the city is now trying to create another Coronado Park elsewhere in the city.
Okay. I can't tell who's talking. Is that Councilor Davis? Or, I can't tell who's asking me the question, but anyways, it will have nothing to do with Coronado Park. I mean, there'll be trash pickup. Also, the encampment I'm proposing will be for folks who are living in their cars. So it'll just go from 7 at night to 7 in the morning. 7 in the morning, they clear out. And like I said, we'll have all these services that will keep folks from doing the things that make those kinds of encampments, the unsupervised encampments, a big problem.
Mr. President,
and I understand citizens' frustrations with that.
Thank you, Reverend, for that
I'll just
clarification.
give the same reminder that I gave last time. I believe the facts that were just being discussed were related to a pending application for a safe outdoor space that's pending in planning.
That's correct.
It's one of those things that, you know, we're not going to be perfect on keeping the record straight, but I would urge the speakers, to the extent that you are planning to or have a specific application or site in mind, to please address the general policy of the moratorium as opposed to the specifics of any particular site, in order to preserve all of the due process obligations that the council will owe in the event of an appeal of one of those applications.
Yeah, I mean, I have no idea where this church or this encampment is, so I think it was a legitimate question, but we'll move on. All right.
Thank you.
Rosemary Blanchard, followed by Peggy Neff.
Hello, members of the council. My name is Rosemary Blanchard. I reside in District 2 and I attend Albuquerque Friends meeting also in District 2. I'm asking you, please do not override Mayor Keller's veto of Council Resolution R 2256. The current way Albuquerque deals with its unhoused community members simply isn't working. Criminalization of homelessness is not only cruel and a violation of widely recognized human rights standards, it's also ineffective, expensive, and non-sustainable. Please be willing to work with the city administration on at least a few pilot efforts to address the needs of our homeless community members. How will we ever find new answers to this persistent problem if we tie our own hands? Albuquerque faces a massive problem of unhoused and marginally housed community members. However, trying to drive unhoused persons off the streets and into official shelters is not working, and I believe is making a bad situation worse. As Mayor Keller stated in his veto message, cities need the flexibility and availability of a wide range of options to be able to match the wide range of situations we find in our unsheltered population. That is why I'm asking the City Council to work with the current IDO language to find some real solutions for the crisis of homelessness in our city. Criminalization of homelessness is recognized throughout the world as a violation of basic human rights. In fact, a report of the UN Committee on Elimination of Racial Discrimination recently, just this past month, noted that the criminalization of homelessness
Thank you,
in the
Rosemary. Your
United
time
States
is up.
Okay, disproportionately impacts persons of color, which is one more reason to not override the veto. Thank you.
Peggy Neff, followed by Sarah Fitzgerald.
Good evening, councilors. Again, I must direct your attention to the fact that this is a substantive issue. The IDO does not have the capacity to amend properly in regard to substantive issues. You're making a mess out of our zone code. I'm on the fence with the moratorium, I can't call for a yes vote and I can't call for a no vote. And I see the need and I understand the disparity that happens in regard to trying to put people together that don't really belong together in a tented camp. It can't work well. If you read Councilman Lewis's statement, he makes a lot of sense. He makes absolute sense out of the mess that you have created. Take time, stop the planning until you have a full master plan in place for dealing with the problems and finding the right solutions for our city. We need voucher systems that work. We need affordable housing that is expanding, not limited. We need a variety of tools, but this one with the oversight, if you went out to the West Side Shelter, I see that your tour of the West Side Shelter was delayed, probably to pass these issues forward. But if you had seen the West Side Shelter, you will see that we are not doing justice for these people. They are living in
Thank you, Peggy. Your time is up.
dilapidated hellhole, and that's on you.
Thank you. Sarah Fitzgerald, followed by Renee Horvath.
Good evening, councilors. I'm Sarah Fitzgerald, speaking on behalf of the Board of Directors of the Greater Albuquerque Chamber of Commerce. We want to restate our previous testimony on how our city should be fighting homelessness. At the Chamber, we believe our city should be compassionate and helpful toward people experiencing homelessness. Those who want help and will take help should get help. But we have to oppose any policy that would allow or encourage our city to be used as a campground. We don't believe so-called safe outdoor spaces will remain safe or small for long, and we believe that the proliferation of homeless camps, however they're constituted, will not make our streets safer. They will hurt efforts to attract visitors, residents, and employers alike. We also encourage the council to do whatever it can to fast-track the Gateway Center's opening to not only offer substantially more overnight shelter closer to the city's core, but also to co-locate and better coordinate services. Medical attention, detox, ID recovery, connection to transitional housing. In other words, real help that leads to long-term stability. We urge the support for this moratorium and for the continued efforts to open the Gateway Center to serve Albuquerque's unhoused community. Thank you.
I have a question for the last speaker. She's off already.
Mr. President, Ms. Fitzgerald is still on.
Ms. Fitzgerald?
Yes, Councilor.
So the Chamber of Commerce was a big organizer of a trip to San Antonio a few years back where we saw their facility. I don't know if you were part of that, but really took a leading role in that. And I know that the Keller administration's Gateway Center was influenced by that trip. And a lot of people, myself included, went along to see what was being done in San Antonio. Has the Chamber gone to Denver to see the safe outdoor spaces that are being operated there?
We have not, no.
Yeah, I would really encourage you to do that before you speak out against them in this manner, because I don't think you're really getting the picture, and I really disagree with the distortions that are being put forth about what we're talking about here. So just wanted to make that comment and to be sure that I didn't misspeak by saying you've not gone to see what's being done in Denver with the 2 outdoor spaces there, and that were organized by people who used to live on the street and who came and made a presentation to this council a few months back. Thank you.
Renee Horvath, followed by Linda Mahorder.
Good evening. My name is Renee Horvath. I'm with the West Side. I am providing some comments just based on my own observation and being involved in the IDO amendments, as this is an IDO amendment that just recently came up this last summer. And there's still a lot of questions about the tent encampment. So a lot of people do not feel supportive of the safe outdoor spaces because there's a lot of questions about them and how they're going to deal with some of the more problematic issues with the drug issues and the mental health. So therefore, I I think we need to maintain the moratorium right now and not move forward with the safe outdoor space. And I would recommend that campus model that you just mentioned, Councillor Benton, called Haven for Hope in San Antonio, because it does address a lot of different types of homelessness in one, with services in all in one spot. And the YouTube videos that I've seen, I've been very impressed with what I've seen. And I think there is a group in town trying to do a Gabriel Village similar to that model, and I think we need to look at that. But in the meantime, we do have the West Side Shelter, and I too did go to the West Side Shelter last week, and I was impressed with that. You know, we have a shelter that has heating and cooling. They have dorm rooms.
Thank you, Renee. Your time is up.
So it has potential. So thank you.
Linda Maharder, followed by John Hendry.
Yes, let's see if I can. Yes, my name's Linda Mahorter. I appreciate being able to speak in front of the councilors this evening. I am speaking as a private citizen from District 9. I am also a retired physician, and I'm currently working as a hospital chaplain. So I have interacted with many people who are homeless in a variety of capacities. And I would just, I would like to emphasize, first of all, that these individuals are our fellow human beings. They're our neighbors, and they need to be treated with compassion. I was bothered by the person who said that housing is not a right. Housing is a right. And that in a country this wealthy, that we have people who cannot afford to be sheltered and have housing is a shame. I would like to say also that the road to becoming homeless is multifactorial, and the road out of homelessness is also multifactorial. There are multiple different answers, and one of them I strongly encourage is the safe encampments. The reason I encourage that is because I believe it is the first step that precedes the other steps that we already have in place in the city.
Thank you, Linda. Your time is up.
Thank you.
John Hendry, followed by Nani Rivera.
Good evening, councilors. Taking council's advice, I'm not going to mention a specific place, but second time of being here, Councilor Bassan, last time you directed staff to talk to us. We still can't find anyone. We call, we've employed attorneys, we've tried everything we can. I've got a 62-year business here that struggled through the pandemic, and all we're trying to do is get some information, because everything we're reading is going to be 62 years and we're already here. The shared parking lot that we have with a place that a shelter is going to be disappears, and it's just, I don't know how this can happen. There's no due process for us, this business that's been here a long time. My personal beliefs are that I love the idea of safe space. I would remind everyone that Deb Holland, our Secretary of the Interior, was living in her car homeless at one point. I think this is a good idea. I think it's a bad plan in some of the places they're going to be put. I hate to say this, but I would ask that you override the mayor's veto just to give us time to figure out what's going on. Please don't close our doors.
Councilor Davis.
Mr. Real, if I could ask, I know at our last meeting I'd asked you to meet with Mr. Henry and figure out, Mr. Henry, and sort of help to identify some of the concerns about whatever that property is that he's speaking about. Mm-hmm. Was the administration able to get them enough information for them to weigh in or participate or understand that process? Do you know?
Mr. President and Councilor Davis, I'm aware that Mr. Varela from the Plan Department had reached out, but I will follow up immediately after this, at our break, to make sure we do get with them.
I know y'all know each other, and it would be helpful if we could be sure we could get them what they need to understand that process. Thank you, sir.
Councilor Passan.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I know that Director Varela is here. If contacts could be shared, that might be a way to expedite this process of communication and information sharing.
Nani Rivera.
Hello, councilors. Thank you for giving me an opportunity to speak. My name is Nani Rivera, and I live here in Albuquerque in the South Valley. My son goes to college at CNM, pursuing a career in health science, and we're very invested in this community. I work in film, and I spend a lot of time feeding film crews. A lot of times we film downtown around the different areas where there's a lot of homeless people, so I've been able to see a lot of what's going on, and my heart really breaks for them. They come up, they ask for us to feed them. I know they're hungry. I've seen children living in tents. It really breaks my heart. I think what you're trying to do with creating safe spaces for them is really incredible, and I applaud you for trying to do something about this awful situation. What I implore that you do is to take some time and just really think about how you're doing this. I came here at the last meeting. I heard a whole bunch of testimonies about different situations at the different areas that you are wanting to put some homeless encampments in. And there just seems to be a lot that needs to be thought out. I think we need to do more for our homeless people here and think about the needs that they have and make sure that we're providing them with what they need. I think that this is not fully thought out, and I think that we need to spend more time making sure that they get the needs that they need and not just put something together really quick because they're really suffering. So I just implore that you override the mayor's veto and just spend some more time on it.
Mr. President, that'll conclude public comment.
All right, thank you. We're back to the council. Councilors, any discussion? Councilor Davis.
Mr. President, I'll make this fairly brief, at least brief for me. Director Pierce shared with the City Council yesterday a set of guidelines, basically an application or a set of rules and regulations that the city was intending to impose or may have already distributed to applicants that help to address some of the concerns that we've heard for 6 weeks now from communities, neighbors, and others who've said, look, this seems like an unplanned, rushed consideration that, and I think neighbors are right in the regard that we have not shared enough information about how these will address neighborhood issues. Director, if you don't mind coming down really quick, I'm going to ask you to do 30 seconds or less in a bullet point of the big picture. But some of the things that stood out to me that I learned from the city's guidelines for these operations that I hadn't heard today, until yesterday, really, in public. And I hope we're sharing those with the members of the media and others, no matter how tonight goes, because I think it's important. And I'm going to call a couple out that I think address concerns we heard tonight, and then I hope you'll give us a very quick rundown of the top lines. For example, although the City Council initially passed these and for some unforeseeable, ununderstandable reason decided not to pass the bill requiring you to create rules for this, you did it anyway, and I applaud that. I think that's helpful, so that they're not sort of chaotic, somebody just taking over a new parking lot. The things that I saw that I thought were addressing neighbor concerns, for example, were a mandatory fence with a cover, kind of like a tennis court, right? A little green cover, so there's some separation and privacy for the people indoors. I saw, for example, that there were curfew hours. Something it looked like dawn to dusk to me, but I recall something about 8 at night till 7 in the morning. There were quiet hours. The city's going to screen residents. People can't just come and go and just sign up and sign out. They actually have to apply with the city for one of these locations, and they're screened and matched to a location with the services or the types of whatever that they need instead of just showing up one day. I also noticed that they have to participate. They have to. It's exactly what I remember from Camp Hope in Las Cruces. Like, you got to do some work around here to pay rent, right? Which is helping to clean up. You take on jobs. You take on chores to contribute. You have to participate in weekly meetings with all the providers and the city. There were a lot of things that I saw in that I've never heard us talk about in all this time that I think address some of those concerns. that these won't be, for lack of a better term, little mini Coronado parks all over the city, that these are really structured and well done. Could you tell me, there's a question here, how did you come up with these? What's the response been from the providers, and what input was provided by neighbors to address some of those concerns?
Council President Benton and Councilor Davis, thank you for that question. Yes, I sent out those guidelines, and I applaud the City Council when you asked about those early on, and it's the right thing for the department to do on any new initiative. We posted those on our website as soon after the IDO amendment went in, after we developed them, and these were developed by working with Camp Hope, getting a copy of what they've done. They've had a successful camp for the last 10 years, and also Cuica Montoya from the Colorado Collaborative that came to speak to many of you early spring. So we developed this based on that, and yes, so this does address many of the concerns that it is not a walk-up facility. People have to sign an agreement. It is not just come and go. There are rules that are associated with this. There's a roster where people, so you know who needs to be in there, and you need a roster for safety reasons, so you know exactly who's in there. I'll go ahead and add that also 100% of people who are in a safe outdoor space must be engaged with the case manager. That's the whole point. We have also, as we move forward and we set, we will have benchmarks about who will be receiving services. What are the percent of people that may need help to relocate for reasons of family or to avoid persecution, for example. We will also track the concern that we have heard from neighbors is what will happen if there's chaos. We are going to track how many APD calls are associated with this. That's something Colorado did. They had minimal to none APD calls. So we have set some of those benchmarks, hearing the concerns from neighbors and the conversations we've had.
And Mr. President, my last question for the director, one of the things, and I'm sure Councilor Sanchez can speak for himself, but one of the things that he's been really adamant, I've heard from Councilor Sanchez and others, is that, well, what do we do about people with warrants, for example? How do we not create a criminal safe space, for lack of a better term? And I saw in there that it's explicit, and they have to sign an agreement that says they understand that persons with open warrants will be turned over to APD. They can't participate in crimes. They can't have weapons. They can't consume alcohol or drugs on site. You can't trade alcohol and drugs for things. I feel like some of these rules, as long as the city's enforcing them, and I like that the city is setting up a designated time every week at a minimum to meet with everybody and to visit. It seems to me that we've addressed some of those security concerns that I think were valid, particularly for neighborhoods that haven't worked with these before. And so I applaud the administration. I don't think this is exactly the right answer. I think somewhere between the unstructured status of Coronado and what we heard from our partners and friends in Denver was sort of the initial overstructure of those, and so they weren't well utilized. I think you've struck a well balance, and I like the idea that the administration can do this through rulemaking and in practice so that we can modify this on a site-by-site basis and on a week-to-week basis to work on that. I feel better that the people in my community who are going to be neighbors to these or are going to be seeing these have had some of those concerns addressed. And I don't think we've done a good enough job of getting the word out of how we're going to do this. But I think that says the guy who owns the newspaper and didn't know this until you sent me an email. I think we can do a good job of communicating that going forward to allay some of those fears. And so I appreciate that.
Thank you.
So for that reason, I'll be voting no, and so that we can maintain these safe outdoor spaces.
Councilor Davis. Oh, that was Councilor Davis. No. Councilor Lewis. I knew it ended in IS.
Thank you, Mr. President. A few brief things. We've had such a long discussion about this, and I've listed a lot of research and had a lot of discussion before this council on why I think there's a better way than these so-called safe outdoor spaces. But I did want to mention Denver because I've done a lot of research on Denver and what they're doing. There's 370 people that live in tent encampments, sanctioned tent encampments in the city of Denver. The city of Denver spends a little over $6 million for that program. It's about $33,000 per year per tent, which means that Denver could take that money and they could actually buy 2-bedroom apartments in the city of Denver and put 2 people up per apartment for the amount of money for a year for the amount of money that they spend per year on the 370 tents that they spend on. So for the amount of money they're spending on safe outdoor spaces per person, they can put 2 people up in a nice apartment in Denver with running water, with beds. So this is not and there's more homelessness in Denver than ever before. But safe outdoor spaces in Denver is not compassionate. It's not safe. They could spend the same amount of money and really be able to help people. But I think that's where we're headed. And I'm also, if we were to do this, and I'm also want to mention that the West Side Coalition of Neighborhood Associations that represents all the neighborhoods in my district emphatically is against safe outdoor spaces. And I'm also encouraged by the Gateway, the progress with the Gateway Center, and the mayor announcing about 1,000 people to be able to serve there. And I think those are some, taxpayers have agreed that these are some better ways to be able to really help people. And so among many, many other things, I mean, I wanted to, I think those are a couple more points that I think are important and relevant, to this topic tonight.
I would like to respond, Councilor Lewis, and by asking our friends from Family Community Services to come up. We were together on that trip that I mentioned. I think it was in September or so of last year. There were folks from the county also on that trip. We had about 10 or 12 of us there, but it just didn't seem to compute with what I just heard from Councilor Lewis.
Thank you, Councilor Benton, and I will say thank you, Councilor Lewis. We too are very excited about Gateway and what's right around the corner. What we're really looking for safe outdoor spaces is a budget of $125,000-ish to $150,000 per 40 to 50 people that will house. That's consistent. Actually, it's a little less than that, what Camp Hope does. I'm not sure where the $6 million is coming from, but I think the cost per person is a really good figure to look at, and we do think that this budget is far less than stated.
Thank you.
Mr. President, that $6 million figure is in the Denver Post, February 7th, 2022. The additional $3.9 million, they were spending about $3 million, so actually over $6 million. So in the Denver Post, and just basically reporting on the Denver, the city council meeting and the budget. The article specifically states 370 tents, that over $6 million. So again, $33 million. A downtown apartment in the city of Denver, maybe $1,500 a month. That's going to provide for a 2-bedroom apartment in the city of Denver for an entire year. And so we're talking a lot about Denver. We're touting how great it is. There's more homelessness in Denver than ever before since they've had this safe outdoor spaces. And that is a fact, the amount of money that they're spending per person. So, and if we're going to spend less, then it's probably not going to be as successful as we think Denver is as well.
That's the amount that was appropriated, correct? That was a recent action of the Denver City Council. It doesn't say anything about what is on the ground or what we're just describing.
Well, we can ignore the facts of what.
Well, I'm reading your headline there, looking over your shoulder on your phone, and it says that was the recent action of the City Council in Denver. I don't know what that.
They approved it in their budget back in February, an additional $3.9 million to the $3 million that they were already spending on it.
Okay, my
for
point is
370
what's on the
tents.
ground.
So.
I don't know. Director?
Well, Councilor Ben and Councilor Lewis, I'm happy to follow up with the Denver partners to get a little bit more on that budget. I will say Camp Hope that we're following is equally, they're part of our own state, been in operation for 10 years, visited that as well. And I'd say every safe outdoor space I've visited, it is compassionate because it's followed with rules, with structure to really give people that support they need. But the budget for Cruces is less, and I can provide that. But I know we can do a good job with the budget that we anticipate for this project.
Dr. Olging.
Thank you, President Ben. Councilor Lewis, I'd just like to offer a couple points of clarification. We do have the budget from the Colorado Collaborative, and it is significantly less than what you stated, but I think that the council may have appropriated that amount of money because sometimes in their IDO process, they have to move camps every 6 months, and they lay full electricity in these camps, which costs about $50,000 each time. So that may be where some of that budget is allocated to, and that is not the system that we'll be using.
All right, thanks. Other councilors? Councilor Sanchez.
Yes, I have a question. I'm under the impression that every single one of our programs currently has rules, including the tiny houses. How do you enforce these rules that haven't been enforced in any of these other programs that we have?
Council President Benton, Councilor Sanchez. The rules where we have shelters, that rules we follow. I can't speak to Tiny Home Village. It's a county project. I can't speak to those, but when we have projects with rules, rules are followed, and when they're broken, we address it.
Other comments? Councilor Feeblecorn.
Thank you, Mr. President. I was going to do some quick research on how much it costs to live in Denver, downtown Denver, but I really don't think it matters. We have folks in our community who are experiencing homelessness for a variety of reasons, and many of them are not ready to go into a shelter or long-term housing, period. Some of them might live with companion animals and they can't find a place to go. If you're leaving a domestic violence situation, you might not feel comfortable going into a shelter. If you've been trafficked, you might not feel comfortable going into a large shelter. Veterans with PTSD might not feel comfortable going into a shelter. You might just have a job and you might not want to go to the middle of nowhere, to the west side, to go to sleep at night. I think we owe it to these folks to give them something that can help them. Another reason that you might not want to go into a shelter, maybe you're a young person and you're scared. Last city council meeting, we heard from Erin, and she was an amazing woman who was brave enough to tell the story of being homeless and living out of her car. And she inspired me, so I'm going to tell you my story. As a teenager, I was homeless. It was scary. It was shameful. And it was really, really hard. You get up in the morning before anybody else because you don't want anybody to see you sleeping in your car. You go to school early. Thankfully, I could go into school and steal a shower and use the bathroom. After school, you go to your work. And then you volunteer to do every job at that work so that you can stay as long as possible. And so you can use the bathroom before you go out into the world that night. And then you go and walk up and down the aisles of a grocery store or a Target to waste time because you don't know where else to go because you're scared. And then you go and you think, all right, where am I going to park tonight? Thankfully, I was lucky and I had a car. But where are you going to sleep? Where are you going to park? Where is no one going to hassle you? Where are you going to feel safe? And what's close to a bathroom? Because in the middle of the night when you wake up, you're going to need to find one. You go, you lock all your doors, you cover yourself with the blanket because you don't want people to see you. And the next morning, that starts all over again. I would not be here today as an Albuquerque City Councilor if someone hadn't helped me. And I really want the city of Albuquerque to help people in our community right now who are experiencing this exact same thing. So I, of course, will be voting to uphold the mayor's veto and give these folks a place to go that is safe and secure and where they can potentially move on to a shelter or long-term housing when they're ready.
Councilors, any other discussion? Councilor Bassan.
If there's no further discussion, Mr. President, I did want to close. Is now a good time? Yeah.
Please proceed.
Great. So to begin with, I guess I've been holding back some of the comments from all of the earlier conversations and now adding this one to the list. So thank you for your courage to be able to share that. I think that it is incredibly important to recognize that. But tonight, just tonight alone, we've heard how this is a national problem. We've heard that housing, rent control, homelessness, crime, behavioral health, drug addiction are national problems. We've heard that. We know that. We keep hearing that. We've heard that people feel helpless and need help. We've heard that we're in a humanitarian crisis. We've heard that we are deploying all the resources available, but that is not enough. We've heard there's nothing we can do. So what I'm hearing is that we need help. We need help in Albuquerque. My God, we need help. We don't want visitors to see the filth on Central, but what about everybody that lives here every day? We have distortions about what's being talked about here. I don't think there's distortions so much as we're not listening. So we also heard that we have a plan for safe outdoor spaces now. Why do we need a plan just for safe outdoor spaces? Let's implement that plan at any possible avenue that we can. So now my close. So sanctioned encampments started as a good idea to me. You all know that. They're designated places for someone to go and camp legally rather than sprinkled throughout the city. The city has a moral obligation to do something to help with substance abuse and behavioral health needs. We do need to create more affordable housing units. We've now funded them, in my opinion. We've funded the crap out of them, but we need to get more of them, and I think all of us have agreed to that. We need detox, we need respite. Luckily, we're working on that. We're getting really close. We need dual diagnosis treatment so that people that have either or both and all of the above can get help. But we also need to listen to both sides. Everyone is in Albuquerque, especially of late, is asking, where's our safe outdoor space? Coronado Park closed, and I commend the administration. The mayor actually quoted in the Journal that Coronado Park was the most dangerous place in the state of New Mexico. I commend that we closed that, if that is how we feel about it. We flooded. Prior to that, the administration worked hard to flood Coronado Park to give services and to provide assistance to those who wanted it. Now we're still playing whack-a-mole. We're still doing that. We don't have a better solution. I agree. I know that I don't have all the answers. I've admitted that. But then I want to move on to the downtown business, and I promise, Mr. President, these are relevant to safe outdoor spaces, and they're germane to this. If you will all hear me out, downtown businesses, we have now a fund that our tax-paying business owners can put money into so that we can make sure that they can afford chiefs overtime for an already depleted and struggling and really hardworking police department. But where does the equity come in that? So we're paying into the tax fund, everybody that does, and now we're saying, okay, well, for those of you that can afford more, go ahead and give us more money, and we'll make sure that you're prioritized. But another quote that came out of that was that we needed, or that downtown had to take this into their own hands. That's not how city government and police and enforcement and serving and protecting and all of that works. Coronado Mall recently got rid of the APD substation and brought in BCSO. In just a couple of weeks, the manager of the mall and the sheriff said that they've reduced crime and had over 100 arrests. They've reduced crime there in their properties and the stores by 90%. I don't know. I didn't see it all happen. I'm not saying that I know all these stats, and I took them myself. But these are things we have to listen to. Councilor Pena, you say all the time, and I think it is so true, and I agree with you. Poverty is not a crime. It is not a crime to be homeless. I agree with that. I'm not saying we need to criminalize homelessness and we don't need to criminalize the poor. But we also cannot continue to legitimize illegal behaviors either. In the last week alone, in our emails, and I know they're in our emails because they were addressed to every single one of the counselors and the administration and others, we heard from Old Town, the Lapis Room, Sheehan Winery, Luminaria Properties, Salsa Saint. We've heard now Crime Stoppers put out that the Family Dollar was threatened with a needle so that they could be robbed. Giovanni's Pizza lost their owner. We heard from Buffett's tonight. Yeller Sub asked people to leave their property last week because they weren't buying and patronizing the business, and they had been giving them water. They had been giving them help. They had been trying, but then when they said it's time to move on, we need to also have this table for our patrons, they got attacked. People are sending us emails saying they're self-policing and they're begging us for help. Fentanyl test strips are now being given out by the New Mexico Department of Health. And on the surface, I think that's a great idea. I think it's a great idea to protect people from overdosing and dying like that on our streets. However, that same article quoted that the Department of Health said they're giving these test strips to drug dealers. Why? Why, if we know where drug dealers are at, are we not doing something about them instead of making sure that what they're selling illegally is pure? These harm reduction strategies are not really what people are asking for. So I'm getting close to the end, I promise. I had an earlier conversation today with somebody that I respect very greatly, and I'm getting to know more and more. That person asked me that maybe in order to support safe outdoor spaces and get my district to really get behind it, I should ask them, what is it that it would take for you to become more comfortable with allowing these? And I told that person, I feel like I've heard what it would take from my constituents. I think that it would take them feeling safe. People don't feel safe here. We're all working hard. The administration, APD, city council, actual business owners, homeowners, residents, everyone's working hard and we don't feel safe. We want to be able to go to all of these places and feel okay instead of taking the law into our own hands. So, taking homelessness out of the equation, Albuquerque has become what I have now decided, my own term. I don't know if anybody else has come up with it. If you have, then I promise I'll give you credit. I believe Albuquerque is becoming a sanctuary for criminals, and I do not think that it can continue. People do not feel safe, and they're pleading with us to help. They're pleading with us for behavioral health treatment, drug addiction. They're pleading with us to help with homelessness. I get that. I believe that we're trying our best. I believe that we're really trying hard, but what we're not doing is recognizing that even if every tool in the toolbox is what we have, maybe there's only a right tool for the job. So instead of every tool and an all-above approach, we really need to recognize that we don't have a noticeable improvement, and rather than us continuing in this way, I say I'll try to offer solutions. Let's use some of those positions that we have at APD that we've funded that we know we're not going to fill. We know we're not going to have all the officers before the end of this fiscal year. Let's get more PSAs. Let's get more CSS, the crime scene, the public service aides, crime scene specialists, so that when people call for help, we go and we actually take a report for them instead of say, call 242 cops and we'll never answer. Right? Let's get some of that going. Let's leverage. We're in Bernalillo County. Let's ask for help, Albuquerque. Administration, council, let's ask for help. I agree with the Metro Crime Initiative. That's part of asking for help. I think that the mayor's onto something with that. Let's continue doing that, working with our judges, working with all of the defenders. Let's work with everybody, the legislators, the state. Let's work with all of these people because we need help. So, last thing is, since we don't have any improvement that's been noticeable, we're all sitting here, everybody tonight has been saying the same thing, we're all hurting. My reasoning when I say that, you know, what is it going to take? Why do people want to feel safe? Why aren't they for safe outdoor spaces? You know what it is? I think people, because they feel so unsafe, they actually are losing patience and losing their compassion, which is the opposite of what everyone here tonight has been talking about. We're losing our compassion as a society, and that's not what we want to do. but we have to feel safe in order to get there. So instead of adding salt to the wounds and not seeing improvement and ignoring the public and what they're asking for, let's listen to them and vote to override the mayor's veto. I urge your support.
There's a motion and a second for the override. Again, 6 votes are needed to override the mayor's veto. A yes vote will be to override. A vote no will be to uphold the mayor's veto. All those in favor, say yes and raise your hand. Opposed? And that motion fails. We do have I know we're almost an hour overdue for our dinner break, but we do have a bond sale. I think this will go quickly. Councilor Bassan, 029.
Mr. President, 029 is authorizing the issuance and sale of the City of Albuquerque, New Mexico Industrial Revenue Bond, Able Grid Project, Series 2022, in the maximum principal amount of $95 million to provide funds to finance the acquisition, renovation, development, improvement, and equipping of a facility for a renewable energy storage company, authorizing the execution and delivery of an indenture, lease agreement, bond purchase agreement, bond, and other documents in connection with the issuance of the bond and the project. I move a do pass.
Please conduct your discussion outside the chambers. Thank you. There's a motion and a second. Let's hear from our Economic Development Department.
Good evening, President Benton and councilors. Thank you for the opportunity to present this project today. As we've heard, Able Grid Energy Solutions is requesting an industrial revenue bond in the amount of $95 million. The company is a utility-scale energy storage developer of low-cost battery energy storage systems that improve the electric grid's reliability and help to integrate clean sources of energy. And if we've seen what happened in California over the last day or two, it's incredibly timely that we have a company that is wanting to build something like this here that will store energy for when we need it. Able Grid's project, known as Sandia Peak Grid, is a standalone storage system. For Sandia Peak Grid, approximately 60 to 100 unique jobs will be created during the construction and commissioning of the project. The company expects the majority of the construction labor force to be from the local area. Permanent new jobs for Sandia Peak Grid will likely result in 2 high-wage full-time positions. This project represents a major capital investment that will improve our community's energy infrastructure. I will now pass it to Chris to present the staff analysis and additional information on the project. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Director Abeta, Council President, Council. Able Grid's project, known as Sandia Peak Grid, is a standalone battery energy storage system. The primary goal is to bolster our renewable energy industry and infrastructure. As such, this project shouldn't be considered traditional job-creating IRB, but more of an energy infrastructure project. Eolian LP, the parent company of Sandia Peak Grid, owns and operates a growing portfolio of energy storage projects and invests in the most experienced renewable energy development teams in the United States. For nearly 20 years, Eolian has directly funded the development of more than 20,000 megawatts of energy storage, solar, wind generating capacity across the country. So this project is going to be on 6.1 acre site that was most recently used as an RV storage facility. An energy storage system is an allowable use per the city's IDO. And then, as Deputy Director Abeta said, this doesn't create a lot of new permanent jobs, but the jobs that it does create are high paying. And we do see a significant benefit from the overall economic impact, the improvement to our infrastructure, and the sizable investment. In addition to having a new partner in our local industry. The project includes a fiscal impact analysis prepared by the UNM Bieber, and the analysis shows that this will have a positive economic impact of nearly 7.6 million additional dollars to the city after 20 years. The tax abatement for this IRB would be 65%. This is a qualified project as is defined by the state's Industrial Revenue Bond Act and the city enabling legislation. The project complies with adopted city plans and policies and meets community economic development priorities. Based on the above findings, the staff recommends approval of IRB 22-3 as proposed in the project plan. And we also wanted to note it passed the Albuquerque Development Commission unanimously. Thank you for your time, and we stand for questions.
Mr. President.
Thank you. Councilor Bassan.
Thank you. I just want to make sure that we go ahead and give everyone else from Able Grid a chance to speak. I know that we have another gentleman here. Sorry, I know I met you on Zoom. Forgive me, though. And then we also have someone on Zoom to speak as well.
Yeah, thank you. Good evening, council members. I'm Eric Stoutenberg. I'm the Chief Development Officer at the parent company Eolian and Able Grid. I'm also here with my colleague, Ricardo Betts, who's our project manager. Yes, Eolian has 63 storage projects that are either in operations, currently under construction, or in development across the U.S., including the Albuquerque area. And I wanted to first thank the City Council, the city staff, and in particular the Economic Development Office for their analysis and consideration of this industrial revenue bond to support the project. The Sandia Peak Grid project is stated it's a planned battery energy storage facility that's adjacent to PNM's natural gas-fired Reeves generating station. It can interconnect up to 100 megawatts to PNM substation that's there, and may start construction as soon as late next year and operate just before the summer of 2024. The project's benefits include first, providing PNM with a capacity resource to maintain reliable electric service to the homes and businesses of Albuquerque. Second, reducing local and statewide emissions by displacing the use of natural gas-fired generation during periods of peak electric demand and storing excess renewable energy. And then third, providing a significant clean energy infrastructure investment in an urban community. In contrast to most large-scale renewable energy projects are required to be located in rural areas. So it does provide a unique opportunity for a city to have an investment as we do this large clean energy transition. The IRB is very critical to ensuring we can make this investment in the city with this project. In addition, reduce the cost of this clean energy transition for everyone, including the PNM ratepayers who are already paying high energy bills to power their homes and businesses. And so we thank you for your consideration of this IRB, and I'm available for any questions you may have.
Any questions, Councilor? Mr. Betts, did you like to speak as well?
Hi, yes.
Mr. Betts is on the Zoom, and then this is Ian Bearden, our bond counsel.
Okay.
He's available for any questions if there's any technical questions.
All right, councilors, any other questions? We appreciate everyone's patience and being here at our disposal tonight. Thank you. Councilor Bassan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to move floor substitute 1 or floor substitute to 029. It's in the iPads, and I would imagine it's probably because there were like some pennies being changed with the last minute stuff, and it's really more technical.
Absolutely.
So I would like to defer to bond counsel so that you all feel like it's not just taking my word for it.
Mr. President and members of the council, Councilwoman Bassan, excuse me. The substitute really only makes 2 changes to the ordinance that's previously been before the council. The first is the name of the project was changed to Sandia Peak Grid from, I'm actually not sure what the previous name was, from Able Grid. The only other change is that in section 9 of the bond ordinance, there was a blank amortization schedule. That schedule has now been completed. Those are the only 2 changes to the ordinance that the council has previously viewed.
I'll second that motion for the floor sub. Any other discussion, councilors? Thank you for the presentation. Councilor Bassan to close.
I urge your support.
We're still on the floor sub,
There you
I'm sorry. Okay, on the floor sub, all those in favor say yes. Opposed? That passes. Now we're back on the bill as substituted. Councilor Bassan to close.
I would like to still urge your support.
All right. Thank you. All those in favor say yes and raise your hand. Yes. That passes. Opposed? That passes unanimously. And we'll now go to a dinner break. All right, the council is back in session, and we are now on item B under final actions. This is adopting a zoning map amendment for an approximately 0.76 acre site located at 10,035 Country Club Lane Northwest between Golf Course Road and Paradise Hills Golf Course from NRC to RML in order to facilitate a future redevelopment under the RML Zone District. 02232 is quasi-judicial request, which requires special procedures to allow the applicant, staff, and the public the opportunity to speak. All persons speaking to this matter must be sworn in. If you will be speaking to this item, please stand and raise your right hand. Do you affirm under penalty of perjury that your testimony today will be true? Thank you. All right. Our time limits for the presenters are as follows. Introduction by council staff, which is Ms. Schultz, 5 minutes. Presentation by the applicant, 10 minutes. Presentation by the protester, 10 minutes. Public comment, 2 minutes each. Cross-examination by the applicant, 5 minutes. Cross-examination by the protester, 5 minutes. And rebuttal and closing by the applicant, 5 minutes. And so we will now go to that list of presenters, starting with Ms. Schultz.
Thank you, Mr. President and councilors. Thank you for reading the title for me. I will not reiterate that for the sake of time. This item is 022-33, which is a zone map amendment for the subject parcel. I'm sorry, let me get my screen sharing so you can see my map. All right, the subject property is highlighted in yellow on the map to the right and is approximately 0.76 acres. The zoning for the subject property today is NR-C, which is non-residential commercial, and the requested zone district is R-ML, which is residential, multifamily, low density. To the south of the subject site, to the west of the subject site, and to the north of the subject site is a golf course that is zoned NR-C. Again, that's non-residential commercial. And to the east is land that is within the unincorporated parts of Bernalillo County and does not have city zoning. The purpose of the non-residential commercial zoning district, again, the zoning that is applied on the subject property today, is to accommodate medium-scale retail, office, commercial, and institutional uses. The requested zone, generally to residential multifamily low density, is intended to provide for a variety of low to medium density housing options. One of the primary housing types in the RML zone district is townhouses and small-scale multifamily development, as well as some civic and institutional uses. The City Council is hearing this request today under a special provision in the IDO that we take from a required state statute that says if there is a zone map amendment before the Environmental Planning Commission, where that body would ordinarily be the final decision maker, if there are 20% of property owners around the subject site, a minimum of 20% of property owners, they can file a protest. That protest instead kicks the final decision authority up to the City Council. So under regular circumstances, this decision would not be before this body today. It would have been decided by the Environmental Planning Commission, but the protester, who you will hear from this evening, has evoked the 20% protest rule that has brought it up to you today. That turns the EPC's decision into a recommendation. They did conduct 2 full hearings on the matter, but instead of issuing a final decision, they ended up issuing a recommendation up to the City Council. The first hearing before the Environmental Planning Commission was in February. The commission took testimony from both the applicant, the protester, and city staff on the facts of the request. They deferred for 1 month, came back, heard the request again, heard again from the applicant, again from the protester, and again from the staff assigned to the case, and ultimately did end up recommending approval.
I'm sorry, I just wanted to know if you said did or didn't recommend approval.
Mr. President, Councilor Sanchez, I'm sorry if that wasn't clear. The Environmental Planning Commission did recommend approval of the zone map amendment up to the City Council. The requirements for a zone map amendment are set forth in the Integrated Development Ordinance in section 67G3. There is several set of criteria listed A through G that the applicant must adequately justify. If the Environmental Planning Commission or this body finds that those justifications have been adequate, then the zone map amendment can be approved. Those justifications can be found in the documentation on your iPads from the letter from the applicant, and I suspect the applicant in their presentation tonight will also touch on the zone map amendment criteria. One thing to note about zone map amendments, because I think tonight you will hear about one particular land use that the property owner does intend pursuing, is that you can't consider only one land use with a zone map amendment request. You have to consider all the available land uses within the requested zoning district. I think you're going to hear tonight that they are interested in doing an assisted living facility, which is an allowed land use in the requested R-ML zone district, but we cannot behold them or any future property owner to only doing that land use, so the council is obligated to consider all the uses in the RML zone district, and conversely considering all of the uses that are in the existing NR-C zone district, which is currently applied to the property today. During the Environmental Planning Commission process and through the Land Use Planning and Zoning Committee process, there was a little bit of public comment. We've received 34 signatures of support from the request that has been provided by the applicant, and one person in opposition who is the protester who you will hear from tonight. There will be a series of presentations after mine from the applicant, from the protester, and public comment if there are any. And then after that, the council will have two options to deal with this bill this evening. Well, I suppose the first one is you could defer if you wanted to, but if you wanted to dispose of the bill, you could support the zone map amendment request, which would be moving approval of the bill. There are findings in the bill already that support that request. Your other option, if you were to reject the zone map amendment request, would be to move denial pursuant to alternate findings. And those alternate findings would support why the zone map amendment should be denied. With that, I'll stand for any questions. We do have the applicant and the protester who will provide a plethora of information about the request in much more detail than I did. So I would happy to stand for questions after their presentations if desired.
Any questions for Ms. Schultz? Councilor Lewis.
Mr. President, Ms. Schultz, can you explain all the uses of the possible zoning if the zoning were to change? It was mentioned assisted living, but as you said, that's not, they had to list several options or at least one option there. So, but what, I mean, this is residential use, but there's a number of residential type uses to this. Would you list those?
Mr. President, Councilor Lewis, yes, I'd be happy to do that. My integrated development ordinance is loading right now. Give me about 10 seconds and then I can pull up that use table. Okay, the permissive uses in the RML zone district, it's going to be a little bit of a lengthy list, but I'm happy to list them, is a single-family detached dwelling, a cluster development dwelling, a cottage development dwelling, a two-family detached dwelling, also known as a duplex, a townhouse dwelling, a multifamily dwelling, assisted living facility or nursing home, community residential facility, small, community residential facility, large. Councilor Lewis, I heard you ask about the residential categories. That's all the uses in the residential category.
Okay, yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. So it's, even though what was mentioned was assisted living, what's allowable would be single family, residential, detached, I mean, several of those others. I just wanted to make sure that was clear.
Mr. President, Councilor Sanchez, yes, multifamily was also a permissive use.
Other questions for Ms. Schultz? If not, we will move on to the presentation by the applicant.
Are you ready for me? Could you pull up my presentation? Okay. I can't see it, so Oh, there it is. Okay, thank you. All right. Good evening, Mr. President and members of City Council. My name is Jackie Fishman. I'm a principal with Consensus Planning, and I'm here on behalf of the applicants on this zone change request. This is our fourth hearing on this what I would consider a pretty straightforward zone map amendment. The applicants are requesting a down zone from NRC to RML for a 3/4 acre site on Country Club Lane. The applicants, as you heard from Ms. Schultz, would like to redevelop the property and the existing building there as an assisted living facility. Adjacent zoning, city zoning includes NRC, RML, and R1B. And that's why I recommended to my clients to pursue the RML, because there is other RML adjacent to the golf course. The site is also adjacent to Paradise Hills zoning district, and that's all comprised of single family and some multifamily development. History on the subject site shows that it was part of a larger area that was annexed and zoned in 1987. The established zoning at that time was SU1 for planned development area, including golf course, a maximum of 72 townhouse units, 16-unit guest house, and related facilities. The EPC, in their findings, found that the zone change furthers numerous goals and policies contained in the comprehensive plan. I won't go through that list. It takes too long because there were a lot of them. The EPC also found that the zone change was more advantageous to the community than the existing NRC zone by promoting infill, redevelopment of a small currently vacant building, reestablishing the residential use allowed by the previous zoning, and increasing housing choices for seniors in an area containing city services, also in proximity to RML zones and within a residential neighborhood. The RML zone makes good planning sense in a location that's in proximity to other RML that have been previously zoned as R2. We could change the slide, please. This next slide, I'll just keep talking, shows existing zoning on top and existing land use on the bottom. The RML, as I keep mentioning, is to the northeast. That's the orange color on the top graphic. Keep going, please. The next slide is an aerial view showing the subject property in the center of the neighborhood. It's dominated by low-density residential development, but it also, again, contains that RML property. Okay, go ahead. My next slide shows several photos. The top two photos are of the building itself. The top on the left is the front of the building. It shows where the parking is located. The top right is the interior courtyard. It's very lushly landscaped, very nice property. And then the two bottom photos just show some site context. My next slide shows a zoning comparison between NRC and RML. The zone change would eliminate many uses allowed in the NRC zone that would be considered impactful to neighborhoods. And those include things like car wash, gas station, kennel, liquor retail, cannabis and nicotine retail, mortuary, nightclub, pawn shop, contractor yard, self-storage. You get the idea. There's some not very neighborhood-friendly uses in the NRC zone, and we usually don't like to see NRC in the middle of a residential neighborhood. The EPC agreed removing those uses would allow for a residential use in an established residential neighborhood is more advantageous to the community than the NRC zone on a 3/4 acre site. We believe that the NRC zone is not appropriate for the parcel due to its small size, its existing 2-story building, and the location. And as I said at LUPS, I really believe that allowing seniors to live in residential neighborhoods instead of institutional settings is good for the community, it's good for the seniors' emotional health, and good planning practice. We did submit a petition from adjacent or abutting neighbors who support the zone change. That should be in your packet. We also created a map to show you where those supporters live. My next slide shows some site distances. It's a little bit hard to see, so I'll summarize. The clubhouse bar at the golf course is about 28 feet from the nearest single-family residential lot to the west. However, it's about 97 feet from our building to the east. So this was a turning point in the EPC hearing, where once we, and I measured in real time during the hearing, once we did that, I think it changed a lot of the opinions on the EPC. This is a residential neighborhood. It's appropriate to have residential use there. Go ahead. Real quickly, I showed this at LUPS. This is the 1992 site plan amendment. And I just want to note that on this site plan amendment, it does label the subject property as existing apartments. This is a use that was allowed on the site until the IDO was adopted in 2018. Okay, next one. So to conclude, the applicants purchased this property with the full knowledge of the uses and the events at the golf course, and they want to be a good neighbor. We've been working on this since last October, so it's almost a year. They believe the property is a good fit for their assisted living facility and would allow the residents to enjoy being next to the golf course. The applicants fully understand the activities that are held at the golf course, as would their residents when they sign a lease. These aren't people that are buying a room in this building. They're leasing it. So the protester is concerned that the residential use would somehow cause regulatory damage to his business. We think those fears are overstated. And also, by the way, I would note that the RML is not a protected lot in the IDO. So a lot of those restrictions to commercial next to residential wouldn't apply here because of the two zoning categories. Our applicants, and one of them is here tonight, they've been willing to make improvements to the building and the property that would include landscaping, fencing, and higher rated windows to address the concern of the golf course owner that his uses will disturb our residents. So they're willing to do whatever they need to do to get this done. We had Dr. Demena at the LUPS hearing a few weeks ago. We also, the group of us also talked to him yesterday to clarify some of the things that he said at LUPS, because the recording was very difficult to hear, and I think you'll hear from him. But just very briefly, Dr. Demena testified and repeated yesterday that noise must be persistent and continuous to be a nuisance. So a lot of the fear we heard through all the EPC hearings about the golf carts being gas-powered and how loud they were, Dr. Demena, my understanding what he said was they would be exempt from the noise ordinance because they're not persistent and they're not continuous. So I think that dispensed with that concern. Dr. Demena also confirmed violations of the noise ordinance require a complainant. It must be substantiated. Action is very rarely taken. And when action is taken, it's a civil violation. So the attorney for the protester has testified in other hearings that she thought it was a criminal offense. Dr. Demena said it was a civil offense, but it almost never gets to a court. I mean, and he can explain that if he's still here. In the case of an assisted living facility, the complaints would go through the management company. So Dr. Demena also said it wouldn't be individual people that are calling from their bedroom saying, I have a noise issue here. They would have to go through the management company, and the applicants are the management of this facility. So I think those fears are really, again, overstated. With that, Mr. President and councilors, I would urge your support for this zone change. We think it helps strengthen the residential character in this neighborhood. It allows for a different type of housing that would accommodate seniors, and then it would permanently remove the impactful uses from the NRC zone from this site. Thank you.
Thank you. Chris, is it appropriate for councilors to ask questions at this time of Ms. Fishman? Or should that come later?
Mr. President, I'm sorry, did you say to ask questions of
Is
the
it appropriate
admin?
for councilors if they have any questions of Ms. Fishman at this point?
Yeah, Mr. President,
Councilors, any
absolutely.
question
The
right
opposing
now for Ms.
party will
Fishman?
have an opportunity still and
All
hear
right,
hear the
thank you.
questions.
Councilor Lewis and then Councilor Sanchez.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you. So several things. So you mentioned that I guess one of the reasons for your recommendation for your clients was that for this change is that for the other residents, you feel like it would be more ideal for them to have a residential development in that area. But for the residents that are going to live there, they don't have a residential surrounding there. I mean, the primary business that surrounds this facility is a commercial golf course. And so I just find it interesting that the recommendation to change this to a residential building, so that, because it's ideal, I guess, for neighborhoods to have residential surroundings rather than commercial. I think I found that interesting. I don't think that's ideal, for this. But and partly because this is this golf course is an incredible treasure, to that entire area. I would say hundreds, several thousand homes and families are dependent upon that golf course thriving. And so I understand the sense of a threat if it was in any way, threatened to not be able to operate like it is at this time, And thankfully that golf course is thriving right now, because it hasn't for a long time. I mean, there's been a time when we thought we lost it, and therefore we would have lost a lot of residential, homes in that area, I think. And the homes that my understanding is that the homes that you mentioned that are even closer, to the, to the food area, to the entertainment area, that they sit out in their backyard and enjoy it. There's been no complaints at all, because they appreciate the fact that golf course is thriving and doing really well. So that's a concern. I mean, that now we're asking people to move in right in the middle of another commercial area, and deal with not just intermittent, noise. There's boxing matches, right outside the windows of that facility. There's concerts and music, all evening, which is a part of what's made that golf course thrive. Mm-hmm. So that's a part of it, and I'd like you to address that. I mean, is that a concern of your client, that you're changing a zone to put residential, people in a residential area that are right in the heart of some pretty significant, commercial, where there's noise that's naturally a part of the success of that. And number two, you mentioned when these zones were changed. Part of the reason why these zones were changed in the 50s and back, is that that the West Side for many, many years has been, a lot of residential areas, a lot of communities that have been built up, but the jobs and the commercial services are on the East Side. Mm-hmm. And so what we're doing here would be eliminating a commercial space, a commercial zoning, for the sake of a residential area where, everyone has agreed, and even our planning documents demonstrate that the goal of these areas should be able to provide services and increase the commercial areas of these areas here, and not just keep building residential housing where we just stack up more people. And so, I mean, when your client, is this something that is a concern of the client in that way, that really in those two ways you can see and you can understand why this would seem to be something that would be detrimental, you know, to the neighbors, including the main neighbor, which is the golf course.
Mr. President and Councilor Lewis, I'll try to respond to some of those, some of your statements. Again, in 1987, when this area was annexed, the zoning did allow residential on this property. And you know, not only this property, but the golf course and many areas around it. It only became unable to be developed for residential in 2018 when the IDO was adopted. This is a 3/4 acre site. You can't get much housing out of it. It's got an existing building. We don't have enough facilities for seniors. I realize that's only one use that's allowed in the RML zone, but for all intents and purposes, to redevelop this little site, 3/4 acres with an existing building for commercial use, I don't know what they would do there. They could, you know, have a hotel, but what's the difference between somebody staying in a hotel and noise happening around the hotel versus an assisted living? Again, they're renting a space. They don't own that property. The golf course, I look at it as the golf course is an island in the middle of a residential neighborhood. So while we keep talking about my client's parcel being an island surrounded by the golf course, I think that if you take a step back and look at it, the golf course is surrounded by residential. And we're just trying to reestablish that residential use where it was allowed before the IDO was adopted. I don't think this takes away from the golf course. You know, when somebody signs their parent or loved one in to, you know, to live in an assisted living facility, you know, there's disclosures. I mean, people will go there and they'll know that they're next to a golf course. I mean, my client has had events at the golf course. She's completely aware of what's going on there. So I just, I don't see it. I think this makes sense. Planning staff agreed, EPC agreed, and to me, it's a little, it's more straightforward than it appears through these 4 hearings that we've had.
Mr. President, I have a quick question. How many units are you intending to have here?
We're thinking that it would accommodate probably around 20 seniors.
Nice. And then do you think it will impact the traffic at all?
No, because, I'm sorry, Mr. President and Councilor Grout, the residents of assisted living facility typically don't drive.
Yeah.
So the people that work there will drive, their visitors will be there, but they're going to have shuttles, they're going to have transportation. They're not going to be out, you know, we've heard from the protester and the EPC hearings that, you know, they may wander out onto the golf course and hurt themselves. I just don't think that's a realistic portrayal of what happens at assisted living.
Thank you.
Thank you. I have 3 questions, part of which Councilor Grout did ask. You said 20, how many, 20 people were going to be there?
About 20.
20 people were going to be there, and how much are the leases?
I'm not, Counselor, I'm not sure we know that answer yet. I could have the applicant come up and speak, but I'm not sure she knows yet.
Okay, and then another question is, you said you were going to do somewhat of a remodel. What you mentioned didn't seem like much of a remodel at all, and I'm just concerned of the value effect of the neighbors in the area. My sister lives in that area. She lives very, very close to this area, and I know that right now in Paradise Hills there's an actual resurgence. A lot of people are remodeling their houses and hoping that they would continue to gain value on their houses being right next to the golf course. And 20 people with a very, very small remodel is not really looking too good for me. And another question that Councilor Grout touched on was, how do the workers enter and exit the facility, and are they going to be driving off of a main road, or are they going to be driving through the neighborhoods? Even though you're talking about workers, how are they going to get in and out of the facility, and how are their families and the people that are moving them in going to get in and out of the facility?
Okay, Mr. President and Councilor Sanchez, the people will get to the site from, I mean, it's west of Golf Course Road. It's off Country Club Lane. There's parking right in front of the facility. That's how they would get there.
Can you show me a picture? Are they driving right through the facility where the actual golf course carts are moving back and forth?
No, no.
Or are they coming through that little alleyway that's in the back, which goes right through the residential houses?
If somebody could bring up my slides again. So it's a little.
Probably
let
need
me
the
see
aerial.
My version of that.
Mr. President, Councilor Sanchez, this road that is labeled Country Club Lane leads right up to the subject parcel here. This red roofed building is the existing building on the applicant's property.
I can't really see what's past the picture that you have. I'm just trying to get an idea of the whole area.
Mr. President, Councilor Sanchez, once this loads, Golf Course Road is this main road off to the east. I'm sorry that the aerial hasn't loaded yet. And then folks will come in through Country Club Lane up to the subject site, which I am circling with my cursor here.
So it's a different access point than the actual golf course?
No, Councilor, it is the same road that people would take to this facility and the golf course. There's only one road in, as far as.
Okay, that's what I thought. Is that the building that used to be the small hotel?
Yes, there's a sign on the building, or there was a sign on the building that said it was a B&B. And some people have called it a B&B, some people have called it a hotel. The sign says B&B. Yes, it's
okay. I'm familiar with the building.
Vacant, and in terms of remodel, I'll say a couple words, and then the applicant would also like to speak. But they are planning to do a complete remodel of the inside of the building. It is not suitable yet for the purpose of the project. They are putting in, a lot of their hard-earned money to fix up the building and make it work. The site is completely fenced. As I showed in one of my photos, there's a rear yard that is completely walled off. It's got a nice pond. It's got landscaping, very lushly landscaped. It's very self-contained.
Okay, I know it. It actually does. It actually almost feels like you're on the golf course. It actually feels like you're on the golf course when you're at that facility. You drive in, as soon as you drive in to the left, there's several parking spots, and those parking spots are literally used by the golf course pretty much all the time when they have a big event. So I understand where it's at exactly, and if anybody's been to the golf course, it's that small building that used to be a small Airbnb. I don't even know if that building's big enough to even house 20 people. Seems like it's kind of small, knowing the facility.
The applicant wants to say a few words.
Hi, thank you, President and councilors. I just want to address Mr. Sanchez's question about the renovation. So we are actually planning a pretty extensive renovation of $700,000 to $800,000 for that facility. In the past, it has been run as a Airbnb or bed and breakfast, and it has an owner's unit, kitchen facilities. It's been vacant for the last 3 years, so as it stands currently, there's really no value add to the community. And the reason why people can use that for parking currently is because it's vacant. So it hasn't been used. Our renovation, I think Jackie was trying to address specifically to help with the noise complaints, but it's an extensive renovation. It's all the rooms. We're doing ADA. We're enclosing. It's a old school motel setup. So the halls are exterior currently. So we're enclosing all of that to make a secure facility. So that adds an entirely another dimension of noise protection and security for the residents as well.
All right, any other questions, councilors? Let's move, Councilor Feeblecorn.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just had one or two quick questions. Ms. Fishman, so if we don't change the zoning for this property, it can be used as a hotel, motel,
Gas station.
B&B,
Yeah, night
right?
club.
Okay. And so the change would allow us to house 20 people who need assisted living. Thank you.
All right, let's move on, unless there are any other questions at this time, to hear from the protester.
Good evening. My name is John Bailey. I'm the owner of the Paradise Hills Golf Course and the associated properties. First, to clarify the questions about the parking issue and the access into the facility. As you come off a golf course road, you turn onto Country Club Lane. Country Club Lane, we own Country Club Lane again, which we'd love to give to the city if they'd like to have it. But you come up Country Club Lane, and when you get to those parking spots that you're talking about in front of the inn, to get to those parking spots, you actually have to drive through our parking lot and use our driveway to get to those parking spots. So anytime they're unloading, delivery trucks, everything, any type of deliveries or those type of vehicles have to come through our property to get to those parking spots. So we have, serious concerns relating to the noise, safety, future construction, and shared land issues. But I guess tonight, just with the limited time, we're just going to kind of hit on the noise issue. We purchased the golf course about 4.5 years ago. And at the time of the purchase, the golf course was a failing business and was heading towards closure. This golf course was headed in the same direction as the Rio Rancho golf course that shut down a few years ago. That closing was devastating to that local community. In our 4.5 years, we've spent more than $2 million in renovations and increased the staff from about 40 employees to well over 170. Let's be clear that this is not a Tanawan or a ACC or a Canyon Club setting. This is a very busy, noisy commercial setting. Normal day-to-day activities include more than 40,000 golfers a year, 13,000 golf cart rentals, and well over 100,000 people visiting the Office Bar and Grill. In addition to those day-to-day normal activities, during the summer we have outdoor live music 3 days a week, along with other special events like weddings, receptions, celebrations of life, and those events will also have live music or DJs. We also have numerous golf tournaments throughout the year that will have 150 to 200 people gathering right next to the subject property, and those normally start at sunrise. The golf course and the inn are very intertwined and extremely close to each other. The inn is located right in the heart of the noise-making activities of our golf course. And I have some videos and pictures that will give you some idea of exactly how close those were taken, or how close those were. These videos and pictures were taken last Thursday during a fundraiser golf tournament for the Hispanic Chamber of Commerce. This first video will start at the Office Bar and Grill, go past our retail shop, past the Inn at Paradise, and then to the driving range. And you'll see the Inn at Paradise is right in the heart of our golfing and day-to-day activity. Could we do video 1? Everybody see that? Yeah. No? I still have people looking like they This next video shows, it's an unofficial noise level reading on the northwest corner of the inn, and more importantly, it shows how close our golfing activities are to the inn. Could you do video number 2? Golf carts off to the right and you're That's how close the inn is to our golf course and the noisy activities that we have going on. Could you put up picture number 1, please? So this is the picture where you'll see our pro shop on the left. You see the inn in the distance, and we have about approximately 200 people. And this is, I think this is about 8 o'clock in the morning, 7:30, 8 o'clock in the morning. We do picture number 2, please. So this is a picture with the golf carts lined up. You can see the inn and the doors and the windows in the background. And this is the cart path that is going to, where we have our 40,000 golfers a year. We have 13,000 golf carts a year driving down this cart path right outside those doors and windows of that facility. Okay, I guess I'm going to have to pass my time on. I'm open for questions.
Thanks, John. My name is Jenica Jacoby. I'm a real estate land use partner at the Rodi Law Firm, and I represent Mr. Bailey and his businesses. This application really is pretty simple, as Ms. Fishman said, as long as you completely ignore my client's property. I hope it doesn't surprise you that the IDO criteria doesn't say you can do that. It says the exact opposite. The EPC made absolutely no findings about the impact on my client's property, despite lots of evidence. That's because they were still confused, if you look at the transcript at the end. They didn't know if they could even consider the noise ordinance in evaluating the zone change, and they were also very confused by that picture with distances that was presented at the very end of the hearing about, you know, which is closer, the inn or the neighbors to the west. We didn't get a chance to rebut because of how late it was presented, but it ignores the fact that all of the noise is not located at that end of the building that has no entrance exit, isn't used. All of the outdoor noise is centrally located, and actually is partially blocked from the residences because of the building's tilt along that side, and there's also very mature trees that would dissipate noise going to the west. None of that's present over by the inn, and the inn also is super close to the first tee and that entire golf course or golf cart path that goes around the building. So the IDO has a list of criteria for granting a zone change. Zoning should be stable, so the current zoning should be presumed correct unless the applicant proves, apologies, that they've met all of the requirements for the zone change. It's not 1 or 2 or a majority, it's every single one. You'll note that we responded to a lot of those criteria in the record with our letters and presentations to EPC. Among those, in order to satisfy the requirement that this is more advantageous to the community, they should have satisfied the subtest in Albuquerque Commons. They submitted no evidence on that, and that alone is a reason to deny the zone change. But at its heart, my client's concerns is that the RML zoning, which allows elementary school and middle schools in addition to single family and multifamily housing on this project, that it's simply incompatible with his property, and it directly harms his property. Harm's critical to this analysis because section 6-7G3D, one of the criteria for a zone change, says that it is the applicant's burden to prove that there is no damage to the adjacent property. And that finding simply cannot be made, and therefore the zone change must be denied. Right now, the properties have the same zone, non-residential commercial. This is consistent with what the uses were on the properties before the IDO was adopted and what's happened at the properties since 2017 in that adoption. If the zone change is granted, you'll have 2 zones next to each other that have significantly different intensities. What that means is there's going to be some new regulations on the properties, and it's amazing how those regulations apply to my client's properties, right? That's where the burden goes. One of the first ones is the landscape ordinance buffer. You have an ordinance that requires additional landscaping buffer when you have properties that have different zoning intensities. Right now, that's not necessary because they're the same zone. As soon as you become RML, not general residential, but RML in particular, there is a requirement for a 20-foot buffer, and that has to have trees. Maybe some bushes, maybe some walls, but definitely trees. You saw what it looks like. I don't know how you're gonna put trees or if you'd wanna put trees right next to concrete. There's gonna be a lot of work on that. My client's not gonna be able to do it. They're gonna have to submit complicated applications for variances or alternative landscaping plans and different things. That's gonna be a lot of money and time spent before you're even able to conceive if you can start your project. The good news is that only gets triggered in certain circumstances, since my client's already developed. And so they said, no big deal, you shouldn't freak out about that, calm down. Well, my client's already planning a project that's gonna trigger it. And any remodel of 500,000, you heard my client's already put in $2 million at this property, is gonna trigger that. It's inevitable that that's gonna be triggered and we're gonna have to deal with some kind of landscape buffer that is absolutely inconceivable between these two buildings. And then let's talk about the noise ordinance. You saw my client put that screenshot up, or the video with 60, 62, 65, 68, 70 readings. Guess what? With that decimeter he bought, the commercial reading maximum is 70, residential, 60. So you can see he's already operating above residential limits. He's legal now and is going to be illegal as soon as the zone change passes. Look, Mr. DeMena's testified that, yeah, we would really work with them. We hope it would, we don't think there'd be problems. But the issue is it's not my client's burden to prove that these harms will definitely occur. Rather, it's the applicant's burden to prove that, quote, the requested zoning does not include permissive uses that would be harmful to adjacent property. So if you think my client has a rational concern about these regulation changes, and the record shows that he does, the zoning criteria require you to deny the zone change. Thank you. We both stand for any questions.
Any questions for the protester? Councilor Sanchez.
I have a question. Mr. Bailey, I know the area very well. I grew up on the west side, been up on the west side my whole life. And I know the amount of golfers that you have up there now, and I also know the amount, how close it is. My biggest concern is the amount and the safety for the individuals that are actually going to be living there, based on when you decide that you want to grow, because inevitably that's going to happen. So when you decide to grow, then you're going to have an issue with getting in and out. Right now, it's one lane, almost one vehicle in, one vehicle comes out. And if something happens, or there's a medical emergency in that situation, or in that assisted living facility, and you guys are in the middle of a tournament, I think it'd be a very, very serious issue, being able to get someone out of that assisted living facility. When I've been to that place, when you fill up all the way down to the to Golf Course Road, I've seen it happen, and I just think that with 20 people there, and the noise, the fact that you're probably going to be growing, the fact that it turns that your noise ordinance that you turn illegal the minute they open that facility. I tend to think that my biggest issue is the safety issue of the seniors that are there, and I think that we could find a better place for the seniors to be, instead of right next to an extremely, extremely busy golf course that's growing and growing and growing. That's just my personal thing. I think we need to look out, as city councilors, look out for the safety of the folks that are going to be living in this facility. And I honestly think that later on there's going to be a lot more conflict between both entities as time goes on, based on what we're hearing right now. And I think that since we're here early on, that the reasonable thing to do is to help these folks find another area to put their 20 people. That is very, very important. But I also think that there's a safety issue there as well as you continue to grow, and also a continued issue of disagreement throughout the years is going to happen in this facility.
I can't agree with you more. I really think we're just seeing, with the limited time we have, we're just seeing the tip of the iceberg of the problems with these two conflicting businesses. I mean, just putting an assisted living facility, like you said, in the middle of a very busy commercial environment, and the access just up Country Club Lane can get severely congested at times. So we're very concerned with the safety of the patients at their facility.
Thank you. Mr. President, I also wanted to make one last comment, is we already have two entities that are in a disagreement. And this is going to not end here. It's going to continue to be a disagreement, and this disagreement is going to continue to go on. How many of us in here want to fight with our neighbors? Anybody? Nobody. And that's my biggest issue in reference to this zone change. Thank you.
Councilor Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. President. There's a lot of activity during the daytime. There's also a lot of activity in the evening. I know, and we have other locations that are similar to yours that are in near Cottonwood Mall and other areas, and I get complaints from residents that are half a mile away, from them. It sounds like the nightlife at this golf course, which, by the way, I've never seen it like that before, but it's great to see people taking advantage of those services and the restaurant and another place to be able to socialize. And I mean, those kinds of places I know are extremely valuable on the west side. But and yet you all have there's the houses on that golf course that are pretty close to you. Have there been, because I've not heard any, but I mean, how is the relationship between the golf course and the existing residents that are on that course?
We get comments on a regular basis how much people appreciate the work we're doing, the renovations we've done, how we've saved the golf course, and we've actually saved their property values, because the golf course was going. It was pretty much gone. So we get compliments on a regular basis saying thank you, thank you, thank you.
No. And that this used to be a bed and breakfast, and I imagine it complemented the golf course in many ways. I mean, there's weddings that were held there on this facility, on this specific facility where we're talking about a zone change. People that come to the golf course that would stay in that bed and breakfast, that hotel, that would take advantage of the other services. Many times it was a destination, for the golf course and for the surrounding area. But it's a commercial facility, and but I guess I want to mention, so the existing parking for that facility, my understanding that the golf course owns most of the parking for that facility, or is it shared?
We do not own there's 13 to 15 parking places in front of their building. That is their property. Just past where the lines stop, the stripes stop for those parking spots, that is our driveway coming into that facility.
Yeah.
So for them to even access their parking spots, they have to drive through our property to get to those parking spots.
Yeah.
And my concern is, with an assisted living facility, they're going to be providing meals. We calculated 700 to 800 meals a week, so you're going to have delivery vehicles, which are normally semis, because we have semis delivering our food. So we don't see where these semis are going to park, where they're going to turn around, where they're going to unload. We just don't see the parking and the area outside for the delivery vehicles and the people they're going to have going in and out of this facility.
Right. And then you have a large tent out, again, right in the center of that entertainment area. I think, I'd imagine maybe, 20 feet, 20 yards in walking distance to probably the first resident that would be in that area. I mean, can you imagine that with the current entertainment and the nightlife you have there now, someone sleeping, in that window right there, in that area that's so close to where that area is? I mean,
I'm sorry.
I'm having a hard time even understanding if that's possible for someone to have any kind of quality of life, at 9 o'clock at night on a Friday, that would be that close as their residence.
Well, and you saw the golf carts that were lined up along that cart path.
Yeah.
And that was a tournament that we had last Thursday. This coming week, we're having tournaments Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Yeah. So you're going to see that collection of people that was in the picture. You're going to see the golf carts lined up outside, and it's going to be a noisy environment for 4 days in a row. So yeah, I don't know what the quality of life would be inside that, and hanging out in their, you know, they showed a picture of their backyard. I mean, it's going to be very noisy in that backyard as well.
So I have a question of my own. So Mr. Bailey and I guess Ms. Jacoby, it's kind of a different thing for us to, or for me anyway, to absorb as an appeal here, because that the discussion about of Ms. Jacoby about that you have to prove no damage to the adjacent property, you're really making the argument for the applicant here to protect them, where they're saying there is no problem from their standpoint. So it's an odd question for us to be speculating as to damage that is being alleged that may be done from your property to theirs. So I'm having a hard time understanding whose interest we're even talking about as far as protection of one from the other. And you're talking about potential complaints coming from this proposed use change affecting your property. But that's based on, again, on some sort of potential for nuisance noise. I know that we do have Mr. DeMena here, and he's, I believe we would hear from him under general public comment, or how would that work?
Mr. President, you could call on Dr. DeMena at any point as a city staff member.
Okay, sorry, Dr. DeMena. He's shaking his head. He is a Dr. DeMena.
May I answer, Mr. President?
Sure, yeah.
I really appreciate the question because it shows just how hard it is to communicate in 5 minutes.
Yeah.
We're on. I'm short, sorry. Okay, so the section D of the criteria is talking about harm caused by the zone change, by the new zone, any permissive use in the new zone category. And so that's when we're looking at single family, multifamily, the assisted living facility, or schools. Primary schools can be located in the RML district. And so the requirement is that the applicant look at all of those permissive uses in their zone and analyze whether that would cause harm to the adjacent property, to the neighborhood, to the community in general. And so it specifically calls out, because like I said, if you ignore my property or my client's property, this probably makes a lot of sense. But you can't ignore my client's property, because G says you have to make sure and prove, because you're the one with the burden, the applicant has to prove that this will not, none of the permissive uses will cause harm to my client's property. And we're saying it will definitely cause harm to my client's
Yeah, but the noise
property.
is, the alleged noise is coming from your property, not theirs.
Well, the problem is, if we violate the noise ordinance, we get a nice call
Okay.
from Dr.
Okay.
DeMena.
I
And that escalates
understand.
into
I
us having
understand.
to reduce activity.
I'm just saying it's an unusual thing
It is
for us to be
absolutely unusual.
considering when the applicant is saying, we don't see any problem for our residents, but you're saying, well, your residents are going to complain about us.
Or a
So
future
that's the
owner,
primary
anyone can
Where-
complain.
And also, the single-family residents nearby don't complain about you. They like being
I actually wanted to clarify that. I appreciate it. We've had, my client has a great relationship with the neighborhood, and obviously you know how unhappy Rio Rancho residents are with the situation at their golf course. And so they've got to be very grateful for the work that my client's doing. But that doesn't mean you never get noise complaints. We've had, I think, approximately 3 noise complaints over the last couple of years, none of which have been sustained and proven. And that's one of the things that concerns us, is they're much further away. That noise is going to be a lot louder on the subject property. And so where I don't think we'd ever be in trouble with the actual noise readings on other people's property, this one is so close, and there's no trees, there's no buildings, there's nothing in between, that people sitting in that backyard, which looks beautiful, and I think they would want to sit in that backyard, are going to hear that noise. And my client stood at the line or the wall and measured it, and you can see that it is totally legal if that property is commercial, and it's totally illegal if the property is residential. And I think Dr. DeMena would be very reasonable in interpreting the ordinances and trying to isolate sounds and doing all kinds of things to try to help. There's no guarantee that that's going to work, and there's no guarantee that a future administration or policymaker would choose to read the ordinance stricter and not make, I mean, he was making a lot of lenient interpretations to say we might not have a problem. I think there is no guarantee that we're not going to have a problem. And we know that if any complaint gets made by anyone in the future, tenant, gosh, if my dad was in that facility and upset about this, I wouldn't let it drop until you enforced it, right? There's no guarantee that someone's not going to make a complaint, and we know as soon as they do, our current activities, which are so important to my client's business, are suddenly going to be illegal, and we're going to get cited, and then we're going to have to make adjustments. We don't know what those might be, but it could go all the way to shutting us down if it's extreme enough. And that is harm. There's just no other way to put it.
Councilor Davis.
We've spoken so much about Dr. DeMena, and he stayed with us for so long. Dr. DeMena, would you grace us with your presence briefly? If you weren't sworn in, we can ask you to do that, but I bet you were because you've done these before. Thank you for your patience. This is going on a little longer than we all thought, but it's an important question for the folks involved. So, Dr. DeMena, thank you for joining us. Can I ask, based on anything you've heard in tonight's hearing, Doctor, do you anticipate that any of the noise that was documented by the protester, i.e. the golf carts and the whatever, are those exempt from the noise ordinance as temporary, or do you anticipate that any of those, the noise ordinance would apply to any of those activities you've seen this evening?
Excuse me, sorry, I haven't spoken in a while. President and Councilor Davis, the golf carts specifically, no. I think they're probably exempt under the ordinance based on, we look to vehicles as being under the traffic code or potentially under the criminal code, and they're never, unless they're idling right outside of somebody's window, they're never going to meet the persistent and continuous definition. So I'm not particularly concerned about the golf carts.
We're taking that out.
I just heard Mr. Bailey talk tonight about delivery trucks. The trucks themselves idling would fall under the same kind of exemption. But if they are dropping off food or anything like that where they have refrigerating equipment, that I think would not be exempt. And we would have to have a conversation about how the trucks are parked or how those compressors or generators might be shut off while they're in proximity to residential, because we do get complaints like that fairly frequently as well.
Mr. President, Dr. DeMena, we have these other issues all over town. I mean, quite frankly, we have lots of adjoining uses that are really close like this. The applicants and the protesters have shown us in the maps that there's other places where these uses go back and forth. I realize, I guess some other policymaker down the road 10 years from now could decide to be super strict on this and create all kind of new case law on this, but is there a pattern of the city having a significant amount of complaints for these two adjoining uses and having this issue under the noise ordinance? Like, is this a thing we should really worry about?
So, President Ben, Councilor Davis, thanks for that question, because I think that actually puts a fine point, and I will try to be concise. I don't know everybody wants to be done with this, but what's been characterized that I've said so far, both at the LUPS discussion and and in our discussion yesterday with all parties involved, I don't want it to come across like I've said we would be lenient and we would be cooperative and we would be looking to help everybody involved. That's not the best way to characterize what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that the noise ordinance is the wet noodle of our ordinances. So if we're in a situation where we are getting a lot of complaints, I do think there will be a lot of complaints. We get a lot of complaints where these kinds of uses are adjacent all over the city. And as most of you who have talked to me about this can attest, we almost never resolve those issues. The problem very, very fundamentally with the noise ordinance is that it's an objective tool trying to fix a subjective problem. So people can hear noise in their home, they don't like it, it keeps them up, they hate the music, they hate whatever, they hate their neighbors, and they want to use the noise ordinance as a way to enforce that. 90% of the time when we go out and take actual readings, they're still in compliance. Yes, I can hear the music, yes, I see your windows are vibrating, but it's not loud enough to actually trigger a violation. We tried to fine tune this, which I know you'll remember and some of the other councils will remember in 2017 when we amended this ordinance.
Remember that.
Yeah, I still have nightmares. But in trying to do so, if we made the requirements any more stringent, the levels any more stringent, you would start restricting people's conversations or the buzz from their fluorescent lighting or whatever else. It's just very difficult for us to parse out the different constituents of the sound. And from the videos that I saw, I think we're going to have a similar problem there. So yeah, we'll probably get a lot of complaints. We'll probably be making a lot of phone calls to all the parties involved. I don't know that there are going to be very many constructive outcomes where we would actually resolve any of those complaints with violations. And typically what we deal with when we get to that point is trying to work with all parties involved to come up with a different way to resolve that, some sort of a compromise, build a wall, plant more trees, turn the volume down, that type of thing.
Mr. Domena, Mr. President, thank you. Dr. Domena, Mr. President, thank you. Yeah, I understand it. I appreciate it. This sounds like a lot of whataboutisms, sort of back and forth with speculation. It seems to me, from the record that we've heard this evening, the applicant knows what they're getting into. It's, in my opinion, whether they develop a senior living home or a mortuary or a nightclub, it's going to be sort of their obligation with their tenants or whoever that is to be sure they understand sort of what they're getting into, who the neighbors are, what that's going to be. And for the current operators, the golf course folks, they can't really control. I realize that 5 decibel difference, right, that 7 or 8% difference may make a difference in some large-scale long-term violation. I just don't see this as an issue where everybody's uninformed and we're forcing sort of war of the neighbors. To me, this seems like a case that's gone on for almost a year over golf cart noise that was exempt from the noise ordinance from the beginning anyway. And the rest of this seems like secondary to that. And I think we've resolved to my satisfaction that the primary concern would not bring the existing golf course into violation. And I think the rest can be resolved, as you mentioned. And so I'm inclined to see no problem with the zone change, the zone map amendment.
Councilor Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. President. And Doctor, I mean, you've studied the noise that's in the current property, and like in the evening, in the daytime, and all the different noises that come from the golf course, the bar, and grill, and
President Benton, Councilor Lewis, not this specific case. So I'm only talking in generalities about the noise ordinance itself, and I wouldn't even make the effort to say anything we'd studied would be meaningful. It just takes a different DJ or a different band on premises when you're talking about like an amplified sound live music event to throw everything we've done for a baseline out the window. We could have a pretty clear idea of this particular facility, but we do also get complaints from other facilities in the surrounding areas.
so then if you haven't tested the specific areas and times of day and the activity that goes on, then we really can't comment on that then, I would say. So we could only really, I guess, answer a few questions like this, and that would be, is there a difference on whether the golf course would have violations on whether that the property, the complaining property, or even the property next door, regardless of whether they're complaining or not, is a commercial property, the way it's zoned right now, or a residential property, the way it intends to be zoned? Is there a difference? I mean, can you take one sample and at one point when it's a commercial property, and then the next day it changes to a residential property? Would it change because of that?
President
Would there be a
Benton,
higher potential of a violation because of the change of the zone?
President Benton, Councilor Lewis, by definition, absolutely, because the tables and the noise ordinance.
I can't hear you too well. I'm sorry.
Sorry, I'm trying to find the sweet spot on the microphone here. By definition, it would be different if it was commercial versus residential because the tables actually contemplate a different level that's allowable for a residential versus a commercial premises as the receptor. And there is an important distinction as well when you get into talking about a residential premises as the receptor. There is, it's the only time where we actually take an outdoor reading if that's what the nature of the complaint is. So we're thinking about a situation where someone would want to use their back patio, their back porch, and now they can hear something they couldn't hear when they were in front of the TV inside. So again, there's a huge difference just because you're talking about a different part of the table.
It's a huge difference. It's a huge difference. I mean, so there could be 0 violations with how it's zoned right now, and there could be violations all day long if it was zoned residential. That could be the case, correct?
President Benton, Councilor Lewis, it's a more complicated answer, but for the sake of time, yes, you're right.
It's yes, that's correct. So we don't know because you haven't, we haven't taken actual samples from the current use, which by the way, this golf course has been an incredible success. We almost lost it 4 years ago, and in fact, this council, I mean, they did an incredible job reducing the water use at this course. But we almost lost this course. It would have been like Rio Rancho, and home values of thousands of homes would have gone down. And so, but But so now it's operating in a specific way, and it's successful. It's providing some great services, which we don't have a whole lot of. But if it were to change to residential, meaning just let's put some more, residential places and change the zoning for it when we have plenty of other residential zoning. In fact, we got too much. In fact, the people that, are very anti-development and usually against everything in my district, it's usually because they're against residential homes. They're against residential type living. And that's exactly what this zone change would do. It would go from a commercial services, which, by the way, the code encourages. Our adopted city zoning code says on the west side in this area, it encourages more commercial service type facilities and discourages changing the zoning from commercial to residential. And so in light of all that, and even that, so we don't know, in fact, we can actually make a pretty good guess that, and actually with some certainty, and say that there will be violations. With this change, there will be a change in the potential violations, whether it's zoned, commercial or residential. And so, with the fact that I think we haven't even, we don't know the specifics of that, I think it makes me even more concerned. And I can imagine how much it would make the business owner concerned, as well as all of the other families and homes around that, thousands of them, that would be pretty concerned if that golf course was threatened in any way by the success of that. But thank you.
Thank you, Dr. DeMena. We do have a cross-examination period now for the applicant, and maybe stay handy just in case. Ms. Fishman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I've never cross-examined anybody, so this will be a first time. I tried to pull up a map that's in one of the EPC staff reports that shows a survey that was done on this property, and I would like to ask Mr. Bailey some questions about that.
Okay.
If I could. And I'm sorry, I didn't think to bring copies of the survey, but basically the survey was done by Cartesian Surveys, a very reputable firm here in Albuquerque, or I guess Rio Rancho. And so what I would like to ask Mr. Bailey, oh, okay, cool. Does that work? So what the survey shows is that the golf cart paths are actually encroaching on my client's property, both on the east and on the west. And some of the pictures that they showed during their testimony of the golf carts that were lined up against the wall is actually on our property. And you can, if you can see that, so I believe, from what I saw in the photos, that the golf carts were within our property line to the west. The golf path, you can see, goes in and out of our property, goes through our property to the east, and connects to Country Club Lane. And so I would perhaps like Mr. Bailey to comment on all those encroachments on our property.
And before he answers, is there an easement dedicated, or they're just shown physically on that drawing?
There's no easements between the two properties. There's no shared land agreement.
Understood.
I think that's going to be our first legal hurdle.
Right.
Is, do they have legal access to their parking spots?
Right. And
we've
like
already discussed
conversely.
this. I'm sorry. And we've already discussed this encroachment on their property, where we have plans to build the cart path out around their property. So it's going to eliminate that. And to answer your questions, there was a picture with the sound meter, and I believe all the carts that were in that picture were actually, were across this property line right here, which I believe was all on our property line. That picture that was on the other thing was a view from back this direction where there are carts that are on their property as well as carts that are on our property. But we're just going to move those 4 to 6 feet out of their property when we extend that cart path out this direction.
And then, Ms. Fishman, I'm sorry I interrupted you.
Did that answer your question? Okay.
And the other part to that, Mr. Bailey also spoke about Country Club Lane being owned by the golf course. All of the property owners on Country Club Lane use that same roadway. So I'm not sure how it got to be where it is today. That seems to me like an error on the city's part, that if that is truly a private roadway and there's no easement for the benefit of all these owners on Country Club Lane, that's a problem. So we did talk about all these items at EPC. It was, 2 very long hearings. We duked it out. In the end, EPC saw beyond some of these arguments and again recommended approval. So in terms of parking. Okay.
Mr. President, I think Ms. Jacoby was objecting, suggesting, and I think accurately, that this portion of the hearing is reserved for cross-examination. In other words, Ms. Fishman can ask questions related to the testimony that has already been entered, but not necessarily enter new testimony or advocacy on the issue.
Okay, so Mr. President, I'll ask a question. Mr. Bailey, is it your intent to block access to this property, to the current owners of the property?
It's, do I need to talk over there?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Country Club Lane comes off a golf course, and that is the access for all the residential properties on both sides of Country Club Lane. As it comes up, there's a driveway in this area right here, and that is where Country Club Lane ends, right somewhere in this area. And then this is our parking lot and driveway come in this direction. So that is their legal access onto their property. Where we head as far as blocking those parking spots, we've never even had this discussion any more than, they haven't said we can't drive across their property. Right now, I'm not saying that they can't park in theirs. I am concerned once again about the large vehicles, the trucks, the delivery vehicles blocking, because well, like it was mentioned earlier, it's very limited access coming in there. So I'm not sure about the larger trucks coming in there, where they're going to park, how they're going to unload. I am concerned about those situations. But no, right now I have no intention of blocking your property.
Okay. We'll now move to examination by the protester. 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the council. I do have some questions for Dr. DeMena. First, my understanding is that the golf cart exception from your noise ordinance you believe falls under total preemption. The limits set forth in this article do not apply to sounds otherwise governed by federal, state, or municipal laws and regulations, and you believe the motor vehicle code would preempt the local ordinance. Is that correct?
I would say the traffic code. And again, it's also because it's not going to be a persistent and continuous unless they're just left there idling.
Okay. And remind me how many minutes takes persistent and continuous? Please remind us what minute limit constitutes persistent and continuous.
Persistent and continuous has to be over a period of 10 minutes. During each 1 minute interval, it has to be in excess of the allowable level.
Okay. I know you mentioned the traffic code. We talked about the motor vehicle code today, so I brought this in, which is 67-7-9, which states that the motor vehicle code shall not be deemed to prevent local authorities with respect to things in their jurisdiction to, can you read number 13 that's highlighted?
regulating the operation of golf carts on public lands and property under their jurisdiction.
Thank you very much. And all of the interpretations that you gave regarding whether gatherings might be, oh gosh, I forget the word for gatherings, occasional, and not, you know, too frequent, might be exempt. Golf carts could be exempt. Golf carts, you might consider single golf carts instead of considering that row of golf carts that we're seeing. And so only consider whether one single one is lasting for 10 minutes. Are any of those interpretations very specifically required by the noise ordinance, or is that your reasonable interpretation?
I think we would just look at the exemption as far as what it specifically says. I think beyond that, it would probably fall under what I guess our attorney would call enforcement discretion. But the reality of trying to take readings over a single golf cart or even a series of golf cart that would meet the persistent and continuous definition that's something we frequently encounter in trying to enforce this ordinance.
Do you think it would be easier to take readings if the golf carts are continually moving from their maintenance shed to the first tee from 6 to 7:30 in the morning, and that they're constantly moving about 60 or so carts out during that time period?
The honest answer is I haven't taken any readings at all to establish that. It would be a wild guess.
Okay, one of the things when we were talking the other day that sort of sank in my gut a little bit is you said when we've got persistent problems, you know, and we try and it doesn't work out, we try, you know, more complaints, we're just not getting there, we go back and forth and back and forth. They often resolve themselves by a business giving up and leaving. Is that your experience with these or one neighbor or another giving up and leaving? Is that your experience in trying to enforce, as you said, this wet noodle ordinance?
I did say that typically one party gives up, but I would actually say most of the time it's the complainant. They get tired of calling us and hearing the technical reasons why we haven't been able to change anything for them.
And if you do find a reading that you can substantiate as a violation here, you know, when we have music on Thursday, Fridays, and nights, amplified music out there in the open, and you're able to substantiate a complaint, who do you go to fix it, to require them to make changes?
We would go to either the owner, if the owner is someone that we can readily get a hold of, like if they live in the city. Otherwise, we would go to the manager, the general manager, and start there.
Okay, so you're saying if a complaint is substantiated, you notice some noise issues, you're going to tell my client that they need to make some changes. Is that accurate?
That is accurate. We would start with a phone call if we know readily how to get a hold of an owner or a manager. And by part of our typical administrative process, we'd also send a letter.
I think that's all of my questions. Thank you, Mr. President and members of the council. We appreciate your attention to this matter. I do have copies of a couple copies of the statute that was cited to enter into the record.
All right, we'll now go to rebuttal and closing by the applicant.
Thank you, Mr. President and councilors. If somebody could pull up my presentation again. I have one last slide. Sorry. It's the last slide. Keep going. There you go. Okay, thank you. Mr. President, councilors, the last slide I wanted to show is we map the supporters of this zone change, and you'll note that the supporters are very close to the subject property. They're very close to the golf course. We have 34 people that signed our petition. A handful of them don't live very close to the golf course like these are, so we only map the ones that are adjacent to our property or adjacent to the golf course. And so these are 34 people that indicated their support for the zone change, and I don't think that should be discounted. I don't think one property owner's interest should override everything else. This property owner, I'm talking about the golf course, not even our own case. They bought this property knowing that there was residential zoning on it. This was residentially zoned in the past, before IDO. The IDO made it commercial. We want to go back to what we had. We won't go back to SU1 zoning, but residential was allowed, 72 townhomes, 16-unit guest house, plus the golf course. So the IDO took that away, and we're trying to get that back. This is a separate parcel. It's not part of the golf course. It may seem like it's part of the golf course. It is not. And if Mr. Bailey was as concerned as he's presenting about this little 3/4 acre site, maybe he should have bought the property instead of just trying to prevent something from happening there. I find it very troublesome, as President Benton, you explained, and the same thing that EPC said. We're trying to project this condition in the future that we don't know is going to happen, but we're saying it's going to happen, and it's all about how our use would damage an existing use that's already there. It just doesn't make sense to me. I don't care how many times we talk about it through 4 hearings, it still doesn't make sense. And to me, again, this is a residential neighborhood. The golf course is surrounded by houses, single-family houses, and some rentals, and we are just trying to reinstate that residential use. As I showed in the overhead, the survey, if there was any issue about parking, this applicant has a chunk of property to the east of the building that they could create more parking if that was an issue. I don't think it's going to be, because again, these 20 people that live in the building are not going to be driving. It's going to be a handful of staff that go there. They have, I heard, 13 or 15 spaces. I think that's more than enough. But if they needed more parking in the future, they can create it to the east of the building. With that, I would urge your support. This has been a long process. Again, I think it's pretty straightforward. We've gotten very confused by the noise ordinance. We've heard from Dr. DeMena now 3 times actually, and I trust what he says. I don't think this is going to be an issue, and again, I just urge your support. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Councilor Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I think it was, I heard that pretty clear from Dr. DeMena that with this zone change could very clearly, change the violations, actually create violations with the existing use. Now, whether the new facility complains or not, I mean, this directly puts this business in danger of violating our noise ordinance laws because of that, based on its existing use right now. So I do have a lot of concerns over the noise and the use of the current facility and how it's and the success of the course, that's contributing to as well. The other, a big concern just has to do with, it was mentioned that this was residential or zone residential before the IDO changed it, but yet it was a commercial use for however long that hotel has been there, which is, I think several decades. It's been there a long time. So for the comments about how the golf course was purchased and and probably never imagined that would change. I mean, that it would change back to residential, where it could be a threat in that kind of way, because that's been the usage of of that specific facility that's adjacent to them, and again, not just adjacent to them, but it almost is just encompassed, by the golf course and the entertainment of that golf course. And so, and on the other, another point is that I just want to say again that in other parts of the city, I mean, there's a big difference. I mean, we often on the west side see that there's many, and we complain. I mean, we complain about sprawl. About we just build up more and more residential areas, and so the people that are against the sprawl are really like, what about the services? And what about doing more kind of density closer to the urban areas? So this is unique, and we're taking policies that we have in our zoning code that says we need more services in these areas of residential areas, and also discourages zone changes from commercial to residential. And so I see a lot of just not furthering the purpose of our zoning code. And we've listed, I have listed some findings here that I think, based on the testimony tonight, based on the record from the EPC, I think the EPC missed a lot of this without looking at the purpose of our zoning codes, and really missed some of those. And so, Mr. President, I'm going to make a motion to deny the zone change, and then I have some findings that we'll present to the council as well.
So there's a motion to deny. Is there a second? Second from Councilor Sanchez.
Mr. Melendez, would it be appropriate if I read these, or would maybe the staff just kind of give an overview of these findings?
Mr. President, it may be more efficient for staff to give an overview and then to entertain questions from anybody. I'll turn it over to Ms. Schultz for that.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. President, Councilor Lewis, what you have in front of you are proposed alternative findings. There are findings that are included in the ordinance that support adoption of the zone map amendment. These are findings that would support denial of the zone map amendment. The first section is findings of fact about the case. The next several pages outline policies in the comprehensive plan that the request does not further, which would support the motion for denial. And then the last section jumps into the zone map amendment criteria and provides justification for why the request has not adequately justified what the IDO requires. Mr. President, Councilor Lewis, I'd stand for any questions on the specifics, but all the text that you see in blue on this exhibit is the narrative behind why the request has not been adequately justified per the requirements of the Integrated Development Ordinance.
I have a question, Ms. Schultz. There are a couple here on the second page where it's saying that the policy is not furthered because it's not in a center or corridor. But is that, I mean, isn't that policy is not furthered because it's not really, it's not in the area, but the policy isn't really about, it's not saying that it has to be in a center and a corridor for it to be furthered, does it?
Mr. President, give me a moment to review the policy you're referring to on page 2.
Well, on the second page, the pages aren't numbered, but the second page, the top, the policy 5.1.1, capture regional growth in centers and corridors. That doesn't preclude capturing growth outside of those centers and corridors, does it?
Mr. President, I believe that could be an interpretation of the
It's a
comprehensive
policy
plan.
having to do with centers and corridors, which this is not.
Mr. President, correct, this is not in a center or corridor.
And that similarly, 5.2.1 is focusing on certain places where it would be desirable to have higher density housing, again, with the centers and corridors, which it's not exclusive to that. Convenient access to transit. I mean, I would think that this policy from the comp plan, right, is talking about these certain areas where these patterns are desirable, but it's not meant to preclude these types of developments in areas where that is not the case.
Mr. President, I think that's generally the centers and corridor approach in the comprehensive plan says that we should focus growth in those areas and establish centers and corridors, but there is not a hard and fast policy that there cannot be growth anywhere else. It uses the word encourage pretty explicitly.
Okay. Thank you. Councilor Lewis.
Mr. President, yeah, of course, it's, I think you have to look at, does the change, this is not about is it against the law or not, this is about, does it further the purpose? You know, does it further the idea and the heart of what we were getting at? So we could go on and hear about just a mix of uses. Does it encourage a mix of uses? Well, this policy by doing this would not further that, because our ML zone district will not permit the development of a mix of uses in that area. It's like everything else. I mean, it's just and so that's a great example of doesn't further it. And the other examples I think are pretty clear that this type of a zone change would not further the objectives and the the heart. I mean, including 542, ensure adequate capacity of land zone for commercial, office, and industrial use west of the Rio Grande to support additional job growth. This policy is not furthered because the requested RML zone district does not allow for commercial land uses. The existing zoning NRC would preserve the opportunity for commercial development at all sites. And so there's a pretty extensive amount of findings here because this change just applies to so many parts of this policy. So,
yeah, I appreciate that, Counselor, and I'm just trying to procedurally understand where we are right now at, with a big agenda still ahead, but our instructions here is that findings must be distributed to support the motion. That doesn't mean we're accepting these findings, or does it? If we were to vote in affirmative on the appeal.
Mr. President, if the vote to deny the zone map amendment was supported, the assumption is that these findings support that motion.
And if there's some that we don't agree with, then what? If there's some of these findings that are not agreeable to the majority of the council, even, or would they automatically be adopted?
Mr. President, the findings as presented, if you were to support the motion to deny, these would be the findings in support of that motion. To the extent that a councilor wanted to support the motion but not the findings, then that councilor could offer up any changes to the findings that they felt appropriate. Otherwise, if a councilor just disagreed with all the findings, then they would simply vote against the motion.
Okay, yeah, because I mean, we're basically receiving a package of findings that we're just now digesting.
Mr. President, and typically we might actually vote on the motion and then come back on the following week to finalize the finding. Is that, could we do that?
Mr. President, yes. If you're not comfortable adopting findings tonight, and if the motion to deny
Yeah.
were to pass, you could, amend your motion to adopt findings at a later time, or limit your motion to simply denying at this point. In fact, the way you stated your motion was for denial. And so if you want to limit that motion to adopt findings at a later date, then, you could take these findings under advisement. The parties have them. If they wanted to give any feedback on them, they would have that opportunity. And then at your next meeting, you'd have the opportunity to vote on findings.
Okay, so the council could give some feedback in the next few weeks, and then we could address it at the next council meeting with anything in here. Because I do, and the intention of this was to just say, is there, just to try to be thorough, I think. And yet, there's some things that are open to interpretation that we could maybe just focus on the ones that are most pertinent, maybe. So do I need to change the motion at all? Basically, it's a motion to deny the appeal with findings that we would formalize at a later time.
Mr. President, Councilor Lewis, I think that captures what you're talking about.
Okay.
Thanks for the clarification. Thank you, Counselor, for that clarification on your part. So we do have a motion and a second. Any further discussion, counselors? It's a tough decision for me. I have a difficult time with the logic presented in a way, but I think it's going to go the way it goes. And so, unless there's any other question, we'll go to a vote. All right, if it's okay with everyone. So, the motion is for a denial of the application. All those in favor, say yes and raise your hand. Yes. Opposed? And that passes on a 6-3 vote. And so we will.
Mr. President, we will have an item on the next agenda limited only to adoption of findings. So we won't have to go through the whole hearing again at that time, and specifically limited to just adopting findings and support. And then we'll issue a notice of decision and the matter will be final.
Okay. The reason I raise this, I mean, I do think it creates some sort of precedent, how we act and how we justify our decision tonight. So that's pretty important stuff. All right, we are at 10:20. I'm going to move to suspend the rules to continue the meeting until 11. There's a motion and a second. All those in favor say yes. Yes. Any opposed? And that passes. We'll move on now to item C, Councilors Bassan and Pena, 034, redistricting the 9 city council districts of the city of Albuquerque.
Thank you, Mr. President. 034 is redistricting 9 city council districts in the city of Albuquerque. I actually probably would start out with a motion for deferral, but I'd like to hear the presentations and hear from anybody who has signed up to speak. Just because for the sake of time, I think really asking for redistricting at 10:30 at night when people don't have an opportunity to voice their concerns or really be part of the process isn't the way to go. So my motion would be for a deferral of 034.
There's a motion and a second for a deferral, and we do have a person signed up to speak.
Okay.
But would you like to?
I would like to do the presentation
Okay.
first, and then we'll go to public comment. Is that preferable? The deferral till the next meeting, I guess.
So who's going to be giving the presentation? Okay, there's Ms. Morris there on the screen.
Morning, Mr. President. Good morning, sorry. Good evening, Mr. President.
Yes.
Councilors.
Exactly.
Off to a roaring start there. This evening we have Brittany Poss from Research and Polling. Research and Polling gave us a great overview of the committee's process earlier this spring, and we had some wise words from Chair McGill. But this evening we've got a more detailed presentation on the maps that you have to consider. There were 8 maps recommended for consideration by the council, and while there is one attached to the bill, all 8 are before you for consideration. And so I'm available to answer any questions, as is Julian. And then also we have Brittany and Michael and Brian, all from Research and Polling, also on the line to answer any questions. But with that, I'll hand over to Brittany for her presentation.
Thanks, Petra. Good evening, President Benton and councilors. I'm just going to go ahead and jump right in. Going to share my screen just so that we can really briefly a reminder of where we are. These are the current council districts. The district numbers are on top, and then the second number in that gray box is the deviation from the ideal population. And as we talked about last time I was with you all, we're required by state law for that deviation to be within plus or minus 5%. And so you can see here in the current council districts, you know, which districts are sort of within that plus or minus 5% and which districts aren't. So District 5 is too large and will need to get smaller and shed population. District 1 and 3, the other West Side districts, are also, they're within plus or minus 5%, but they're on the higher end. And altogether, the 3 West Side districts have about 23% too many people. They have about 23% of a council seat too many people on the West Side, which means that one of the East Side, one or more of the East Side districts will need to cross the river and take in some of that excess population on the West Side. You can see here in the East Side districts, these are all sort of on the lower end. District 6 and District 8 are both too small and will need to grow and pick up population as we go along. So just to sort of orient us, and the other thing to note is that because of the contiguity requirements, those East Side districts that cross to the West Side can only cross within the city limits. And the only place to cross here is between I-40 and Central, and then a little bit south of Central, the pieces of Atrisco that are within the city limits. So all of that in mind, as Petra said, we worked with your redistricting committee to come up with recommendations for you all to consider. And as you know, the committee sent 8 map concepts for you. The one that's attached to the bill is Concept A, which received the highest rating from the committee members. And we thought we'd just take a little time to walk through what Concept A does. And so I'll pull that up here now. Concept A, we sort of think about as a minimal change plan. The idea is that we change the boundaries only to accommodate those population issues and try to keep the core of existing districts intact. So this is Concept A here. I'm going to turn on the boundaries of the current districts in the green and white, just so that you can see sort of where the changes are. So you'll recall District 5 was too large and needed to shrink and lose some population. And Concept A does that by moving the boundary between District 5 and District 1 from Montano to this bluff south of the Petroglyph Estates. So this is Montano, this is Golf Course, Paseo, and Unser, and it takes this neighborhood from District 5 and puts it into District 1 to ease some of that population in District 5. The other thing that happens in Concept A, as I said, an East Side district needs to come across the river and pick up some excess population. Under Concept A, it's District 2 that comes across. So this sort of downtown district, North Valley district comes across the river between I-40 and Central to Coors and takes the Pat Hurley and West Mesa neighborhoods from District 1. Under Concept A, District 3 is unchanged. It's the same as in current districts. District 4 and District 9 are both also unchanged. District 2, having picked up that extra population from the west side, ends up only crossing I-25 south of Gibson. Otherwise, it stays totally west of I-25. District 6 picks up some extra population moving from Buena Vista to I-25 and taking in this University West, which is where Carrie Tingley is and that University satellite. And then the only other change under Concept A is that District 8, as you recall, needed to pick up some population, moves into District 7 just from Montgomery and Eubank to Wyoming and Comanche. Concept A retains 2 Hispanic majority districts, or sorry, 3 Hispanic majority districts in District 1, District 2, and District 3. Again, this is the one that is in the bill you're currently considering and also was rated the highest by the committee. There are 7 other concepts that are in your report that were recommended by the committee, and I'm just going to give you sort of a brief overview of what those look like. So 2 of those are really, really similar to concept A. So Citizen Map 1, which was the 4th highest rated plan by the committee, moves just a handful of precincts between District 1 and 2 and 9 and 7 and 7 and 8. Just to equalize the population even further, to get it closer, every district closer to the ideal population, but it's very similar. Citizen Map 2 is even more similar to Concept A and was actually the 2nd most popular plan as rated by the committee. And this only moves the boundary just a little bit more between District 8 and 7 to continue to increase the population in District 8 slightly. So those 3 concepts are really similar, and they build off of existing districts. The other 5 plans are a little bit different. Concept D, the idea there is that the west side is really similar to Concept A, but on the east side, District 9 becomes a foothills district and pushes District 8 a little further north. And that was actually the 3rd highest ranked plan by the committee. Concept A, the idea there was to redistribute the downtown area between 2 districts. So District 6 comes into the southern part of downtown and District 2 retains the northern part. Citizen Map 3, the idea coming from the individual that submitted this map to the committee is uniting some of the historic areas in the downtown district with some of the historic areas in the university area. So like Silver Hill, and some of those other neighborhoods, putting that in the same district, District 2, which means that District 6 comes and takes part of Borellis. Citizen Map 4 is absolutely identical to Citizen Map 2, except for District 6 and 7. So under current districts, District 7 is stacked on top of District 6. And under Citizen Map 4, District 7 is sort of on the west side, and District 6 is on the east side of that same sort of area. So under current districts, 7 and 6 are separated by Lomas, and under Citizen Map 4, 7 and 6 are separated by essentially San Mateo. And then finally, Citizen Map 5 creates 4 majority Hispanic districts and actually takes 2 districts across the river, District 2 and District 6, all the way to Unser. So that's just sort of a quick and dirty summary of all 8 plans, and I'm happy to stand for questions or describe any plan in more detail.
Thank you for that summary. We do have a person signed up to speak. Mr. Baca, why don't we hear from him and then see where we want to go.
Thank you, Mr. President, council members. I'll try to make this briefer than I had planned. I was a member on the redistricting committee. I was a non-voting member. I want to say thank you for that opportunity. It was fascinating, getting to see where we were, where we are, where we're going, getting to hear everybody's different opinions of what the city needs or what's best for the city. It was fantastic. So a couple really quick key takeaways. One, our city has changed drastically. You saw it in the maps, but to use Councilor Lewis's words, the people stacking in his district is tremendous. I live down here and prefer to walk, but when I drive out there, you can see what a positive impact the residents out there have had on his area. It's a pretty big change. Our city has changed. You know, to use a status quo map, to be frank, would be a disservice to our city, because our city has changed. If you look at the current maps compared to 2000, that change is even bigger. And we're going to change, right? It doesn't stop here. So that's one takeaway, that asks that we amend and more maps be included. Second big takeaway was the change in population demographics. The Hispanic population has grown. We're now 48.7, 49% of the population of the city. It will be the majority population very soon. And our current maps, including all of the maps except for the Fairness for Our Future map, discount that. And we had expert testimony during the procedure saying that we needed to, per the Voting Rights Act, we needed to include that into our map-making decision. It doesn't take much to see the council and see the Hispanics are not adequately represented on the council, and none of the maps address that. Thank you.
You have a third point that you did not get to?
Yes. Thank you.
Since you've waited this long, we might as well hear your third point.
Thank you, Mr. President. That was my final question, was simply A, to either amend to add in the fairness for our future map for discussion at council, or B, defer this point to another time for discussion. So thank you.
Thank you. I think there's an interest in deferring. We've had a long night, but thanks for sticking with us. And thanks for serving on the committee.
Mr. President, we have a couple speakers on Zoom as well.
Okay.
So our first speaker on Zoom will be Lan Senna, followed by Maureen Scourin.
Mr. President, members of the council, it is great to see you all in chambers, although I do miss Cookie's chiming in every now and then in her sneak appearance on camera. But again, my name is Lan Senna, Policy Director for the Center for Civic Policy, and I am here to ask for the deferral and in support of Councilor Pena's motion for deferral. I know that it was motioned to possibly hear this at the next council meeting, but of course my ask is to defer it for just a bit longer into the next month so that we have more participation by our communities. Every 10 years, the council has a mandate to evaluate redistricting, and the redistricting committee was actually confined to a July deadline, while council had the opportunity to engage more with the public. As the redistricting committee member Joaquin Baca had mentioned, that it was a fascinating experience, although it was a long process to get there, and to have our community actually voice and explain why they supported each map is also important to have that engagement. Like Mr. Baca was mentioning, that I think that all of these maps should have a consideration and evaluation, but specifically adopting map 5 or fairness for our future map would have 4 Hispanic voting age districts to represent our growing Hispanic population. Again, this only happens every 10 years. We must account for the changes that we will even predict within the coming years as well. This will also present 5 Black, Indigenous, communities of color districts.
Thank you, Lan. Your time is up.
Deserve the representation. Thank you again.
Thank you. Maureen Scourin.
Good evening, thank you.
Mr. President, looks like we lost Maureen. I can let you know once she rejoins the meeting if she does.
We'll see, I guess, see if she gets back on. But councilors, we do have a motion for a deferral until our next meeting. There was a discussion about perhaps that we might need, there was a suggestion of perhaps a little bit longer than that, but I'll leave that up to Councilor Pena.
Mr. President, well, we actually have a couple of floor amendments that, without belaboring anything, maybe if at least an opportunity for the public to hear what those 2 amendments are.
Great.
The first one is, Mr. President, from Mr. Councilor Pat Davis.
Thank you, Mr. President. I don't know if Ms. Morris is prepared to present, or I can do it if we need to, but.
Ms. Morris?
Yes, Councilor, let me just share my screen and I can bring up the map. Let's see. Yeah. So Councilor Davis's amendment, this amendment proposes to switch out the exhibit associated with the bill. And so each of the bills, each of the amendments that you might hear tonight all make the same change in that they switch out the exhibit to the bill. The exhibit to the bill is a 13-page document which contains a map of all of the council districts, and then each individual council district, a data sheet, and then 2 pages of precinct information. Councilor Davis's amendment switches out concept map A with citizen map 4. We had a good summary on this from Brittany earlier. This map is based on citizen map 2, which is based on concept map A, and makes changes to districts 6 and 7. District 6 becomes the international district, council district, and then council district 7 contains the uptown area, University area, Nob Hill, and Mesa del Sol.
Thank you, Ms. Morris. I sorry to put you on the spot there. We didn't rehearse that, clearly. Thank you, Mr. President. We won't push this today, but the purpose of this, as Ms. Morris and Ms. Poss mentioned, was exactly that. The International District is one of our disadvantaged neighborhoods. It's one of our underinvested neighborhoods. And one of the reasons that that's happened for so long, much like part of our Southwest Mesa area before my colleague really started advocating for that as a community, is that the district itself is sort of divided between 2.5 or 3 city council districts. And really in practice, what that really means is that the International District itself, which is generally poorer than the rest of our city, is definitely a minority-majority community. Their votes are split amongst 3 councilors. The opportunity for councilors to coordinate their capital outlay is often not utilized because of other priorities in our districts. And quite frankly, although we can count the number of individuals in our districts and say they're even, the fact is voter participation in the International District is much lower, in part because they don't have a single voice and a representation and a way to elevate their common issues. And so we think this is an important conversation to be had. It also would create the opportunity for us to have perhaps our first Native American or African American city councilor, and I think that's important for us to consider in this council. And so it would do that by consolidating those communities, mostly minority communities, low-income communities, giving them an opportunity to coordinate together instead of amongst and between different councilors who share that neighborhood. And not that we leave them apart, but quite frankly, if in the current District 6, when we look at voter turnout, a councilor could run in District 6, not get 1 vote from the current piece of the International District that's in our district, and still win with all the votes from all those other neighborhoods. And I think that's part of perpetuating that civic unparticipation level we see in those communities. And so this would be an opportunity for us to insert some more equity into the plan. And so I think it's worth considering, and I want to bring that forward for consideration by the council at our next meeting. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Councilor Pena?
Mr. President, the next one is from Councilor Feeblecorn.
Louis had a question too.
Councilor Sanchez had a question about the previous.
Yeah, I just had a comment on the previous map. Citizen map 4, we actually put together, we all voted on making sure that we have representation in each one of our districts, and the voters have spoken. And on citizen map 4, it was rated number 7. So to replace that with concept A is a far reach in my opinion. I'm also having to give up historical significance in my district. The area that I'm losing in my district has been culturally significant in reference to the Atrisco area for generations. Every single city councilor, except for one that I know of, was actually from the heart of the district, which is actually the Lavalan, John Adams, Palisades area. And like I said before, concept A is what the citizens and all of our representatives, including everyone here, voted for. And citizen map 4 falls way to the bottom at number 7 of the 8. Thank you.
All right, Councilor Feeblecorn.
Thank you, Mr. President. I was going to see if Ms. Morris would review map 5.
Mr. President, councilors. So I shared my screen with Citizen Map 5. And this amendment is very similar in formats to what I just presented for Councillor Davis's amendment. This, instead of Concept Map A, would switch it out for Citizen Map 5. Citizen Map 5 is the map that our public speaker, Mr. Baca, referenced, the Fairness for Our Future map. This map seeks to make sure that there are 4 Hispanic majority council districts and achieves that. It also has 2 council districts crossing the river. Council District 2 crosses the river, and Council District 6 crosses the river. This map makes some changes to Council District 6 and includes the International District, some of the Nob Hill UNM area, Mesa del Sol, a little bit of the southern portion of downtown, and then a portion of the west side as well. And then Council District 2 is primarily made up of the downtown core and then a portion of the west side. This map doesn't make any changes to Council District 3 from today's maps.
I'm sorry, Petra. There is one small change. District 6 takes the Atrisco area, the pieces of Atrisco that are in the city limits, and it actually goes to Old Coors, south of Central.
Thank you. I'm looking at a zoomed out version, so I couldn't quite see that. So thanks for that correction. So over to Councilor Peebles.
Thank you, Ms. Norris. So I'm going to move this at the next meeting, but I really just wanted to bring it up. As you heard from a lot of the speakers tonight, the Fairness for Our Futures map is the preferred one for a lot of folks that are concerned about equity. I think that we should have a conversation around the possibility of having 4 minority districts on city council and what that would look like and what the value to average Albuquerque residents would be. And I also just want to say that, this is a once in a decade opportunity. One time every 10 years, we get to do something that could really impact equity in Albuquerque. And so this map does that. So I just look forward to that conversation at the next meeting. Thank you.
Councilor Sanchez.
Thank you, Mr. President. Again, the voters are people that we actually have put on the actual committee, voted. The committee, in my opinion, could have given us a few less choices to deal with, maybe the top 4, which would have been 5, 6, 7, and 8 would have never been there. So in my opinion, we are going against the will of the people that we hired and put on the committee, and also we're going against and breaking up culturally significant areas on the west side as well. So I think it's really important that we listen to the individuals who we actually put on the committee and go with what our people thought was extremely important for the city of Albuquerque moving forward. That's the reason why we put the committee together. That's the reason why we have a committee, and I think it's important that we actually follow the wishes of the committee. And for me, I'm ready to vote tonight.
Councilor Feeblecorn.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to respond to that. District 7 had representation from Travis Kellerman. He did an amazing job on the redistricting committee, and his #1 vote was for the Fairness for the Future Act, which is why I brought it forward, because I do have complete faith and trust in the person that I appointed to the redistricting committee. Thanks.
All right, we are back on the bill with that information. And there was a discussion about possibly a deferral beyond the 21st, which would be the 3rd. I don't know, that's up to the sponsors, I guess, at this point.
I think Councilor Bassan has a comment.
Councilor Bassan.
Mr. President, I support a deferral. I think that the next meeting would be fabulous because as far as I'm concerned, if we go to the next meeting and defer it again,
Yeah.
I think that the public has a right to have opinion about this. I think that we've had some high-profile topics tonight on the agenda, and they've been very likely overshadowed and not provided the opportunity to hear from the public of Albuquerque and the people. So I'm really hoping that through council, through whoever is on social media, because I'm not, but we let people know that this is happening for those people that don't know, because this is a once-in-a-decade thing, and the public should hear about it. So I would prefer that we keep it as a deferral till the next meeting, and I'm not saying I'm opposed to deferring it yet again if we need to.
Is that all right then?
Yeah, I think that works for me. So I think I'm exhausted by now.
Okay, so there's a motion then for a deferral until September 21st, 22nd, excuse me.
19.
19, or somewhere in there. Okay, yeah. Yeah, that one.
So, Mr.
The second, the 19th then. So, all those in favor say yes. Yes. Opposed? Anyone? And Councilor Sanchez opposed. That's an 8-1 vote. We'll now move to R13. Councilor Feeblecorn.
Thank you, Mr. President. Before I introduce this bill, I just wanted to thank Director Montoya, who is thankfully not here at this late night. But I did want to thank the Director of the Department of Municipal Development and all the staff at DMD. They have worked with my office. The requested stop sign has been installed, and there is a plan to get the crosswalks and the curb cuts in place very soon, and they are working on that. So with that, I will say for R13, directing the administration to install 3-way stop signs at the intersection of Cutler Avenue Northeast and Morningside Drive Northeast, I move to withdraw.
And does that require a vote? There's a motion and a second from Councilor Davis for a withdrawal. All those in favor say yes. Yes. Opposed? And that passes unanimously. We'll move to item E. Councilors Pena, Grout, myself, and Davis, R53. Councilor Pena.
Thank you, Mr. President. R53 is establishing a community improvement program for Route 66 Central Avenue along its entire length through the city, making an appropriation. I move a due pass.
And I'll second that motion. And we do have an amendment. Councilor?
Actually, we do have an amendment, but we actually have Director Sanchez, who's stayed here all night long as well. And, you know, I'd love for her to come up and just talk about, because as you know, this is kind of my thing in terms of the Route 66 celebration coming up in a few years from now. I think it's 2026, correct? And so I know we've already allocated money so that we can have some events associated, just not one event, but events leading up to and for the Route 66 100th year celebration. And then with this money, you know, just looking at how we can make changes to the route for the entire stretch in terms of signage and the like. And Director Sanchez and her staff have been working really hard on this. So, Director Sanchez.
President, Councilor Benton, and Councilor Pena, I'd like to just remark that it is after 10 o'clock, so not necessarily my most articulate at this point. I'm usually asleep. But we're very excited to be working with the councilor, and I know we've had several meetings already with several councilors about this whole stretch, because it touches so many council districts. And we've got several activities we've already started focusing on the historic signs. We have a great partnership with Friends of the Orphan Signs. We're very excited to look at historic signs to help work with property owners to figure out how to get those restored in the next 4 years before the centennial. We're working with Visit Albuquerque on a comprehensive promotional plan. We're working, of course, on a big calendar of events. And then I know there's a lot of other opportunities for other departments to be involved, DMD, solid waste, planning, because I know there's a lot of improvements we want to see from one end to the other. So we've got some specific plans underway, community engagement, and we're looking forward to all of those things. And, you know, money can make a lot of those things go faster and be a lot more robust. So thank you for your interest and engagement in this, and I'm happy to answer questions, or we could meet about it another time over coffee in the morning.
Thank you, Director.
Thank you, Madam Director.
Mr. President, I'll proceed with the amendment. So floor amendment number 1 to R2253 is revised on page 2, section 3 as follows, and it deletes the section 3 and inserts the following amount is hereby appropriated from available fund balance to the following program for fiscal year 2023. General Fund 110, Arts and Cultural Department, Community Events, $250,000. The explanation for this is the amendment is a cleanup and replaces the text in section 3 in its entirety. And just want to end with, I'd love to hear from the other sponsors. I didn't ask Councilor Sanchez if he wanted to sponsor, because you can only have up to 4 councilors. But I know that his interest, and even the interest of councilors who don't abut Central, is it's really important to make sure that we have a real strong corridor for the city. This is where people enter from the east and the west. And, I just appreciate everybody's input and support on this. So.
There's a motion for the amendment. Is there a second? Councilor Bassan? And we'll vote on that amendment then, unless there's any discussion. All those in favor of the amendment number 1, say yes. Anyone opposed? And that passes unanimously. We're back on the bill as amended.
Mr. President.
Councilor Grout.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to thank Councilor Pena for taking the lead on this, and I'm really excited to work with you and my other colleagues. Route 66 is the heart of our city, and we have an opportunity to really spruce it up and showcase our city. So I'm really looking forward to working with everybody.
Thank you. And yeah, I'll echo with regard to Councilor Sanchez. This is we can't have 5 because we're prevented from doing that, but you'll be an integral part of this. I know you'll be interested in it, and it'll be great to have 5 councilors carrying the flag for this. So,
thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. President. And yes, I would totally be in support of this all the way through. I think it's just really, really important. And one of the things is I'm going to be really critical as to how well they clean. So I really want it cleaned up, and I really want it cleaned up nice. So I'm going to be one of those that's going to be very, very critical on how well it gets cleaned. So thank you so much for actually establishing this bill. Thank you.
All right, we're back on the bill as amended. Any further discussion? Councilor Pena to close?
I urge your support.
All right, all those in favor say yes and raise your hand. Opposed? That passes unanimously. I think we can, well, I don't know how quickly we can get through these 2, but we'll go ahead and give it a go. I will move that we suspend the rules until, to continue until 11:15 and see how we're going at that point. There's a motion and a second. Thank you, Councilor Bassan. All those in favor say yes. Yes. Opposed? And that passes. We're back on the agenda. Item F is R64. This is my bill calling for a stay of enforcement on Section 141643B6C related to townhouse development in the Integrated Development Ordinance for a time period of 1 year or until the 2022 IDO annual update has been enacted, whichever occurs first. I move it do pass. Thank you for that second. I believe I heard Councilor Jones first. And we do have Ms. Schultz here to explain this. It's something that's come up recently that we've noticed that I was surprised to see, but she can explain what it's about.
Thank you, Mr. President, and apologies, Council, this is going to get into the weeds of the IDO a little bit. This is related to townhouse development, a regulation in the IDO today that says when you are doing townhouse development and the rear or side lot line of that townhouse development abuts an RA or an R1 zone district, those townhouses may not be more than 3 dwelling units in size. Today, the IDO says a townhouse dwelling is anything 3 or more units. So a townhouse could be 3 units, It could be 7 units, it could be 15 units. This particular provision limits it to only 3 in very explicit circumstances when those townhouses are being developed directly next to the RA or R1 zone district. What this stay of enforcement does is it calls for that provision to not be enforced only for townhouse development that's occurring in urban centers, main street corridors, or premium transit areas. The stay of enforcement is specifically limited to those, I'll use the acronym now, UCMSPT areas, because those are supposed to be a little more urban in nature, where townhouse dwelling units of 3 or more might be more appropriate, those kind of larger scale townhouse developments. So outside of UCMSPT areas and the less urban areas of town, this provision will stay in place. The other thing this resolution does is it calls for the planning department, along with council services, to review this provision during the 2022 IDO annual update for potential permanent removal, along with reviewing other townhouse regulations in the IDO, as townhouse development is a type of infill development that city policy says we should be encouraging. So barriers such as this one may prevent that, and the overall intention is to look at townhouse regulations as a whole.
Thank you for that. And yeah, I think, you know, the kind of strategic location of this in those more urban developing areas is pretty important because of the affordability issue. You know, townhouses, in the old adage in Albuquerque was, no Albuquerque wants a townhouse. They want their lot, and they want a bigger, you know, outdoors and separation between their dwellings. And that's still true, I think, to a great extent, but the affordability issues really risen now, and many more people are you know, in the market for a townhouse, less maintenance, and some cost savings over having a single family dwelling, and that's kind of what this is about in the short term, anyway. Any questions, Councilor Sanchez?
Thank you, Mr. President. I had a question. I'm not too good at this stuff when it comes to some of these IDO issues, so you're going to see that I'm going to ask a lot of questions in reference to it. So, again, how many townhouses did you say you can line up?
Mr. President, Councilor Sanchez, the way that the IDO contemplates townhouse development is there's kind of 2 qualifiers. 1, there has to be a minimum of 3 attached units, and 2, every unit has to have an individual ground floor entrance. The minimum of 3, I think, is what's key to your question, is it's minimum of 3, maximum of infinity. There's no cap on how many attached units could make a townhouse. The distinction between a townhouse and multifamily development in the IDO is that requirement that every unit have its own ground floor entrance. That's stylistically what would give you a visual distinction between a townhouse and a more traditional looking apartment complex.
Isn't an affinity an apartment complex? I don't know. That's what it sounds like to me. So I'm trying to wrap my I just can't figure out why we'd have, you know, in my opinion, the townhouses maybe 3 or 4, 2 or 3 lined up, but infinity just doesn't make sense to me. I just don't understand that. It sounds like an apartment complex to me. Is that a different portion of the IDO, townhouses versus infinity apartment complexes, or are they the same thing?
Mr. President, Councilor Sanchez, they are distinct uses and defined very differently in the IDO. A townhouse is a defined type of low-density residential land use, and multifamily is the other type of land use that would be a more traditional-looking apartment complex that might have either exterior or interior entrances to each unit that aren't necessarily on the ground floor. Maybe they're through a shared hallway of sorts.
But they're still connected to each other like apartments.
Mr. President, Councilor Sanchez, townhouses are connected to each other, similar to how apartments are, yes.
Okay, I see a lot of apartments when they go up. You usually have 2 on the bottom, 2 on top, and that makes one building, and then you actually have the whole apartment complex. I don't know that I'd like to see just infinity lined up on one block. I don't think I've ever seen that in Albuquerque. Do we have infinity lined up on one block in Albuquerque?
Mr. President, Councilor Sanchez, there's several instances of townhouse development around Albuquerque that are 3 to maybe 8 or 9 units connected at most, that I'm aware of anyway, in the examples that I was reviewing for this legislation. I haven't seen townhouse development go larger than maybe 8, 9, or 10 units, which would perhaps look like what is also known as row house style development, or perhaps brownstone style development.
Okay, and is that a row house development versus townhouse? I'm learning, so I need to understand what I'm voting for, so that's why I'm asking the questions.
Mr. President and Councilor Sanchez, row house is not a defined term in the IDO. I'm sorry if I confuse things by using an undefined term. It's a kind of stylized term that is used for that type of townhouse.
Okay, and then I just want to make sure that I understand where these can be. Is it anywhere there's vacant land, or you said something, there's certain areas where they're supposed to be, right? Only designated?
There are, and Mr. President, Councilor Sanchez, if you give me just another 5 seconds, my IDO will reopen and I can tell you the zoning districts specifically that townhouse development is allowed in. It's only a handful, but I'll be able to tell you that in just one moment. Mr. President, Councilor Sanchez, thank you for your patience. Townhouse development is a permissive use in the R-T zone district, the R-ML zone district, R-MH, MX-T, MX-L, MX-M, and MX-H.
Okay, now since I'm not really familiar with everything, so let's say, for example, there's an empty lot in the middle or across the street from my house. I'm just going to use that as an example. And I have a residential area. Can you just pop a row houses right across the street from me?
Mr. President, Councilor Sanchez, if in this example the lot across the street from you has one of those zoning districts that I just described, townhouse development would be allowed as a permissive use. It would be dependent upon the zoning of the subject property.
Okay. What I'm trying to do is just trying to figure out where exactly they would be. So I would just need a little bit more information on that as well. And because I'm just envisioning a row of houses is like an apartment complex. And what's that? And then I also wanted to know what land they need to be on. So I'm basically not ready to vote on this. I'd like to defer so I can get a little more information.
Mr. President, Councilor Sanchez, I had a question that piggybacks off of yours, and I think if the answer is what I think it's going to be, I think it might help.
Okay.
If I may.
Please.
Okay, thank you. So in the staff analysis, because I had the same concern, putting a stay of enforcement, and all of a sudden, while this is not being enforced for this duration, I was thinking, well, gosh, there's going to be all these townhomes that are built throughout Albuquerque all of a sudden, or applied for, or whatever. But and this is where it doesn't read that clearly in the legislation itself, but in the staff analysis, it specifically says this provision in the IDO today is applicable citywide. However, this stay of enforcement would only impact townhouse development in urban centers, main street areas, or premium transit areas. So to me, if you can confirm that that is true and that's what's written in here, I think that might relieve some of the concern for the potential for an infinite amount of townhomes to be developed on a residential block in one of our districts, when really we're specifically talking about urban centers, main street areas, or premium transit areas.
Mr. President, Councilor Bassan, yes, the stay of enforcement is specifically only applicable to those urban centers, main street, and premium transit areas, which are defined areas in the comprehensive plan. They're corridors like Central Avenue, Broadway Boulevard, 4th Street, downtown, et cetera, the more intensely urban areas of the city. Those are where the stay of enforcement would allow a townhouse development that was developing abutting an RA or R1 zone district to have more than 3 units.
And I think we need to, one of the things that I think is important too is that we define infinity and not have infinity. I think that we need to do something with that. I mean, I don't know what the perfect number would be, but infinity seems too much for me. And then got another question is, what was the spirit of the individuals who wrote this, and what were they trying to accomplish when it was written?
Mr. President, Councilor Sanchez, I would defer that question to the sponsor.
Yeah,
I'm talking about the original, not the change.
yeah, the original, I think, intent of this having three, I'm not sure, that would probably be someone in the planning department because it didn't come from the council that I know of, but.
Mr. President, I'm sorry, I can't describe the answer to that. I thought you were asking about the origin of this resolution, which would have been more appropriate for the sponsor to answer, but the original provision in the IDO that this stay of enforcement is applicable to was new in the IDO when the IDO was adopted in 2018. It was not a carryover from the previous zoning code. And my understanding of the intent behind that regulation is when townhouses are developing next to an RA or R1 zone district, if they are limited to only three units at a time, that 3-unit building might be more in scale with the RA and R1 zoning that it is directly next to. That once you start to get into 4 or more, that development directly next to that RA and R1 zone district might not match up.
And Councilor, just one little more aside, in the old zoning code, this was not, this is something that was new, that was created in the IDO and kind of caught myself and the staff off guard when we saw it, especially in these developing corridors. But I agree about the infinity. I don't think we really want to say that. I don't think it reads that way, but I think Ms. Schultz is not wrong about characterizing that, and that might be something we need to look in the intervening year.
Yeah, that's one of the things that concerns me as well is, are we going to end up with a massive row of houses in a certain area? And I just don't think that's the right thing to do in our city. I don't mind if there's 3 or 4 attached to each other, but I think it's, I think that's a bit much, in my opinion. That's just my personal opinion, and I think it looks better. It's nicer when you have a bit of a breakup, and I think it's more appealing to the people who want to live there, and I think they'd take better care of it, to tell you the honest truth.
Any other questions, councilors, or discussion? I do think this again is trying to keep us from completely abandoning a form of development that was that was allowed in the previous zoning code, and I don't know of any that went ad infinitum. And just from a construction standpoint, you couldn't really build them ad infinitum. You would have to terminate and start again, probably from fire code as well. So, any other questions, councilors? If not, there's a motion and a second for R64. All those in favor say yes and raise your hand. Yes. Opposed? And there's 2 opposed, so that's a 7-2 vote. And now we're on our final item, Councilor Lewis, R65.
Mr. President, I move to pass of R65.
There's a motion and a second from Councilor Bassan on R65. I think we're going to, if we're going to move forward, we're going to need another suspension of the rules. Mr. Moya.
We just have some public comment. I don't know if you want to do the suspension of the rules
okay.
first.
We do have, is that, we do have people signed up for public comment. So is there a motion to extend the meeting? Council? All right, there's a motion to go to 11:30, suspension of the rules. There's a motion and a second. All those in favor say yes and raise your hand. Yes.
Yes.
Opposed? And we'll proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. First speaker is Tony Watkins, followed by Annette Castillo.
Hello, my name is Tony Watkins. I'm the Program Director for Homeless Assistance with the New Mexico Coalition to End Homelessness. It is misguided to reallocate the money set aside for safe outdoor spaces. Due to the barriers inherent in not having a stable place to live that get in the way of people experiencing homelessness having a voice in decisions like these that impact them the most, we were part of petitions with a focus on connecting with people experiencing homelessness. We have collected over 600 signatures, many from people living on the street. They overwhelmingly support safe outdoor spaces. We've also reached out to city councilors who have publicly stated that they supported safe outdoor spaces as recently as June, but have since supported the moratorium. We are thankful that one tonight chose not to override the mayor's veto of the moratorium and that safe outdoor spaces are slated to move forward. If you take away the funding now, safe outdoor spaces will not have a fair chance of being successful. Please protect the funding for safe outdoor spaces.
Karen Navarro, followed by Rosemary Blanchard.
Sorry, I was having some difficulty. Good evening, councilors. I speak in opposition to R 2265. Currently, there are already a lot of resources available to homeless and precariously housed veterans. The VIC, Veteran Integration Center, provides transitional housing and supportive services. The VA Medical Center allows walk-ins at Building 96 on the VA campus for homeless vets, a residential recovery program, jobs for veterans, and supportive housing vouchers for veterans called HUD-VASH. Goodwill has a program called SSVF to provide housing, employment, and supportive services for homeless and precariously housed veterans. Henning Home's AOC shelter has a transitional program for veterans. These are just some of the many resources already funded for homeless vets. The irony for me is that this measure would transfer money away from safe outdoor spaces, which are actually what some wartime veterans would prefer as transitional housing over confinement in a shelter or any four-walled space. If you haven't already, I suggest everybody watch Ken Burns' 10-part documentary on the Vietnam War. It is a primer on war-related PTSD and its effects. So funding would be transferred not only from safe outdoor spaces that would provide a safe space for veterans, but also for all women who live fearfully in outdoor spaces that are not secure and safe. Yet they feel safer there than being in a huge shelter 17 miles west of town.
Thank you,
Councilors,
Karen. Your
please
time
vote
is
no.
up.
Thank you.
Rosemary Blanchard.
Thank you. Mr. President and members of the council, once again, my name is still Rosemary Blanchard, as late as it is, and I still reside in District 2. But I'm urging you to oppose the redirection of safe outdoor space potential funds to other purposes, as proposed in Councilor Lewis's resolution R 2265. While Councilor Lewis's resolution purports, excuse me, my cat is trying to also testify, purports to be intended to assist homeless veterans, it ignores the fact that services to all unhoused persons in Albuquerque will actually better identify veterans in need of these services. There are many veterans among the unhoused population in Albuquerque, but they're rarely clearly identified amongst those who are being harried from one temporary site to the next by our criminalization of homelessness. If unhoused community members are provided with appropriately managed safe outdoor spaces and other alternatives where they can be identified and connected with service providers, the veterans among them are more likely to actually be connected with the services they need and that they are entitled to. So I urge you to not pass Resolution R 2265. Leave the money in safe outdoor spaces and related programs where you're more likely to connect with the veterans who need those services. Thank you.
Julian,
Thank you, Rosemary.
don't kill her yet. Rosemary, it's Pat Davis. Would you introduce us to your cat? She was looking over your shoulder and she became quite the celebrity here. And she stayed up so late with us.
Yes, I know. My cat is a real media hog. Her name is Brandy, and she loves Zoom because she likes to dominate Zoom meetings. So
She
that's Brandy.
she does it well, and we appreciate her staying up late with us tonight. Thank you, Rosemary.
You are welcome, Counselor Davis.
Mr. President, there was a handful of others signed up to speak, but they're no longer in the meeting, so that will conclude public comment.
Thank you. We're back on the bill. And any discussion, councilors? Councilor Bassan.
Mr. President, I do have a question, somewhat related, and I guess, Director, I'm really glad you're still here. And perhaps this is going to be something for maybe Mr. Rael as well, because it's going to be interdepartmental related as well. With Coronado Park, we were told that there was an estimated $27,000 used every 2 weeks to clean it amongst approximately 7 departments. What are we doing with that funding now? I mean, how is it specifically, like what it was costing us to clean Coronado Park before? I know and I realize that, you know, the city departments have their work cut out for them, but if we were allocating those resources before, now what are we doing?
Mr. President and Councilor Bassan, just so that we're clear, I think we had this conversation some time ago. The $27,000, a number that you all received, really was the cost of the individuals that are assigned to each of the departments that go out and do that work on in those days back once a week. But those individuals were already paid for, and that was part of their job. So to tell you that the number was not an accurate number, because we used those folks are cleaning other parks, and they just assumed that they just wanted to have the number just for that one day. So, and the number is not nearly that high. As a matter of fact, I don't remember the number, but it was less than $7,000 or $8,000 a day, just because all those folks are already working for us. So the point simply being is that the money that's allocated here for safe outdoor spaces was to cover the costs, as Ms. Pierce said earlier, of actually funding the operations of and supporting the entities that would be providing the safe outdoor spaces. So we would be contracting with third parties to run these facilities, so that it's not the city staff, if you will, managing the day-to-day operations of those, and giving them the support to ensure that all of the work around the sites, for example, the fencing, et cetera, that there's support for them to do that work.
Thank you for that. I mean, I respect that, and yet at the same time, we were given those numbers by everybody when we asked for them, right? So we were told $27,000 every 2 weeks. So, and I recognize again that those departments are still doing it. I'm going to make my vote very simple. When we were doing the budget, this money I was hoping would go to living lots. So therefore, I don't support it anyway.
All right, other comments or questions, councilors? Councilor Feeblecorn.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I just grow tired of the continual rollbacks. We passed safe outdoor spaces, and then we put forward a bill that said, hey, we should figure out how they're going to work. And in our infinite silliness on this council, we didn't pass that bill. And Family and Community Services saved us and did that work anyway and shared it with us. And we really appreciate that because we passed safe outdoor spaces and we need to have rules. Now we've tried to roll back safe outdoor spaces and that failed. Family and Community Services can't save us again. We are gonna have safe outdoor spaces. And so we might as well have some money to put into them to make them successful. I just, we continually try to roll back. We continually try to change the budget and reallocate funds and make political statements. Safe outdoor spaces are legal in the city of Albuquerque. We're gonna have them, and I, for one, would like them to be managed correctly so that people are actually safe and secure in those safe outdoor spaces.
Councilor Grout.
President Benton, thank you. How did you come up with this number for $750,000? How much money is each space going to cost?
Council President Benton and Councilor Grout. That $750,000 that was approved in the FY23 budget, that's really based on our estimate at the time that this could cost anywhere up to $150,000 per safe outdoor space. So when we were developing the budget long ago, that was our best estimate for a handful of safe outdoor spaces in our community.
That's a very low number to me to run a property, $150,000 for a year. I don't see how that's going to happen. That's my thought.
All right. Other discussion, councilors? There's a motion and a second for R65. Seeing none, Councilor Lewis to close.
Urge support.
All those in favor say yes and raise your hand. Opposed?
No.
And that passes on a 5-4 vote. And seeing no further business, this council meeting is adjourned.